How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final scene. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final scene of
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein Jahr weiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein Jahr weiter einreist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein Jahr weiter einreist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades! Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the most dystopian thing that you're going to see all week. Except, unlike in the science fiction books, unlike in 1984 and Brave New World and Fahrenheit 451 and all those other crazy, crazy books that we all do enjoy reading, unlike all of those, what we're going to watch on Socialism Saturday is real. This is all real. This is all happening in the real world today, right in front of us. We only watch primary source evidence, so we go right to the source. We go into the far left trainings. We go into the far left events. We get into their programs that we're not supposed to get into, and we just look at what's going on, man. All we do is look at what's going on. That's it. I don't know what the problem is. All we're doing is watching their events and attentively taking notes and talking about it. You would think they would want us promoting this stuff, but oftentimes they get real mad at it. Because at Socialism Saturday, we watch the origin point for every crazy idea in the world today. If you want to know where critical race theory and anti-racist training in schools comes from, where DEI training comes from, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know where gender ideology comes from, transing kids, queer theory, that's going to be particularly important tonight. It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who wants to abolish the police, defund the police, have universal health care, abolish all policies allowing landlords to kick people out of their house, to give squatters rights, hey, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing environmental justice, reproductive justice, shouting their abortion for free on demand up until birth, guess what? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's protesting, the pro-Palestine protesters, the campus protesters, all the crazy stuff that we're about to see for the inauguration, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. There is an origin point for all of these ideas, and it's all coming from the radical, revolutionary far left. We are not talking about Democrats. Democrats are not socialists and communists. We are not talking about progressives or liberals. They're not socialists or communists. We're not even talking about the Democratic Socialists of America, because to the real far left, the Democratic Socialists of America is still too close to capitalism. They consider them to be traitors to the cause. They consider them to be reformists instead of revolutionaries. That's not who we're watching. We're watching the real stuff. Hey, look, we've already got a troll in the chat who's upset we're talking about the Jews. Why don't you talk about the churches that are run by queer Marxists? All right, Jew. All right. You think I don't talk about that? You think I don't talk about the churches that are run by Marxists? Let's go over to my Substack. That is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. That's not what we're going to look at. We're going to go to this here search bar, and we're going to search for theology. Is that it? No. What did Jesus? Is that what it was? Was it something about Jesus? Is that yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. That's the title of it. Hey, Jewess. What I need you to do is I need you to go to that link I just put in the chat. And that link I just put in the chat is going to take you to an article I wrote a year and a half ago on July 6, 2023. Queer Theology. God is Kinky. And this, my friend, is all about a queer theology lesson and a queer theology teacher giving a talk at St. Andrew's United Church in Toronto. They also teach at the Toronto School of Theology. So to say that I never talk about this stuff, that's just intellectually dishonest. It's not real. That's not real. So what I need you to do, girl, is I need you to get your feelings back in check. You might be a little upset we're talking about the Jews tonight, but I'm simply going to show what you guys are teaching. But to say that I haven't talked about other groups before, that just reflects a lack of research on your part. That's a you problem. It's not an us problem. If you don't like the receipts, then go complain to the people making them. Already getting in trouble tonight. Already getting in trouble. Haven't even started the presentation yet. LK, thank you for the first super chat of the night. At 6:01 Eastern time today, the north-south node shifted out of Aries and Libra and into Pisces and Virgo. The eclipse will be finally giving you a break. Hey! Astrology luck. That actually sounds pretty great, LK. I do appreciate that. Guys, as you know, super chats do help fund the work I'm doing. I like to hit $100 in super chats per stream, which I think is a pretty, reasonable goal. We're going to spend a lot of time here tonight. I'm telling you that right now. This is going to be a long, long episode. And so if you appreciate the work I'm doing, finding this stuff, breaking it down for you, watching it with you, making it watchable, I mean, the research, if you want to ask questions, you're welcome to ask questions. And what we're going to do when you ask questions is we're going to make you look foolish because this is all publicly available information that you could have researched first. So you're welcome to ask questions. Unlike you guys, we encourage questions here. Questions are a big part of what we do. But if you ask a question that is based on information that is publicly available, that you could have found with a simple search, we're going to make fun of you and point that out. And you can understand our position. Because when you're asking questions that you damn well could find the answers for yourself, you're wasting my time, you're wasting our time, because you're just being a pain in the ass. So, be prepared. Ask all the questions you like. We're not going to ban you for that. All right, where was I? Oh, want to see what we're watching tonight? And then I have some announcements. Here is what we're watching tonight. We found this yesterday. Yesterday, we watched a stream on the channel that was a talk done at a synagogue in Baltimore by a rabbi. And that rabbi said that there's a 50-50 chance that all new rabbis graduating from rabbi school are going to be queer. So this was a very far left rabbi. And in the course of this person giving this speech, they started talking about this revolutionary, socialist, queer, Jewish yeshiva, I think is how you pronounce it. Correct me if I don't know Jewish pronunciation. I don't know any pronunciation really. So correct me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. But we basically got pointed in the direction of a radical, revolutionary, socialist yeshiva that is specifically for queer study of the Talmud. And so the reason we know that is because it tells us that. So Sfara's mission is to empower queer and trans people to expand Torah and tradition through the spiritual practice of Talmud study. Okay, so we're not, I mean, they look pretty queer, and queer, as you know, is a far left political ideology. 2,000 years ago, the rabbis of the Talmud used the word svara to refer to one's moral intuition. Today, we inspire our learners through deep Jewish learning and equip them with skills, tools, orientations they need to push the world forward. Okay. So this is an organization that holds classes that you can sign up for on all sorts of things. And sadly, we can't find any live classes right now, but check this out. In their learning portal, this is all public information. I'm not sharing anything out of school. In their learning portal, we have access to a class called Transtextual. And we have access to all of the Zoom recordings in that class. And we have access to all of the documents. So we can basically take this class. We can basically take it. So I think this is just like general stuff about the class. Syllabus and weekly records. So this is what we have right here. Yeah, it's called Let's see if there's a description. I think I saw this class on their docket, so I think we can actually find a description of the class. Hang on. Oh, that looks queer. Look at those. Look at the socialist tattoos. Socialist tattoos right there. Let's see. Transtextual. Here it is. So this is the class that we're going to take. Transtextual. Get to know the characters who lived beyond the gender binary in ancient Jewish texts. See, I'm not shitting on the Jews. I'm literally showing exactly and explicitly what the Jews are teaching. We're taking their freaking class. I'm not making this stuff up. That's why we have videos on the internet. Hey, Kevin, thank you so much contributing to the $100 goal early. Thank you so much, Kevin. And I do promise if those ads continue to become a problem on future videos that we watch, like they were with Jennifer on Tuesday, I promise I will upgrade and get the YouTube premium. I promise. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. In this era of rising trans panic and repression, often in the name of religion, it is more important than ever to learn about ancient non-binary figures and meet our transcestors. In this class, we will read English translations of millennia-old Jewish texts about the tumtum and androgynos, two gender non-conforming figures that appear frequently in the Mishnah and the Talmud. We will learn about how Adam, the first human being, was an androgyn. How do I say androgyn? It's the androgynous, right? Have I talked to Candace Owens? No. I hate Candace Owens. Candace Owens has me blocked on Twitter. Candace Owens is a narcissist. Don't get it twisted, bro. Don't get it twisted. Are you a new person here? Hang on. Let me check your chat history. Let me check your channel history. You're probably a new person. Yup, new person. New person just created this account 52 minutes ago, so we know you're a troll, sir. We know you're a troll. But no, I dislike Candace Owens very, very strongly. And it's not as though everyone who questions Israel hangs out, you know? Back to this. We will learn about how Adam, the first human being, was androgynous, how Abraham and Sarah, the first monotheists, were tumtums, how to have sex with it. We're going to learn how to have sex, guys. Who's ready to learn how to have sex? What the fuck? The joys of drag. And no, that's not what it is. Joys of drag and more. No knowledge of Hebrew, thank God. Religious background, thank God. Or beliefs are required or expected to participate. See? We meet all the qualifications. We have no background in Hebrew. We have no cohesive religious beliefs. And everyone's allowed to participate. We literally meet all the qualifications to participate in this class, okay? We're not doing nothing wrong. And so that's the description of the class. And then we can go back and we've got our recordings of the class. We've got our recordings. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight for Socialism Saturday. If you are new, this is going to be a long-ass episode because there are a lot of classes. I hope we're going to get through, like, because the good classes look to be in, like, the later ones. Like, I want to learn how to have sex. I want to do session 5. So we might be here for what we're going to learn about how to cross-dress in session 6. All the good sessions in this class are at the end. Maybe we'll skip around a little bit. I don't know if we can do that. Let's just play it by ear. We'll take the first lesson. We'll see how that goes. I think that's a fair way to handle this. I would like to do it all today, but I mean, that's going to be a really long-ass stream. Anyway, so that's what we're doing today, guys. Get some beer and some snacks. We're going to be here for a while. This is serious business. We are taking a Jewish gender class tonight, and that's just going to be the way it is. Now, before we get into that, I do want to remind people there are many ways you can support the work I'm doing. One of those ways is by heading over to my Substack, which is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com, where I have a ton of new content for you, including... and this directly relates to what we're talking about right now. This zine, I did a breakdown of this zine called Tim Tum, which is not the same as Tum Tum, but it's close apparently. And this is a queer Jewish zine that talks about not being a man or a woman, and there is literally, and I'm not going to show you this image, I will tell you that in this zine there is a page where the protagonist, the non-binary protagonist, cuts off their own dick with a knife. That's in the zine. But that seems to be directly relevant to what we're watching today, so you can go in and see. Tim Tum, pronounced Tim Tum, was a short to rhyme with rim rum from Hebrew, this is a Yiddish word, to meet an androgynous person or genderqueer, and it gets pretty crazy. It gets pretty. Oh, I just accidentally showed the part where he cuts off his own dick. That was an accident. I didn't actually mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I won't torture you again. I really didn't mean to do that. I didn't think it was. I thought I had to scroll down more. Anyway, check that out on the Substack. Thanks, Kevin Michael. Queer electricians are all about their transistors. They are indeed. They are indeed. Let me add that to our tally. We are already 25% of the way to our goal for tonight, and that's pretty rad. That is pretty rad. So that's up on the Substack, guys. If you appreciate the work I'm doing, make sure you sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year. I could really, I would really appreciate it because I'm completely funded by you. You guys are the ones that allow me to do this. I can only keep doing this if you guys fund the work I'm doing. I try to bang out as much content as possible. I create more anti-communist content by myself than anyone on the internet, I'm pretty sure. Also, make sure to head over to the book club link on the Substack, and that's going to bring you to the new Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. This is a new podcast. You can find it on the Substack. You can find it on Apple Podcasts. You can find it on Spotify, where I am reading some of the most dystopian pieces of literature imaginable. And if you're one of those people just like me, I grew up on dystopian books. I love dystopian sci-fi. And so I'm reading real-life dystopian text that's kind of terrifying, but all the things that happened in 1984, all the things that happened in Brave New World, all those books, guess what? A lot of that stuff is real, and they're trying to do it right now, and I'm going to prove it to you by reading the real-world text. You can join me for live readings sometimes on the channel. You can join me to listen to the recordings afterwards, but it's important that people read this stuff because I don't know anyone else that's actually analyzing this stuff from an anti-communist perspective, so I started this little project to do that, which I'm pretty excited about. Gothic, I have no words for today's episode yet. Thank you for everything you do. Hey, thank you. It's okay not to have words yet. It's okay not to have words yet. This is about, we haven't even gotten into the good content yet. Let me make sure I got my banner up. There we go, there we go, there we go. Another way you can support the work I'm doing is by heading over to the Red Menace Collective Substack. That is redmenacecollective.substack.com. This used to be speaksocialist.substack.com. If you go to Speak Socialist, it will take you to the same place, but I did change the name of it not too long ago because I'm doing a new thing. I'm starting my own publishing company, and actually I've started a little mini book project. And this came up the other day. We were watching a stream, and I was kind of like, I was wondering on this stream, I was like, what evolution did the word racism go through? Who coined the term racism? What did they mean when they coined the term racism? How many times has the definition of the word racism changed? How has it evolved? And actually, I started doing some research, and I'm banging out a little mini book on the topic because it is actually really, really, really interesting. The history, the origin and the history of the word racism and how that's impacted our modern day culture. So on the Red Menace Collective, you can actually read my book chapters as I'm writing them before the book gets published. And so if you want to read the first chapter in the book that I'm working on right now, the book is going to be called The History of Racism. The first chapter is called The Invention of Racism, and you can read about how the term was invented, who was the first to use it. Spoiler alert, it wasn't Trotsky. People think it was Trotsky, and Trotsky was one of the first, but Trotsky wasn't the first. And that does matter. The truth matters. But it's a really interesting history, and so I'm going to be publishing something on that. And that's actually going to end up being the first book I publish with my new publishing company that I'm starting, because I'm doing self-publishing for a big part of the stuff I'm doing this year. And I'm really excited about it, and I think people are really going to like it. And if you want to read it now, head over to that Substack. Sign up for, this is $10 a month, $100 for the year. This is separate from my main Substack. It's like 2 different products. So you can support my work by going there. And the best way I think you can support my work is by buying stuff in my merch store, because my merch store is awesome. I have the best anti-communist merch on the internet. I've got 2 new designs up in the Unwoke Art merch store, and as always, when I add a new design to the merch store, it does go on sale, 25% off for the first week. And so we've got 2 designs. All the merch with these 2 designs is going to be on sale for this week only until next Sunday at around midnight or so. We've got the Be an Outcast design, which I just think is a really, really cool design. I'm really excited about it. I think it looks great. And the coolest thing about this is the t-shirts are all heathered. So all the different colored t-shirts have like a heather quality to it, which goes really, really nicely with the image. So that's a little bit different than stuff I've done before. I just love this sort of stuff that kind of like puts you in the right mindset for these things and gets you kind of like in that vibe of being a little bit more rebellious and embracing that and being outside of this groupthink collectivist mentality, because that does exist on both the right and the left now. And so we all have to be our own people, and we have to be comfortable being on our own, and we have to, really embrace that as part of just the human experience. We cannot be our full selves if we are always and constantly looking for the validation from other people. And so that is one of the things, the new designs in the store. You can get it on t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, tank tops, bags, tumbler, glass. This is a journal. This is a poster. This is a framed print. If you want it on any other merch, let me know. And then this one's just for fun. Did you guys know that the dictionary definition of fascism in 1921 was to basically oppose Bolshevism? This is a screenshot from the dictionary. Actually, I'll just go back to the main page. This is a screenshot from the dictionary in 1921, and it said the definition of the term fascist is essentially one who opposes Bolshevism, which of course is communism because the Bolsheviks were communists. So I put that design on a t-shirt, and I just think it's kind of funny. We've got that on t-shirts, hoodies, tank tops. We got it on some stickers. We got it on a bag. So we'll see what you guys think of that design. But all the merch with those two designs is 25% off until next Sunday. And so all purchases do go to support the work I do. And I really appreciate it. Let's get into it now. Before we start the show, is anyone new to watching Socialism with me? Is this anyone's first Socialism Saturday? Let us know in the chat whether you're on YouTube or Rumble or X. Let us know in the chat if this is your first Socialism Saturday with us. And the reason I say that is because we like to help our new people along. And so let us know. Now, we do have some rules for Socialism Saturday that I'm going to just briefly go over if you allow me to put them on the screen. Well, it doesn't matter if you allow me. I'm going to do it anyway. These are the rules and the guidelines for our show tonight. Number 1, this is a class and a research group, and we take this stuff seriously. So we can have fun, we can joke, we can banter, but I want everyone to understand there is no shit posting allowed in my chat. There is no nonsense allowed in my chat. What you've done here is you have walked into an open classroom. And I want you to think of yourself in a classroom in the real world, okay? So if you walked into a classroom in the real world, I'm standing at the head of the class. I am the teacher of the class. You are the student in the class. I expect everyone to conduct themselves accordingly. I am the fascist dictator of my YouTube channel, and my word is law. We are not on the same level. I have been watching hardcore socialism almost every day of my life for well over 3 years now, and so I know more than you do, and I'm very sorry if that offends you, but we are not on the same level. I'm the teacher in the class. You are the student in the class. My job is to teach you. Your job is to listen and to learn and to ask questions. And the people in the chat do take this seriously. We want to create a good experience for everyone. And if people are shitposting and causing problems or complaining because they're not the ones teaching the class, guess what? No one has to be here. If you don't like how I talk, if you don't like my tone of voice, if you don't like the way I'm teaching, if you don't like the content that I'm teaching, then you can leave and go somewhere else. There's tons of content on the internet. You don't have to be here. Number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the class. I can do whatever I want because, again, I am the queen fascist dictator of this YouTube channel, and I will do whatever I want. But as long as you're not causing me problems, I promise you, you're not going to get insulted. But the minute that you start causing problems is the minute that you're going to see what's what very, very quickly. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings, and I promise you, I'm not going to coddle you. But guess what? The left isn't going to coddle you either. So keep your feelings to yourself. You need to be an adult and learn how to control them. If you start whining or complaining or, again, causing me problems, we're going to have a problem. Number 4, and this is the most important point, your job here is to listen. My job here is to listen. As part of that, we do ask that you do not debunk the socialist. We're going to hear a lot of crazy shit tonight. I promise you. We are going to hear a ton of crazy stuff. If you spend all your time debunking them and all your energy debunking them, and what I mean by that is that's not going to work for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. Don't they know real socialism has never been tried? Why don't they just move to Venezuela or Cuba, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Not only have we heard all of your debunking before, it has never changed anything. So our job is to listen and understand the enemy. Just because you listen to someone doesn't mean that you agree with what they have to say. All right, this is about learning, and it's about learning how we can strategically get ahead of them by understanding what their strategies are, how they're organizing, what they're teaching, how they're showing up in the world, and most importantly, to decode their language, because the far left does speak in a different language. They may be using your vocabulary. They are not using your dictionary. So our job here is to learn the language of the far left. Number 5, break my rules or cause me problems, and we will remove you from the chat, because this is not just about you. Sometimes things are about other people, and there are a lot of people who are trying to learn here, and no one takes kindly to people coming in and causing problems. All right? So those are our rules of the chat. Let me get the screen down. There it is. There it is. Question: when will you do another spy stream? When another spy stream comes up. Spy stream is unpredictable. Gothic. But we don't know when spy stream's going to happen because spy streams are live trainings. And so if there's no live training going on, or if I don't know about it, we can't do the spy stream. But if there is a live training, then I might do a spy stream. Just got to keep an eye on the Substack, and we will let you know when we are doing a spy stream. So I do want to welcome some new people. Tom Woods is new. Jake is new. Nona is new. We're going to overlook that little tiff early in Nona as long as you behave yourself. 1 year and 5 months, you're basically a veteran. Yeah, and sometimes, guys, and this is as true with the Groypers as it is with my community, sometimes it helps just to lurk before speaking. But I do want to encourage new people to ask questions. Truly and sincerely, new people need to ask questions, okay? Asking questions is going to be the easiest and best way to actually learn this information. And all questions are welcome as long as they're asked in good faith. All right. Let's get this party started, guys. Please make sure you have mounted the like button for me, if you would be so kind. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend my channel to more people, so more people come and join us. I set up the wrong sound thing there. Hang on. Please make sure you are subscribed on whatever platform you're watching on. We are starting with session 1. Meet the Tum Tum and Androgynos. And we're going to get into the Zoom recording. The suspense is killing me. Yes, I am very shadow banned on YouTube, but that's okay. That's okay. If people mount the like button, they can help me become unshadow banned. I just need to fix my sound on my end because I didn't set something up correctly. Okay, we don't need to sing. No singing.
They make a wonderful combination. Kukla.
Oh gosh.
Kukla. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. I am Rabbi Elliot Kukla. I'm joining you from Ohlone Land, otherwise known as Oakland, California. And if you don't have visual access to me, I am a white, round-faced, non-binary person, and I am sitting in my green home office surrounded by plants. I have brown head hair and blue glasses and brown facial hair. I'm so honored to be joined by this incredible team in this class.
Hang on. I'm trying to pause. Okay. How do we know, pop quiz for the chat, how do we know this is definitely a queer person? What are the telltale signs that this is a queer person for people who are new? What are the telltale signs that we, and by the way, so queer, just so we're all on the same page, queer has nothing to do with being gay. Queer has nothing to do with being trans. Queer is a far left political ideology that is designed to abolish capitalism, specifically in this case by abolishing the gender binary and the nuclear family. So let's see. How do we know that they're queer? They're non-binary. Yup. How do we know they're non-binary? Because they use he, they pronouns. Also, they said they were non-binary. Non-binary literally means no binary, as in no gender binary, as in men and women, because socialists believe that the gender binary, again, that's just men and women, was created by capitalism in order to put men in the workplace and women in the home, where men had all the power and all the money, and women were doing the unpaid labor, raising the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. This is called the patriarchy. And in order to get rid of the patriarchy and gender inequity, we need to get rid of gender entirely in order to flatten the hierarchy and put everyone on the same level. That's what non-binary is. Non-binary is about smashing the patriarchy, getting rid of the gender binary, getting rid of men and women. Everyone becomes a they, them. And that way you have gender equity because there's no more gender. Yep, they're non-binary. They have a half beard. Well, that's true enough. That's true. But not all trans people are queer. We really need to stop doing this. Not all trans people are queer. In fact, most trans people are probably not queer. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is not about being trans. You do not have to be gay or trans to be queer. So if we're talking about physical attributes they have that are only reflective of the fact that they're trans, that's not a good enough indication that they're queer. There are other things that we could be pointing out. The they, them pronouns are the most important. Let's see. The fact that they did a description of what they look like, that's part of disability studies. Okay. What, like, guys, I'm looking in the chat and everyone's giving me attributes of trans people. What do people find confusing about the fact that you do not have to be trans to be queer? I feel like this is a basic 101 level lesson. Let me know. What do you find confusing about that? But the descriptor of the physical appearance, that's part of disability studies. And so that's another indicator that they would be queer. They don't, Tom. You just don't know. You just don't see the ones that aren't trans. If you're a consumer of conservative media, Tom, unfortunately, you have been massively lied to about what it means to be queer. It is not accurate at all to say that so many queer activists are trans. Non-binary, yes, all queer activists are non-binary. Non-binary is not the same thing as trans. In fact, non-binary is exactly the opposite of trans. Trans means transition. It means transition from man to woman or woman to man. That upholds the gender binary. If you're going from man to woman or woman to man, that means there's still two genders and there's men and women. That upholds the gender binary. When you're talking about non-binary, non-binary means no binary. That's where you get into your they, them categories. If a person is non-binary and they're saying they're trans, that's because trans to them does not mean transition. It means transform, as in transform gender. They also sometimes say transcend gender. So it's not the same thing. If you're talking about a non-binary person, you are talking about a queer activist. And most queer activists are not trans, as in transitioning from man to woman or woman to man. They are different things. Let's see, scrolling through the chat. They wanted, no. They want no categories to exist. So do they want to dismantle binaries or simply make all, no. Not optional. If you have an optional binary, that still creates a hierarchy. They want no hierarchy. They want to get rid of all binaries. They want to get rid of all categories. All right, let's keep going.
Right now, so you're in the right place. And the team that we have right now includes our fairies, Noah.
Fairies.
And Noah. I keep doing that.
They call the I think the teachers, they call them fairies. They have fairy hours that are like office hours for their teachers. That's weird.
They make a wonderful combination. Noah and Koach, our wonderful captioner, Esther, and our ASL team, Deborah and Cheryl, and our tech,
Ooh.
Asher.
Hang on. We're not going to play two. No, don't. Oh, Reagan already got the person. You are Reagan. I know you're trying to protect me. I know I'm disobeying my mods are trying to protect me so I don't get angry. No. Reagan, you did the right thing. You did the correct thing. Keep doing that, okay? Keep doing that. I just want to laugh at this person. You are a offensive and filled with BS. Well, then you're commenting on the Jews that we're watching, and I think that that's really anti-Semitic of you, SJM, because all we're doing is watching a Jewish class about gender right now. So I think that's really offensive of you to say, and I think that's really anti-Semitic of you to say. And you know what? I just don't tolerate anti-Semites in my chat. I think you can understand there's no anti-Semitism allowed here.
I wanted to let you know that please keep introducing yourself freely in the chat right now. It's great to see these chats come in and see all of your names and faces and intros. Once we get into the heart of this class, we are going to use chat in a kind of specific way. So we are going to use chat not as a side conversation, but as a part of the main conversation for access. So you can think about the chat in the same way as you would think about raising your hand. So if chat is an accessible way for you to communicate, feel free to use chat, but think about it mindfully. So think about it not as a side conversation, but as the main conversation. And the reason for this is access. So we are going to be reading all of the chats that we can get to out loud in the same way that we will be calling on people who raise their hand. So to speak with their voice, and we are going to attempt to balance with a language justice lens as much ASL, voice, and chat as we can. And just like we might not get to every voice comment, we might not get to every chat comment, but we are going to try to balance all of those. And the exception to that is in this intro time, please feel free to use chat as a way to just introduce yourself freely. And also during the bracha at the beginning, feel free to just use the chat freely to name anyone that you are dedicating your learning to. But other than that, it'll be part of the main conversation. So we are going to take a moment now to dedicate our learning. It is a tradition to dedicate learning to those who might need a little extra healing, support, love, or gratitude. And we're going to do this in silence or by offering it in.
Hey guys, I don't mind when people ask questions, but if you are asking me a question that is not directly related to the content that we are watching, I will not be answering it. If you really want me to answer it, then you need to send me in a super chat, and that's just the rule. If you ask a question that's related to the content, I'm more than happy to answer it. If you're asking a question that's out of nowhere, then you can pay me, honey, and then I will take the time to stop the stream and answer your question.
The chat. To anyone that is in your heart in this moment, or any group of people that you'd like to direct your learning to today.
I would like to direct my learning to the Grapers. I do this service on your behalf.
Of all that.
We can fast forward through this. We don't need to hear their learning
We will then debrief.
Okay, hang on.
Is not people's experience.
They're going over... Okay. This is actually, we do actually need to. These are their community guidelines. We do actually need to listen to this. This is how socialist meetings are run right here.
Pass it back to you, Rabbi.
Thank you. So I feel grateful that there are some yeshiva-wide Sfara community norms, which we will share just in this first class only. So we invite you to challenge ideas, not people's experiences and identities.
So you're not allowed to question someone's identity.
Reflect on the ways you occupy positions of privilege rather than asking others to explain experiences of oppression. Reach out to our team if there are shifts that can make this space more accessible, as accessibility is an emergent conversation. And we're going to say more about access after this. Honor shifting identities.
Yes, this is correct, Liquid Marble. When they're talking about positions of privilege, they're referring to capitalist privilege, which is essentially people who have the resources, people who have the private property, they have the money, they have access to things. People who don't have resources, the money, the property, like whatever it is, they are the oppressed, and that's your classic kind of like Marxist oppressor, bourgeois, proletariat narrative. When they're talking about positions of power, they're talking about people who have more stuff, essentially.
And maintain confidentiality. Make sure your name and pronouns, if you'd like, reflects what you'd like to be called. Share back harm or hurt with our teaching team and leadership team.
Harm or hurt.
And you
That's all
can
part of
read more
community
about
love.
SFARA's community norms on our website. And all of us on the leadership team are available in fairy hours as well to talk about this in more depth.
Hours. I told you they call them
So
fairies.
I want to switch now to talk in more depth about access and let you know that we have a specific list of access notes for this class that are derived from all of the access needs that you submitted in your application to the class. So we took those as opposed to going around and taking a lot of time to list your access needs. Oh, that's hilarious. I see.
Well, then you've never listened to queer theory before. I have never heard anyone discuss other genders without referencing men or women. It's like, no. Men and women are not super genders. No. That's completely wrong. One in the chat, if you have heard people reference other genders without referencing men and women. 2 in the chat if you agree with this person and you've never heard people referencing other genders without referencing men and women. So that's 1 in the chat if we hear queer Marxists reference other genders that are not men and women all the time. 2 in the chat if we always hear them referencing other genders. So let's just see. 1. Well, you're new, Tom. You're new, so get ready, bro. 1. Actually, do you guys want to see an example of this? The chat is filled with ones, but do you want to see an example of this? Let me show you. Let's go over to my Substack, Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. Let me share this tab. So you guys know how I showed you this Jewish queer zine earlier? So this is a No. Stop talking. Stop talking right now and open your ears and open your eyes, because I'm very literally about to disprove you without even trying very hard. No. This is a Jewish queer zine that I put up earlier on my Substack. I also put up a thread about it on Twitter. Let me show you one of the pages in this Jewish queer zine right here. Please see me beyond gender. Please know that I don't fit into this stupid fucking system. Please remind me that there have always been people like me, creatures who were not men or women. So, for everyone who just said that they've never heard a reference to other genders without there also being a reference to those genders being men and women, there you go. That's a Jewish queer zine specifically about the same topic in this class that is saying, please remind me that there have always been people like me, creatures who were not men or women. If you need further proof, what I want you to do is Google the term abolish the gender binary. The whole thing. Put quotes around it. Abolish the gender binary. And then you see what comes up. Non-binary means no gender. Non-binary means no binary. There you go. Hope that helped. Back to this.
Orvin said there's an access denied error on the list that went out. So we'll try to fix that. Asher, if you could work on that, that would be great. Maybe we can just cut and paste them in, or
hang on. Doesn't it reinforce what I think? But to be fair, is this a Jew using leftism, or is this well, these are Jewish leftists. So I think that it's not one or the other. These people are Jewish and they're socialists. Now, there are socialists who are not Jewish. There are Jewish people who are not socialists. What we are watching tonight are Jews who are socialists.
Work on that. So what we did was we took all of the access needs that everyone submitted and synthesized it into some access agreements for the whole class. And obviously access shifts and changes. So if
no, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't, Nona. Do you want to know why? We're watching a fucking class. So either you're here to watch the class, which is from the organization that I explained that it was from, and I don't give a flying motherfuck if that is Reformed Jews or Orthodox Jews. I do not care. If you cannot keep your feelings in check that we are watching a Jewish queer class, then you need to leave. If you do not do that voluntarily, then I will remove you. You are not in charge here. We are watching a class that is publicly available on the internet from a fucking yeshiva. If you have a problem with it, you take it up with them.
Your access needs shift and change as the class goes on, let us know, and we will make emergent changes even in the moment. And that might be true for us as teachers as well. So we want access to feel like part of the Torah, not something in the background. So you might hear us making access announcements or adjustments as we go along, and that will just be part of the learning, and feel free to jump in as well if access becomes an issue for you. So we will read these access notes now. Thank you, Asher. We will, number one,
disability
we will
justice,
do our best to meet access
disability
needs,
justice.
but there will be moments when our needs conflict and times when mistakes are made by the facilitation team or by participants. We want to invite the disability justice principles of wholeness and imperfection into our group and make space for tshuva repair as needed. Svara has a process for addressing cases of harm, which you can find in the Svara community norms.
Cases of harm essentially means if you hurt someone else's feelings, they have a what they're saying is they have a restorative justice practice where if you say something that hurts someone else's feelings and they want to complain about that, then you are going to have to do a restorative justice thing where you admit your grievances and you say you won't do it again and you apologize and you do some sort of struggle session and all this stuff. And so that's what they're talking about right now.
In advance of all our meetings, number two, in advance of all our meetings, we will send you a reminder email and all texts will be made available before class begins.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward this. The disability justice stuff was, okay, they're talking about Zoom backgrounds, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we don't need to hear all this.
That I think this important.
We don't need to hear all this.
We may remind each other of them as we go along. So I want to transition now to a summary of our learning of this class and some of the goals of the class.
Finally.
So this class is going to center around two characters, the Tumtum and Androgynous, who appear not just a few times, but hundreds and hundreds of times in the Talmud and the Mishnah in the central Jewish holy texts. They are 2 out of 6 genders that appear in the Talmud. The other 4 genders include the Zachar, which is usually translated as male. Zachar literally means pointy, so you can see why that's translated as male. The Nekeva, which literally means like concave, so you can see why that's translated as female. The Saris, who is a Saris can either become a Saris through a human transition process and is usually understood as a eunuch, or a Saris can be born a Saris. And the Ilanit. And an Ilanit is a gender that also appears later in life. So the Saris and the Ilanit mostly appear in later medieval legal texts, while the Tumtum, Androgynous, Zachar, and Nekeva are very central to the Talmud. So this class centers on the Tumtum and Androgynous, not so much the Saris and Ilanit, but I wanted you to know that they exist as well, that there is this fuller range of gender in classical Judaism. So I was raised in a culturally Jewish home that didn't include a lot of Judaism. I was actually raised with pretty much every religion except for Judaism and Christianity. I had a strong Jewish cultural identity. My father was a Holocaust survivor, so I had a very strong cultural identity.
Sure.
But I was raised going to Hindu temples and Tibetan Buddhist.
Wait. Can we play a game called Fun with Math for a second? Now, I'm a woman of a certain age. That age, of course, is 29 perpetually. But in reality, I was born in the early 80s. Okay? And, you know, maybe I'm a little older than this person. Maybe I'm a little younger than this person. Let's just be generous. How old do we think this person is? Yeah, see, this is where we're going with the game of Fun with Math. But let's just do this all together. How old do we think this person is? Any guesses? Okay, so people are saying in their 30s. Okay, I think being in their 30s is a pretty fair guess. Do you think 35 tops? 30 to 35? Some people are saying, let's go with 30. Should we say 35? Actually, let's go 35. Let's go 35 to be generous. We think this person is 35. So we're going to do 2025 minus 35. That means this person would have been born in 1990. Okay? What year was the Holocaust? What year was the Holocaust? Can anyone just remind me? I'm a simple woman, and I don't. Oh, Nona, we're gonna deal with you in a second after we play our game of Fun with Math. We're gonna deal with you, Jewess. We're gonna deal with you. But right now we're playing Fun with Math, and we don't let no Jews disrupt our game of Fun with Math, do we? Okay, so the Holocaust ended in 1945. Okay, this person just said they are a Holocaust, their father is a Holocaust survivor. So we're going to do 1999 minus 1945. That means that this person's father would have had them 45 years after the Holocaust, right? Am I doing the math correctly on that? So let's just say this person's father was 5 years old during the Holocaust. Okay, we're being again super. Oh, wait, they're 45? Bot looked them up. Now we have an age. We know they're 45. So then the father would have had him 35 years after surviving the Holocaust. I suppose it's possible. But I don't know. I don't know if I believe that story. I don't know. Now to our Jewess. So you're doing all this just to hate on Jews. Oy vey. I thought the goal was to raise awareness about queer Marxism. Oy vey. Got it. I'm out. And for the record, I'm not Jewish. Let's see if she actually left. Hey, Nona, I know you're still here. Nona. We all know you're still here. We know you're still here. So, Nona, no one's hating on the Jews here. There's no anti-Semitism allowed on my channel at all. There's no anti-Semitism allowed. No one hates Jews. All we're doing is watching a Jewish class. We are watching a class on a Jewish website. Again, if you don't like it, and Nona, I don't know a lot of non-Jewish people who even know the difference between Reform or Orthodox Jews. I'm just saying, girl, it's like you gave yourself away. You gave yourself away. So we tried to be nice to you, and now you're just being a pain in the ass, and we're going to remove you from the chat because I told you to play nice, and you didn't want to play nice because you're a Jewess who's not listening to what's being said. I don't mind Jews. I don't care if someone's Jewish. I just dislike it when Jews are disrupting my stream because their feelings are getting hurt because they're not in control of the situation. If anything, we hate vile anti-Semites. There is no anti-Semitism allowed. Let's continue uninterrupted.
And my idea of Judaism was very hazy. And as far as I understood Jewish gender, I believed that the Bible and the Torah taught about gender, that there was Adam and then Eve came out of Adam's rib, and there was a very binary idea of gender. And when I was 19 years old, I went in search of my father's relatives that he had become disconnected from due to the Holocaust. And that search did lead me to a lot of his history and led me to Judaism and this strange path that I'm on now. And when I was 19, I found myself in a Orthodox girls' yeshiva and studying this text where there was this character called the Tumtum. And this was many years before I came out as trans and many years before I discovered that I was going to be a rabbi. But as soon as I saw the Tumtum on this page, there was bells of recognition. I don't know if any of you have had that moment in a journey towards coming out as something, coming out as queer or trans or disabled or neurodivergent, but I've had that moment now a lot of times in my life of recognizing something that is something I didn't know I was looking for, that is something that is who I am in some way, that I didn't know is a possibility for what I could be that I didn't know I was missing. And I'm like, and that was the moment I had when I met the Tumtum on this page of like, So I called over my teacher and I was like, who is this Tumtum character who doesn't seem to be either male or female? And this was 1993, just to give you context for how little the idea of people who were neither male or female existed. It just existed in that cultural context. And at that time, she said to me, oh, don't worry about that. The Tumtum is just sort of like a bizarre legal construction that the rabbis came up with, kind of like a unicorn to test the limits of the law. And even though I really didn't know anything about Judaism, I literally, when I started yeshiva, I didn't know what day Shabbat was. I thought it was started Friday morning and ended Friday night. That was sort of the context I was coming from. I had a feeling that this very learned teacher might be wrong. Not that unicorns aren't great, but I thought when she was like, oh, that doesn't exist in real life, I had a feeling there was more to this story. So I sort of set off in search of wanting to learn more about the Tumtum and started researching the Tumtum. At the time, there was nothing written about the Tumtum anywhere. And that kind of led me here. And it turned out the Tumtum and androgynous are completely throughout the Talmud, and there was this strange silence surrounding them. Why is it that there are these characters beyond male and female that are central to our stories, and yet no one was talking about it?
And I just want to emphasize that again. This person has now said twice that the characters they're talking about are not male, they are not female. They are not man, They are not woman. They are beyond the gender binary.
So my goal for this class was to introduce you to these characters the way I got to meet them. Hopefully with more support and community. I was alone on that journey at the beginning. And
Noah? I wonder if wouldn't it be funny if the person that was in my chat is this person right here? A they, she.
then along the way, it's been this incredible blessing to get to be joined by more and more people. What felt like this very isolating journey where the only models I had for Jewish gender nonconformity at the beginning were the tumtum and androgynous in this text. And now I am surrounded by so many of you and so many others. But I wanted this class to be an opportunity for you to get to meet these figures and figure out what they mean to you personally, especially in this moment. And this week feels particularly poignant when there are so many voices telling trans and non-binary and gender non-conforming people that we don't exist and we don't have ancestors. And that
this was immediately after the election. That's why they're saying this.
We are in some way fake people, whatever that means, when obviously we do exist. That these very concrete evidence that we've always been here and that we have always existed in ancient societies and in holy texts. I wanted this class to be an opportunity for you to really just meet them and figure out what they mean to you, because there is not an exact equivalence between these figures from thousands of years ago and being transgender or non-binary or intersex today. Because
no, there isn't, and there's no reason why this should matter.
Gender and sex changes a lot. So I wanted to say something about that right up front. We don't know what their experience was like in terms of being a tumtum or androgynous. What we know are these texts. I have some suspicions about some of the rabbis writing them and their identities, but we don't know exactly. In some ways, as you'll see when we start diving in, there's some very powerful parallels to the experience of what we would call intersex today, in that there's some very powerful evidence of being born with physical traits that don't fit into a binary that many other bodies around them more easily fit into. That is parallel to what we would consider intersex today. However, it's not an exact parallel, because the experience of being intersex today very much is formed by living within a clear binary system and living within a medical model. And that did not exist for these figures. We know from certain...
So what they're saying is these are not intersex figures. They existed before intersex was a thing. They existed before the binary model is a thing. Listen to this again, just to be sure, because they're saying explicitly this is non-binary. This is outside of the man-woman binary.
Binary that many other bodies around them more easily fit into. That is parallel to what we would consider intersex today. However, it's not an exact parallel, because the experience of being intersex today very much is formed by living within a clear binary system and living within a medical model. And that did not exist for these figures. We know from certain texts, for example, there's numerous texts where the example is given, what if a boy is born, or what if a girl, a tumtum or androgynous, is born? So
they believe the gender binary was created by capitalism. they're socially constructed categories capitalism created that did not exist before capitalism. As a reminder, capitalism is explicitly defined as private property ownership. They believe capitalism made men to exist in the workplace where they had all the power and all the money, women to exist in the home where they did the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers. This is called the patriarchy, and they believe this is all based on socially constructed roles created by capitalism. The way that you abolish the patriarchy is by abolishing the gender binary. The gender binary means men and women. When you abolish the gender binary, you flatten the hierarchy, because if you don't have gender, you don't have a hierarchy. That's what it is. In reference to them saying they think people like us don't exist. So that goes back to, if you don't play by their rules and like basically acknowledge their identities, then they literally believe that you don't see them. And so this is part of the reason why they act crazy and they look crazy, is to force you to see them, because then they believe that you'll have to contend with them. But if you're not playing their game, then they believe that you don't see them, which means they believe you don't, they believe that you think they don't exist. So there is a reason for that. Nope, nope, because you're not listening to the definition of capitalism. So nope, this is a comment. Tom, I laid the rules down at the top. No debunking, okay? I'm not sure you understand that you're trying to do that, but no, this is, they do not believe the gender binary existed before capitalism, private property ownership. They believe indigenous tribes had non-binary spiritual leaders. There is an entire map of non-binary cultures that exist all over the world that these people have created to prove that point. Again, we are not saying we agree with it. We are saying we understand what their argument is, and you're trying to debunk their argument because you're experiencing cognitive dissonance about what that argument is. This is why I recommended that you talk less and listen more for the first couple streams, because I promise you, Tom, if you keep talking, you're gonna confuse yourself. You're welcome to ask questions, but listening right now, actively listening, should be your goal.
There's more than two possibilities for assignment at birth, which makes it a very different experience than being intersex, where you're born between two possibilities of what to be assigned at birth. And it's living in a world without medical interventions. So it's not really exactly a parallel experience from this term that is formed from modern realities. In some ways, it's similar to being trans, in that, as I mentioned, some of these genders do change. Sometimes people choose to change genders. And as you'll see in the text that we look at today, some of the qualifications for how we understand the gender are social, like we understand an androgynous.
I really shouldn't be answering this question because I did set the rule that questions that are not related to the direct topic are going to require a super chat, but I will answer this quickly. Private property is considered to be bourgeois property. That is any property that you can use to generate personal, privatized wealth that is not available to the collective. This includes your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business be big or small. Your parental rights are considered to be a form of private property because your parental rights allow for the passing of wealth down through inheritance, which keeps the wealth in privatized families. The nuclear family is also something they want to abolish because they believe the nuclear family is the literal means of reproduction of capitalism, and your individual liberties like your freedom of speech and religion and all that stuff are also considered to be a form of private property. That is different from personal property. Personal property is stuff you own that you can't typically use to create large amounts of private individual wealth. So things like your computer, things like your phone, things like your car, things like your pets, things like that. They're your stuff, but it's not stuff that you're going to use to generate large amounts of personal private wealth that is not available to the collective. And so that is the difference. Thank you for the super chat. Happy New Year to you too, Protokill. Thank you.
Based on their religious obligations, that an androgynous's religious obligations are different than a man's and different than a woman's, are more like a man's, or have more religious obligations than a man and less than a woman. So that is what we would consider more of a social gender category than a biological sex category. in the modern world, that distinction between gender and sex simply doesn't exist in the rabbis category. They do not have that distinction between biological sex and social gender. That is a modern concept that doesn't exist in these texts, which is sometimes, so those concepts
something at least.
of transgender, intersex, non-binary don't exactly lay onto these texts. So I wanted to be upfront about that because often these questions come up. You know, how exactly do I fit on that? And I wanted to say right away, we don't exactly fit. And yet there is this huge resonance between here are these, at least for me, of here are these characters. I was told my whole life, at least I was very powerfully, that there's always been two genders. And now I'm encountering a text with something else. And as someone who is something else, this means something huge to me. So I wanted to start by offering, here are these characters that are something else, and they might not be exactly our identities through thousands of years, but there's something very powerful. So I'm going to end there and actually not have time for questions right now, just in terms of our time, and take your questions. And what we're going to do is go into small groups now with those questions and with where we're at right now.
Are we going to get to watch the discussion? Oh, fantastic.
So what we're going to do right now is go into discussion groups. So we're going to divide into 3 discussion groups. So Asher, could you divide us?
Yes, I'm ready.
Do you have the, great. Is this my group, Ash? Oh, no, not yet. Sorry.
Are we being put into breakout?
Yes,
room?
click to accept it. So we're going to have one that's still in this main room.
Okay.
Yeah.
You might be in my group.
Oh, okay. I just didn't see anything. So I was like, what am I missing?
Sorry, I didn't set that up as well as I should have.
Hang on, I'm going to fast forward. I want to get them into groups and talking, but there might be technical difficulties.
Definitely have a little more spacious time for these groups in the weeks going forward. But we did need to stay on track for today.
Okay, now they're going to have a talk.
But thank you to my group. So we are going to turn to the Mishnah now. The vast majority of texts we're going to learn in this class are from the era of the Mishnah or the Mishnah itself. So the Mishnah is really the heart of rabbinic Judaism, which is the Judaism that we practice. So the Mishnah is sometimes referred to a Jewish law book, but I think of it more as a Jewish legal theory book, or legal theory is even the wrong way of putting it. I don't know if Noah or Koach has a better way of putting it. It's like a theory of practice, maybe, is better than legal theory. And all other Jewish practices in some way relate to the Mishnah. They don't necessarily relate to the written Torah, the Bible, but they do relate to the Mishnah. Pretty much every Jewish practice will come back to the Mishnah in some way.
Are there any Jewish people that are watching right now that don't feel too offended that we're watching this, that want to help us understand this? Let me know.
And it's from the 1st and 2nd century of the Common Era, so about 2,000 years ago. And the context of the particular Mishnah that you're going to learn in a minute, which is about who is the androgynous, and then a little bit at the end of introducing the tumtum, so it's really an introduction to meeting the androgynous, is from a book of the Mishnah about agricultural laws. And right before this chapter where you meet the androgynous, there is a chapter about the koi, which is a kind of animal that is neither wild nor tame. So it's in the context of things in the world that don't fit well. So that's the context that we're in. We are going to be learning in Hevruta. We've already put you into Hevrutas based on your access needs. That was the only lens we used. So
Cool,
if
Rocky.
except if you requested a Hevruta, but other than that, the only lens we used was do your access needs match? So if we can juggle your Hevruta around if there's an issue. We're going to be learning in English for access, and please keep your Hevruta in English so as not to alienate your Hevruta, even if you are fluent with the Hebrew. But you do have the Hebrew, so if the Hebrew would be helpful for you, feel free to refer to it with your Hevruta and say, this word would be really helpful to look at, but don't
What does that mean?
Switch to just using the Hebrew because we want to keep a common language for access. Any questions about that? So I'm going to give you the prompts for our learning. Asher, could you put them in the chat? I'll also just read them here. So first, read an inside translation in English. So just literally read the words on the page in English. Now try an outside translation. Just try to make sense of what's happening. Can you paraphrase it?
Okay, thank you.
How does the status of the androgynous in this text compare to men, women, both, and neither? Number 3, are there any words or phrases that feel especially meaningful for you in this passage, and which ones? Number 4, now take some time to try to make meaning from this text. What does the phrase, "he is a created being of her own," signify to you? How does this, which comes at the end, how does this compare to how people who don't fit in the binary are regarded today? And you might not get to all of this, and that's okay. How much time do we have? Asher, do you know? We need to be back by...
I'm sorry, I'm focused on the breakout rooms. I'm not looking.
Yeah, sorry. Let me just see if I can do the math myself. I think we have 20 minutes. Yeah, we have 20 minutes. Great. So you're going to get an invitation to go with your Hevruta. And if you keep your chat open, will be able to keep the prompts when you go. And the fairies and I are available to you, and you can call for help if you need us.
And I need just one more minute to finish those breakout rooms.
Okay, so they're putting them all in breakout rooms. Are they coming
There was
back?
a Greek at time period, the 1st and 2nd century, there was a lot of Greek influence, and this was a concept that was shared.
Are these questions that they're asking? I probably shouldn't have fast forwarded.
And I believe you're going to get a PDF dropped in of the text.
Okay, they're still breaking into breakout groups. They're like dicking around. I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
And Isha as woman, but I did just say gender and sex don't exist. So I need to do some, I want to do some.
This is just nonsense. I want to actually get to the content.
Nekeva having originally been a Tumtu.
Hang on. I want to get to the discussion.
An important question, the difference between Nekeva and Isha that I...
Here we go. Oh, they're back. Back from the group.
I hope you had some good learning. It's always...
That was crazy.
New Hevruta is like a new partnership. Hope it went well, and I hope you got a little stretching in there as well. Noah, will you read the text for us? And Asher, will you put it up on the screen at the same time?
Oh, good. They're going to read the text for us. That's really convenient for us. So we don't have to do it.
Mishnah Bikurim, chapter 4, I guess the fifth Mishnah. The androgynous is in some ways equivalent to men. And
oh, the Noah person is a fairy. I seriously wonder if this is the person from the chat earlier. Wouldn't that be funny?
in other ways equivalent to women. In other ways, they are like men and women, and in others, they are like neither men nor women. In what ways are they like men? They cause ritual impurity with white discharge. Like men, they dress like men. They can take a wife.
Wait. In what ways are they like men? They cause ritual impurity with white discharge. They cause ritual impurity with white discharge.
Not be taken as a wife, like men. They may not be left alone with women, like men. They are responsible for the law of you shall not round the corners of your beard, like men. And they must perform all the commandments of the Torah, like men. In what ways are they like both men and women?
I think we missed a Mishnah.
Oh, sorry, can you scroll up, please, Asher? Thank you.
4-3.
And in what ways are they like women? They cause impurity with red discharge, like women.
They cause
and they
impurity
must
with
not
red
be alone
discharge.
with men, like women.
See,
and
this is so unfair. This is so patriarchal. The men get to cause impurity with white discharge. The women have to suffer through causing impurity with red discharge. Those are not the same thing. In any way.
Are disqualified
unfair.
from being a witness, like women.
I can read the next one, Noah. In what ways are they like both men and women? One who strikes them or curses them is liable, as in the case of men and women. One who unwittingly kills them must go into exile. And if on purpose, then the slayer receives the death penalty, as in the case of men and women. Their mother must, at their birth, bring an offering, as in the case.
Wait until Tom discovers that queer people are obsessed with BDSM and polyamory. You're about to have a lot of fun, Tom. I promise you.
Case of men and women. They may eat holy things that are eaten outside of the temple, and they may inherit any inheritance, as in the case of men and women. And how is he different from both men and women? They must not be sold as a Hebrew slave, unlike men or women. They cannot be valued for indentured servitude, unlike men or women. Rabbi Yossi says, the androgynos, he is a created being of her own, but the sages could not decide about them. But this is not so with the tumtum, for sometimes they are a man and sometimes they are a woman.
Wonderful. Thank you. So just a little bit in that text. There's so much in there that I feel like we could spend a lifetime just unpacking this Mishnah. So what did you make of this Mishnah? What came out in your Havrutas? In what ways is the androgynous like a man? In what ways is the androgynous like a woman? And what meaning do you make of this? And in what ways is the androgynous like both or neither? What meanings do you make of these different statuses? What came out in your conversations about in response to that question of in what ways is the androgynous like a man versus like a woman.
Joey says, with sarcasm, I thought that I, like an androgynous, can only be alone with my dog. And Chelsea says, I found it fascinating that they are like people, but not property, almost more of a person than binary sexed humans regarding servitude and slavery.
They're like people, not property. What is the definition of capitalism according to the left? Private property ownership. They just said that the androgynous was better than people, like normal people, because they're not property. The left believes that marriage is slavery because marriage makes you the private property of another person. But I think they're talking about like actual slavery here. Again.
Sarcasm, I thought that I, like an androgynous, can only be alone with my dog. And Chelsea says, I found it fascinating that they are like people, but not property, almost more of a person than binary sexed humans regarding servitude and slavery.
More of a person than binary sex humans.
Yeah. Other observations on how they are the same or different or sit within or not within the binary or...
Yeah, well, actually, this is an interesting way to look at it. Talmud endorses the slavery of all non-Jews, but they're saying this androgynous character, like, couldn't be made a slave. So this androgynous character couldn't be made private property. They existed outside the realm of private property. And that's why they said non-binary people are, like, more human than the binary ones. That's actually interesting.
You make of this?
This is Jay. It's Jay Richardson on the screen. I always go by my full name, but Jay is fine for those who haven't met me before. And I just wanted to speak to the idea that in some ways it does seem, at least from the English translation, that the rabbis are reaching for recognizing a distinct identity, that they are trying to move beyond this idea of, well, there's men and women, oh, by the way, in comparison to that, there's this. They are reaching for something beyond that. They are reaching for an actual recognition of an identity. But it's interesting that that identity leans very much toward men, with a recognition that, but by the way, there's going to be some purity requirements for you as well, if you're experiencing this, which you can kind of still say, okay, they're still trying to establish an identity where there's responsibilities across both of what are otherwise seen as distinct other identities. But then when it comes to the notion of being very socially a man in terms of your responsibilities with these other purity requirements, but you can't be a witness because you have these aspects that associate with women, and women can't be. So we're going to make you responsible for all of these obligations, but you can't be a witness because you have an association with this lesser identity. So it's like they're trying really hard, but then they still sort of miss their own mark.
I think what you're pointing to is something really important that, you know, we're just dipping into the text here, but I think what you're pointing to is a lot clearer in a lot of other texts, in that everything is not necessarily defined between men and women, but defined against men. That, you know, we live in a system where there are two strong genders and you have to fit into the two. And it might be, I'm just suggesting this as a possibility, that there's actually only one normal body in rabbinic texts, which is a man's body, and everything else is other, and everything else isn't necessarily defined between a binary, but against the man. So in this text, it is somewhat between a binary, but in terms of who really gets to do the Torah, which is, you know, the question that gets asked in most of the other texts, and which is touched on here, because the androgynous gets to perform all the commandments of the Torah, which is usually the rabbi's biggest question is, do you get to do the commandments or not? That the only one who is fully entitled always is a man. So the biggest question about tumtum and androgynous usually is how man-like are you?
So quick follow-up question. What you're speaking to is the way in which the context causes what I observed, which is they're really trying to establish a distinct identity, but they miss the mark, and they're missing the mark partly because as much as they're trying to identify at least two other identities and then this other one, they're still doing it through the lens of man. And so they set themselves up to kind of miss their own mark because
I
there's
don't
one.
necessarily think they're trying to establish a distinct identity. We'll see this as we go on. I'm suggesting that possibly there's really only one.
It's still only a comparison against man. Okay. Thank you.
I'm suggesting it. We'll see as we go on, which sucks in lots of ways. The idea that there's only one solid identity, which is man, and then lots of others. But it's interesting in that it's different, right? So if we created a system where there's two solid and then everyone who doesn't fit in is othered in some way, which is what we've got in 21st century America. And then if we're looking at these texts and there's only one person who's fully one kind of body, which is the like able-bodied man that's fully enfranchised, and everyone else is disenfranchised, that's another kind of system, which also sucks in its own way, but it's different. So it just shows us that these things change through time, and it seems like the people who, there's more room for different kinds, for recognizing that at least these other identities at least exist, aren't completely invisible the way the things that don't fit between the two are in a modern system. Koa, could you read some of these chats that came in?
Absolutely. So Tommy was responding to Chelsea saying that there was also a mention in there, Karuta, about this this sense of property. And they say not being able to become a servant can inhibit class or social mobility in the version of servitude that existed at that time.
These people control every single university in the country. These people control every single K through 12 school district in the country. These people will absolutely be protesting the inauguration. These people are the ones that did the campus protest, the pro-Palestine protest that you still see to this day. These people are the ones that did the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020. These people are the ones that did the Chaz in Seattle. These people are the ones that put gender ideology in school and started transing kids. These people are the ones that are teaching kids they're non-binary. These are the people that introduced DEI into every corporate workplace in the world. And I know you guys think that you're winning if you're getting rid of DEI programs, but DEI programs are a really low-level delivery mechanism for this idea. It's just one of a million ways in which these people are influencing the world, so don't pat yourself on the back too much. These people are the ones who did critical race theory in schools. These people are the ones that do anti-racist education. These people are the ones that introduced the idea of all white people being racist and introduced all of the mentions of racism in the news media that started right after Barack Obama got elected president, because they were trying to change the definition of racism from individualized racism to systemic racism, in which the system is the racist thing. The system is the system that upholds racism. That system is capitalism, which all comes from the far left. Do you need me to continue? How much influence do these people have? These people control everything. Everything.
Basically like signing a multi-year contract with lump sum payment at the end. A bit different than whether or not they would be seen as human.
Yeah.
Chelsea says, fair point. And Kimmy says, I saw a lot of myself in the text, in the named aspects, but I couldn't decide.
You think conservative media is going to save you from these people? Bro, conservative media doesn't even know these people fucking exist. They have no sense that any of this is going on. Conservative media is a sideshow to these people. They don't care. Conservative media is completely and totally cocked. Conservative media lies to you every single day. Conservative media covers for these people. That's why you don't hear about this stuff on conservative media. Conservative media will not tell you about these people. And I'm not talking about the Jews, I'm talking about the socialists, although they don't do the Jewish stuff either. Conservative. You mean conservative media. That's what you mean. Thanks for the laugh.
If they are given an exemption in not being given worth, or if it is a reflection of them not being able to be valued. I think I found it painful that in a reflection of today, too, the existence and reality of being not binary is rooted inescapably in the binary. We are marked by what parts of men and women we carry, not by our worth, not by our own worth. If men and women are given their own roles, rights, and so on, why is it that the androgynos can only borrow them?
Thank you. Yeah, important points.
Abraham says the halachic system is very gendered, so they had to try to fit people into a binary system because they had the underlying goal of upholding the binary system in general.
Hey, thank you, Rottweiler, for the super chat. Conservative media thinks queer Marxists are the blue-haired loons on TikTok and Tumblr, and they don't even know all this is rooted in communism. So true. So true. Guys, we're almost done with our first class. Hang in there. We're going to be getting into the spicier stuff in later classes, I think. So this is just our nice introduction. We got a long stream tonight. Please make sure you mount the like button for me if you have not already.
Well, remember, this is before the halachic system exists. So
well,
maybe
they're developing the halakhic system. I don't mean like the halakhic system as it exists today. I meant like the halakhic system as they were developing it.
maybe. Let's try to not read the halakhic system that is developed into the Mishnah. Like, let's try not to read the Mishnah anachronistically. It's easy to read the Mishnah within the whole context of Judaism, but also let's give and in terms of whether or not this is a binary text, I think whether or not the Tumtum and Androgynous exist within a binary, I think that's an open question. This is one of the more binary texts. Other texts that we'll see are less so. And I think when we look at the last Mishnah, there is some tension around whether or not they're fitting within the binary and how much they fit within the binary. Certainly when we get to a more of a codified halakhic system, there is a binary system, but this is before that. Before we get to that
Okay, Tom, I'm going to be honest. This is the last question I'm going to answer from you tonight. And then I'm going to put you in a timeout because you continue to ask questions instead of listening. And the questions you're asking don't indicate to me that you're listening to the content. So I asked you nicely to stop several times, and now I'm going to make sure you do. We're going to give you a 30-minute timeout, and then you can come back after 30 minutes, and if you continue to not listen, then we'll just make the timeout a little bit longer, okay? Because we're going to be here for much longer than 30 minutes. I know, well, this all sounds a bit conspiratorial. Bro, I have 3.5 years of primary source evidence backed up on the YouTube channel you're watching on, backed up on my Substack, all primary sources from the actual events. And I know how much Fox News does not call this stuff out because you obviously weren't listening earlier when I said explicitly Democrats are not communists in any way. Anyone who's ever told you that Democrats are communists has lied to you. You need to stop listening to them. I will show you the primary source information, but it doesn't seem to me as though you're listening. So now what's going to happen is we're going to put you in a little timeout and we're going to force you to listen before you continue to talk. Because I can tell you all the stories that Fox News hasn't covered. I can tell you all the stories that the Daily Wire and the Blaze haven't covered. I can tell you all the stories that Steven Crowder hasn't covered. You want to know why? Because I've covered them. So I know it happened. Because I was fucking there. You guys don't hear about it because your cocked media doesn't fucking tell you. Now sit your ass down and listen. And if you feel like coming back in a half an hour and asking us questions that are relevant to the content that we're watching, then I will be more than happy to answer those. Otherwise, it'll be a super chat. No more questions that are unrelated to the content without a super chat. We've got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. This is not all about you.
Mishnah. What did you make of the conversation about the Mishnah on the ways in which the tumtum and androgynous are protected from harm in terms of what happens to people who manslaughter and things like that with the androgynous? Anyone focusing on that in their Havruta? Emuna.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about how in some older societies, folks who kind of didn't fit in the expected system were subject to like harm or excommunication. And in others that we talked about, they were seen as like particularly holy, and how it was interesting in this one that they were protected from harm just as any other person. Like they were protected from being stricken and cursed. But it wasn't, they weren't particularly at a higher or a lower level in that case. And yeah, we thought that was interesting.
Was there a text to add to a chat to add in?
Yes, Abraham says it seemed obvious, like they had to prove the person was human, which seems odd, but I guess sometimes stating the obvious is necessary.
I mean, what really strikes me about that is that in a 21st century context, it's not obvious at all. That, you know, we live in a context where people who don't fit in a binary are not protected from harm in very concrete ways. That, you know, this text very explicitly says any person who harms, whether accidentally or on purpose, the androgynous is treated exactly the same way. And we live in a system where there's, you know, huge legislative attempts to pass laws that science shows will harm us, where, you know, there's huge rates of murder that are not followed up on, and laws that don't protect us against, that we live in a system of enormous violence against trans and intersex, and, you know, surgeries performed on intersex children with enormous clinical evidence are harmful, that are not protected against. So it is, you know, to me, just that one passage feels really remarkable. Just that being protected from harm, and something we don't have in this moment that was there. That the fact that the androgynous exists is expected to be part of civil society, is expected to be loved and married, which is something else we get from this passage, is desirable, is, you know, part of family systems, and is protected from harm, is radically different than, you know, the vast majority of this country today, or probably this whole country today, as a baseline.
Wow.
for legislation. Were there some chats to read?
Somebody was just commenting that makes me wonder whether it was either common to be violent to them, or whether it was one of those things where we separate ourselves from another local culture who has a practice we didn't approve of, in response to what Abraham had said about needing to state the obvious.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. They're basically done. Let's go back and let's just like speed this up a little bit. We're going to go to our next class. Nuclear recordings. Let's move into session 2. And this is called Queerly Created. Oh, this sounds like it's going to be good. Those different links. Hang on. I did the wrong link. Hang on. Fast forwarding, finding where it starts. Oh, here it goes.
People, if
Oh,
there's
no,
someone
we're not doing a dedication in the chat.
studying and engaging with the words.
Oh, hey, feminine got what? What is this?
Eloheinu melech haolam.
Okay, some Hebrew thing. I'm sorry, we're not doing Hebrew school today.
And notes into the
Sorry.
chat as a reminder. And feel free to message us directly if there's any access issues that come up today. And then let's just take a moment to go over our agenda for the day. If you could
Excellent.
lead us through that as well, Koach.
Yes. We are in the welcome. This is the first 5 minutes of our session today. And then there will be an introduction to our session that will last around 10 minutes. We will have hopefully very spacious time today for Chavruta, 25 minutes, and we'll come back together for a debrief that will last around 20 minutes. Then we'll go into our small groups like we did last week for about 20 minutes, and then we'll have a closing for 10 minutes, which will hopefully include some music and dancing.
Music and dancing.
Thank you. So before I set up our texts for today, I wanted to return to the question that came up last week. And I realized that the person who asked the question I wanted to return to, which is the difference between the phrase Isha and Nekeva. Corvin asked this question, and Corvin's not able to be here today, but hopefully they're watching this recording and we'll get the answer. But I wanted to return to it for all of us. So the question came up that I had set up the text by naming that there is not a clear distinction in these ancient texts between the concept of gender and sex the way that we have today. And then Corvin had asked the question, if that's true, how would you define the difference between the phrase Isha, which is usually translated as woman, and Nekeva, which is usually translated as female, which very much implies a distinction between gender and sex. And I thought this was just such an important question that I wanted to sit with it for a while. And I got some consultation on it from Lainey and Becky, who run the Trans Halacha project here, as well as looking at this book, which I'll talk about a little more later on, but you should all be aware.
The book is called Trans Talmud, and the image that's on the cover of this book is in that zine that I told you guys about earlier. Let's go back. So, shit, hang on. Hang on one sec. Hang on 1 second. I need to get a file. I need a file that I just downloaded not too long ago in my downloads window because I don't want to go into, is it this? Yes. Okay. So we've got our zine that I showed you earlier, okay? It's at the bottom of the zine. Wait, no, not that one. No, it's actually not. It's in the middle. I forgot. No, it's in the middle. It's definitely in this zine, though. There it is. Bing. So, you guys see this image? This is, I don't know, Faye Gala. Little bird fairy. See that image? Yeah. Thanks, Ray. I got it. Thank you, though. Look at the image on the cover of that book. Same image. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
It's called Trans Talmud by my dear friend Max Strassfeld.
You got it?
And has a lot of great wisdom on questions like this.
Can you send it to me?
So
Thank
of what the answer that I want to offer you is that I want to kind of modify the statement from before of there not being a distinction between gender and sex. That I think that really important question does highlight that there is sometimes a distinction that Isha really does imply a social status that is more like a gender. However, when it comes to the tumtum and androgynous, the way that the tumtum and androgynous are defined uses characteristics that we would think of as gender, like social status or religious obligations or preferences, as well as things we would consider sex traits like body parts or voice. So when it comes to the tumtum and androgynous, there is not a clear distinction between gender and sex. However, the term Isha really is a gender as opposed to a sex. So then the kind of question gets raised for me, if Isha is a gender, if the category that we think of as woman is a gender, is Isha always a nekeva? Is the person that rabbis thought of as a woman, in other words,
Well, yes, because men are at the top of the social hierarchy and women are at the bottom. This is a hierarchy that was created by capitalism, according to the far left. So yeah, it's also a social status. That's what the patriarchy is.
Does who the rabbis think of as a woman always have a vagina is kind of the question that gets raised for me from that. And that, I think,
again, just one more time, please.
Woman is a gender. Is Isha always a nekeva? Is the person that rabbis thought of as a woman, in other words, does who the rabbis think of as a woman always have a vagina is kind of the question that
does who the rabbis think of as a woman always have a vagina? That is the question of the hour, isn't it?
Gets raised for me from that. And that, I think, is a really interesting question. And I want to offer you this tshuva. A tshuva is a piece of writing that explores an interesting question. So this is a modern piece of writing by a Sfaranik called Chava de Cordova, who takes on this question really, because what she's writing about is, are trans women obligated under the traditional Jewish laws of nida, which are Jewish laws of menstruation? And on the surface, what she says is you would think the answer would be no, since trans women do not menstruate. However, if you look more closely at some of the sources on nida, on menstruation, it's a little more complicated. For example, when Maimonides is talking about the laws of nida, Maimonides says we count it based on there being a cycle, whether or not there's blood.
Thanks.
And Chava talks about this by saying maybe Maimonides was just misinformed about women's bodies. Well, maybe that's true, although Maimonides was a doctor. So maybe Maimonides was aware of a bigger range of women's bodies or people who, bodies. We know that the Ilanit was a gender that does not menstruate, that does keep some form of nida, probably, or doesn't menstruate regularly. That menstruation is more complicated. So Chava takes this as an example of, some of these laws associated with women are not so clearly connected to the physical body and therefore must apply to trans women. It's not clearly, this law is not clearly tied to the blood itself, but to cycles. And there's lots of women, like trans women, who don't physically bleed. I also, a text that I thought was really interesting in this conversation is one that we're actually going to study next week, which is there's a text where we learn that Sarah, as in Abraham and Sarah, the first mother and father of Judaism, that Sarah was tumtum before she transitioned to become a nekeva.
What?
But we would assume that Sarah
Sarah was non-binary?
was already an Isha. She is the wife of Abraham, and the term Isha very much applies to like women and wife, that she's already has the status of Isha, or however you want to translate that, before she transitions in some way and becomes a female. So I've never seen any commentary on this. This is just my commentary, but I feel like that text gives us some room to imagine that Isha is not completely, along with this Maimonides text and this passage from Hava, I think there's some room in there that Isha is not entirely always Nekeva. And this figure of the Ilanit, who we know is a gender that's a little more complicated, but often has the status of Isha. I feel like that was kind of complicated, but I did really want to respond to that question. So any thoughts or confusions about that, about all of that just now? Before I go on. Lisa.
Yeah, so I'm looking again at the original like sheet that you gave us with the terms for gender diversity.
Yeah.
And I also just noticed that like Ish and Isha aren't on this list.
Yeah.
And is there a reason why they're not on that list?
Yeah, because they are kind of they're a whole different kind of term. You know, those terms that I gave you are the categories that you might be assigned at birth that aren't exactly gender, aren't exactly sex. Those are sort of the categories where Ish and Isha are more like gender. They are social statuses. And I think how close they are to the modern category of man and woman, I think is an open question. I think they're usually, for most of Jewish history, they've been clearly understood as man and woman. I think what I'm offering is to try to make that a little more complicated. And I think there is some room to make that more complicated, like Hava's Tshuva does, and like the text where we see that Sarah at least was an Isha, but not a female. I think there's room to make Ish and Isha a little more complicated. Usually they're understood as man and woman, but you wouldn't say this is a baby Ish.
So you would say the baby is Zachar or the baby is Nekeva.
Exactly. And you would say that about an animal too. Or like a baby tumtum or a baby androgynous. So in many ways it's closer to sex, but like I said, what they would fall under that is not as strictly what we would consider sex in a contemporary context. It's much softer.
And I think what maybe you're also saying is that people in these categories can like live in different ways as Ish and Isha.
Yes. Yeah. In general, it is. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little more complicated, but yeah. But yes, people mostly live closest to Ish if they have a penis and closest to Isha if they don't. But there is some complication around that.
Obviously, but thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. And generally people's bodies are evaluated against how close they are to having a penis. You know, in our system, there is a lot of evaluation against two poles, like how much can we get you to fit into either having a penis or a vagina? And there's like medical intervention to get to fit into one of these two bodies. The rabbis are mostly concerned with how close are you to having an able-bodied penis-owning body. They're not as concerned about anything else. There's no trying to conform and like the conforming to Isha.
Penis owning body.
To get to fit into one of these two bodies. The rabbis are mostly concerned with how close are you to having an able-bodied, penis-owning body. They're not as concerned about anything else. There's no trying to conform, and like the conforming to Isha is not as much of a firm category, really, because it's the penis having body that has full access to the mitzvot. And that's what really matters to them. And that's what I was pointing to last week when I was saying, you know, we kind of, in a modern 21st century context, there's really two normal bodies and everything else is weird and you have to figure out what to do with it. And I'm suggesting, I'm not 100% sure if this is true, but one of my kind of gut feelings from spending time with these texts is maybe for the rabbis, there's really only one normal body, which is the sort of penis owning, for want of a better term, because it's not really man if it's a different system. It's like the penis owning Jewish body, able-bodied Jewish body, and everything else is some kind of weird other that they're trying to figure out what to do with, including Isha, which is not great, right? We don't love that, but it's something totally different than what we have. And there's something exciting to me in the fact that it's totally different.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm going to go on now just for time, but we'll come back to this interesting question and like what is the distinction between how does Isha and Nekeva fit into all of this? And I hope I didn't make things too confusing, but it was such an interesting question. I didn't want to just leave it on the table. So what we're going to study today is going right back to the beginning, and it keeps all these questions on the table. So
I don't know.
We're going to the creation of the first person, and we're going to look at one verse from the Bible on the creation of the Adam. Sometimes we look at Adam as a personal name, and it does become that in the way we talk about it, but in the book of Genesis, it's not really a personal name yet. It's the Adam. It's a noun, not a personal noun. The Adam comes from Adamah, which means earth, and the Adam is the earthling. So it isn't like Adam, like a name, but a description. So it's the creation of the Adam, the earthling, and then Midrash about who this earthling might be. And Midrash is a form of commentary that looks at the Bible, the written Torah, and tries to understand the kind of holes or problems in it. The verses of the Torah are very terse. A lot of things are left out. So the Midrash looks for the things that are left out and tries to make sense of them. And that's very much what we're going to be doing today. So what I want you to do in your Havruta is really spend some time with the original verse, try to see what's confusing about it, what was it that was perplexing the rabbis, and then look at the Midrash and see all the different solutions that are offered. You don't have to try to find a harmony between the different solutions. Often in the Midrash, there are just a number of different solutions that are offered. So they might not come together in any way. There's just different options. The Midrash we're looking at comes from between the 3rd and the 5th century of the Common Era. So it's a couple hundred years later than the text that we were looking at last time. So I think that's all you need to know in order. Oh, the other thing I wanted you to know is that sometimes when we think about the creation of Adam and Eve, we think of one story. This is one verse that tells the story of the creation of the first person amongst a number of different accounts of the creation of the first person in the book of Genesis. It's hard to count, but there are numerous versions of it within the book of Genesis. So this is just one version.
We're querying the creation story. We get it.
So that's it. It's 23 past the hour. So we are going to go into Havruta and we need to be back by 45 past the hour. So we have like 22 minutes.
Fast forwarding. He seems to be in a group here with other people, so I wonder if they talk.
Hi, sorry to complicate things. I don't know if you had a room for me, but I just got inside and joined on computer instead of.
Okay, they're not talking. Okay, now they're going to come back and read their
First
thing.
for us.
Hang on.
Amazing text with you.
Okay, now they're going to read
Start
it.
with the Torah, with the written Torah. Asher, can you put the verse up? Great, there's the verse. I'll read this verse for us for starting. And God created the earthling, Adam, in the divine image, creating it in the image of God. Male and female, God created them. So, before we go on,
they're arguing that Adam is non-binary. And God created the earthling in the divine image, creating it in the image of God. Male and female, God, they're arguing that Adam is non-binary. I'm pretty sure that's what they're arguing.
what is the problem in this verse? What might be
because he said Adam. He didn't say earthling. He said Adam.
And God created the earthling, Adam, in the divine image, creating it in the image of God. Male and female, God created them. So, before we go on, what is the problem in this verse? What might be bothering the rabbis of the Midrash? What is confusing about this verse? What did you talk about in your Havrutas? Koa, could you read the...
Nope, they said pretty clearly earlier this was not about being intersex. They explicitly said that in the last class.
Yes, Abraham says, we noticed the Midrash quoted a different verse, Genesis 5:2.
Yes, that is interesting that the Midrash is using a different version of creation as a proof text when trying to solve the problem in this version. So let's wait to unpack the Midrash until we've found the problem of this verse. So it is interesting that in trying to solve what's wrong with this verse, they do go to a different verse. Do you want to read the next one? The next
says the problem exists in both verses, actually.
But what's the problem? Can anyone name the problem in this verse?
The problem is the shifting numbers, but the verse that we're learning this verse in the we're learning this midrash in the other class too, and in the other verse in the 5:2, it's even more striking the difference in the numbers. This verse is it's somewhat striking, but in the other verse it's even more striking. The difference between going from singular he talking about Adam to going to plural they.
Right. So the problem being in the first half of the verse, it says creating it, the Adam, in the Hebrew, for those who know the Hebrew, oto, which is usually translated as he, because God created the Adam, oto, could be translated as either it or him. Usually it's translated as him, which creates even more of a grammatical problem, right? If we translated it as, and God the way this verse is usually translated is, and God created the Adam, or the first man, in the divine image, creating him in the image of God, male and female, God created them. That's a more standard translation, but it creates even more problems for the rabbis if you translate it that way. Is it him or is it them? Is the first human singular or plural? And if you translate it that way, do you notice any other problems? What other problem does that raise besides what other questions does it raise about the first person besides how many are there? What other question might it raise for the rabbis about the first human being?
Well, if Zakar Unakeva is talking about the first being, it seems to imply that the first being was both Zakar Unakeva.
The first human being was non-binary.
Right. So I see from in the chat, actually, could you read any other chats that came in? Koach?
Yes. M says, what was their sex? And I also saw Ross unmuted, so I'm not sure if Ross wanted to add something.
And actually, could you read the chat before from M also?
We noticed the rapid movement from it or Oto to them Otem was problematic.
Right. Yeah. And was there someone else who wanted to jump in?
So just zooming out for a second, if we're working with the notion of God creating this.
I just want to remind everyone that now is not a time for debunking them because we don't care about debunking them. Now is a time to listen to what they are teaching to understand their perspective. That's the purpose of this. It's not to agree with it. It's to understand what their perspective is.
Being or beings in God's image, then what does God look like?
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got a whole series of questions here. I think that M was pointing to as well. And Ross, thank you. So we've got a series of questions. Is it one being or is it more than one being? Is it a male being, which the Oto has a male implication to it because Oto can either be translated as he or it. So we might have an idea that the Adam is a man, but then very clearly it says Zechar and Nekeva, which means male and female. So is it a male or is it a male and female? And then this is in the image of God. So we're not only trying to find out the gender of the first earthling, but what does this tell us about the gender or the sex? Our language is unclear here. What does this tell us about the gendering of the divine? So those are the questions that the Midrash is trying to solve.
And what are the answers to those questions?
Anyone unclear? Are we all on the same page when we go to the Midrash? These are a great set of questions. And there's more than one creation story. This is just the set of questions that this first verse raises for us. So let's go to the first answer. So now what we have is the Midrash has put together a bunch of different answers. They might not actually all be in the same room together, but the Midrash has kind of created a virtual room for us with a series of answers. If you could scroll back so we could read the first one first.
Yeah, I want to read the first one.
There we go.
M put in the chat that it's also interesting to note that all this punctuation in the translation is also translation, meaning added. Makes it even more confusing for me because there are so many ways to add and change the punctuation to change the meaning.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for naming that. Is there someone who feels like they'd like to read this first interpretation by Rabbi Yermiah ben Elazar? Yermiah. Actually, I don't even know. Do you know Koach or Noah?
Yermiah, I think.
Yermiah?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone like to read it?
Someone read it. Come on. I'll do it.
Rabbi Yirmiyah ben Elazar said, when the Holy Blessed One created Adam, God created him as androgynous. That is what is meant by the verse, male and female, God created them.
So they're saying that Adam is non-binary. That's the first response.
Genesis 5:2.
Wonderful. So what is this solution here? How does this solve the problem of the verse? How does this solve the problems that we just laid out in the written text from the Bible?
It seems like they're doing a thing where they're using they the way we use they in English, where it's like a gender neutral singular pronoun. Because even if Adam was created as androgynous, it still doesn't solve the plural issue in the later things. So it seems like they're saying that they here is being used as a gender neutral pronoun to refer to this multifaceted being.
Exactly. This is I love this because this is a singular they. Like if next time someone is like newfangled single.
Do you guys know how so one of the arguments that queer people always have to combat against the they them pronouns is people who don't understand why they have to use someone's pronouns. They say it's not grammatically correct. You're making me use they in a singular term, and that's not grammatically correct. And now the Jewish queers are literally saying, guys, excuse me, but they used a singular they in the creation story because Adam was non-binary. Wow.
They point to this text. I mean, obviously it's in a different language, but how awesome is it that that is this very first answer?
How
is
awesome.
like,
yeah.
Don't get too caught up in the they, male and female created them. Who are we talking about here?
Awesome
the they
is a word.
is
a
singular
use,
being, but it's a male and female being. The they applies to the androgynous. That's who's both male and female.
Singular they.
And we needed to refer to as they. That's exactly that. And as you were pointing out before, Avraham, the proof text, all of these answers choose a proof text from a different part of the Torah. The proof text is another creation proof text story, which also uses a they. Although in that one it seems more clear that the story that it's taking from, male and female, God created them. Usually we think of Genesis 5:2 as talking about two beings, usually when we read chapter 5. So it's reinterpreting that too and saying, actually, that was an androgynous also. Like it's trying to solve a lot of different inconsistencies in the Genesis story by saying, no, actually, the way that we're reading back to that was that's this first Adam who's an androgynous as well. That's how it's being reading that text also as a proof text.
The first non-binary.
Because there's also inconsistencies. If you read, there's like this plural singular.
That one's for all the people that always ask me, didn't capitalism exist before this? Did it or like was capitalism created when this when people who are trying to own the libs to debunk this argument, when they're like yeah, I'll clip that, don't worry about it. When people are like you know, well, what happened before capitalism? And I try to say to them, well, they say that everyone was non-binary and there were spiritual leaders that were non-binary before capitalism. They go, I don't think that's true. I go, I think that is true. And now you're literally hearing the queer Jews say that Adam, the first person, was non-binary and used singular they pronouns. So they're literally telling you that our natural state of being is non-binary, is what the argument is.
Inconsistency of how we understand creation is a problem throughout the text. So this interpretation is solving it with this singular gender neutral they. So wonderful proof text for singular gender neutral they as the androgynous. Great. Let's go on to the next one. Would someone like to read the next version? the one that starts with Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachman.
Thanks, Mizakan.
I can do it.
Thank you.
Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachman said, when the Holy Blessed One created Adam, God created them with two faces, and later sawed them in two and made two backs, a back here and a back there. They, the other rabbis, raised an objection. But is it not written in the Torah, God took one of his ribs, tzalotav, to make a woman? He said to them, this means that God took one of his two sides, as it says, and for the tzalah of the tabernacle, which we translate, and for the side of the tabernacle.
So can anyone try to paraphrase what's happening in this? How does this solve the problem of the verse? What's going on in this answer? Can you visualize what's happening and how this solves the problem? Did anyone get a visual image of this when you were reading it?
This is Jay. It seems they're trying to pose a scenario in which there was one, made two, and the them is referencing the two that came from the one, and doing it in a way where the one had aspects relevant to a them, but it's now them because there was a separation that made it a them.
Absolutely. Thank you. Lisa, did you want to jump in as well?
So addressing the sort of the question also of like, he raises a thing like this is, there were two beings in that one being, and so that's why it's a plural. But then the conflict comes up because the rabbis are like, well, but it also says that Chava was created by this, pulling out this rib, and your scenario doesn't take that into account. And so then they start
here it is. Oh, Tom had his little breakdown. This is just really impressive, Tom. Really impressive. And Tom is obviously a troll, which I said from the very beginning. But Tom actually waited around a half an hour to tell me off. Instead of sitting down and shutting the fuck up and listening and learning about the far left and learning all about all the things that Tom had no idea about, Tom decided to stomp around and probably was really, really pissed that I made him wait a half an hour to chat in. Oh my god, can you imagine that fucking bitch is telling me what to do? And now he's telling me off and saying, you're constantly being on your phone is awfully unproductive. No, Tom, what was unproductive was giving you any attention at all. Your passive-aggressive attitude, you're a middle-aged woman on a power trip. You only have 100 views. Well, no, I provably actually have more than 100 views. But Tom, you demonstrate the reason why probably this content doesn't get more views, because retarded fools like you that only listen to conservative media, you're not smart enough to understand it. And you're not smart enough to follow along. And this is why you honestly think that conservatives are winning. Because you have no fucking clue what's going on, bro. So I'll take the few smart people over the many retards every day of the week. And Tom, you are no longer welcome. Goodbye.
Over language, saying that it actually doesn't mean like a physical, like a rib, like a bone. It's like a rib, like a side. And here's an example when of this word being used to mean just side, because when we were talking about the tabernacle, they weren't talking about like bones, ribs.
Amazing. Thank you. Yeah, that captures a lot of it. Somi, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, in our group, I ranted a lot about the connection between this and Hedwig and the Angry Inch, which is also where I learned of the like this is coming directly from ancient Greek mythology of Zeus throwing a lightning bolt and separating these people with two faces.
Yeah.
That are made back to back.
Thank you for bringing in the ancient Greek. So this comes directly from the ancient Greek, or the ancient Greek comes from this. There was a lot of cross dialogue. It comes from the same time period. There's like Hellenistic and Jewish crossed. This probably comes Greek into Jewish. I think in terms of time frame, but there's like cross-pollination. The term androgynous itself obviously comes from the Greek. In the ancient world, there's a lot of conversation around gender, and this idea exists. So that myth is directly related. So it is this two-faced, two parts of feme is the Hebrew. It's this two-faced being that then is divided. The image of it is they're back to back like this, which explains the Oto. It's the one being that then is divided and becomes two beings. And the story of a rib becomes reinterpreted to this is the spot where they were connected, like conjoined twins, and comes apart, which solves all the problems in the Midrash. And I mean, they all solve all the problems in the Midrash, but this is a way of solving all the problems we had in the Midrash. So let's go to the next one. If you could just scroll down for us, Asher. Would someone like to read Rabbi Tanhuma for us?
I think Amuna had their hand up. Were you wanting to say something?
Sorry, it was just a comment on the last one.
Please jump in. Yeah.
Just sharing that in our group, we talked about how kind of validating and affirming this interpretation was, because it sounds a bit like an affirming surgery in some ways of like
He just, oh, I'm sorry, they, them. That's a they, them. That's not a he. That's a they, them. They, them just said that we want to just affirm the interpretation that Adam was non-binary, and it's a little like trans-affirming surgery.
Adam noting an issue with the way that they were in the world, and God like doing surgical intervention on that. And in our group, we talked about that as both kind of like a cool disability justice perspective, but also a really like affirming, like to folks who choose to have gender affirming surgeries or other kinds of affirming surgeries.
The Torah
and
is
how
like gender affirming
there's,
surgery.
I don't know, there's a holiness in the story of being both, and there's like a holiness of not questioning God, but God creating something and the creature saying this isn't quite right, and then God agreeing and responding. And that's such a cool story to have. I don't know.
I love you naming this as an affirming surgery. And that affirming like proto surgery is something that comes up in a lot of these texts. Including one we're going to look at next week. So thank you. I think that is really.
Oh, I can't wait to look at that one next week. Yeah, God apparently was the first gender affirming surgeon. The Catholics are going to be thrilled.
Astute, and I really love that reading, so thank you. Let's move on to Rabbi Tanhuma, if someone could read that.
Come on.
I can read it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rabbi Tanhuma, in the name of Rabbi Naya and Rabbi Berekia, in the name of Rabbi Elazar, said, When the Holy Blessed One created Adam, God created them in an unformed state, and he was situated from one end of the world to the other. This is what is meant by the verse, "Your eyes saw my unformed parts." Psalms 139:16.
Right. So how does this interpretation solve the problems? What is it that they are imagining? Lisa. You're on mute.
Yeah, so when Caleb and I first looked at this text, we both just kind of like it took us off guard. We were just like, what? Because at least for me at first, like it seemed like that he was like avoiding the question. Like that's kind of, and also just the idea that like he created them in an unformed state and he was situated from one end of the world to the other. We were just like, what even? It just seemed like total like left field. And at first I think I was picturing like Stretch Armstrong, this being that like is just stretching across the world. But then what we ended up talking about was that I think this is almost saying a little bit more about the nature of God than the nature of like the being itself. Because I think this is saying that like God, that like, I think it's kind of moving away from the idea of like God having a body with specific characteristics. And I think what this is saying is like that, I don't know, that like God sort of like stretched God's self like across the world, and so like all of the potential of like stuff and parts came out of that. And then we also talked about that like the that maybe God just created like a little Ken doll mound from which to mold different parts from. But it's a really
That's not actually the first time I've heard a Jewish person use the Ken doll analogy.
fascinating text.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's fascinating too. Asher, could you take the text down so we can just see each other as we're, and Koa, could you read what came in by chat?
I'm gonna take a turn reading the chat. So I think the last one we had. So Abraham was making some comments about conjoined twins, saying that maybe some of the midrash we saw before was based on knowledge of conjoined twins, though maybe the rabbis didn't know that conjoined twins can't be fraternal. And Adam added to that, indeed, I began wondering if and how the rabbis deal with twins and conjoined twins in other texts. Adam also says, it all seems to suggest that the body has never been fixed, that it has formed, then reformed, perhaps in ongoing throughout time. And Somi wrote to Lisa, I was wondering if it meant Adam was like a sentient cloud of dust over half the earth. Adam says, this text doesn't indicate who made the decision for the separation. Did Adam elect for this transition, or was it God's decision alone? Somi responded to that in the talk.
Did Adam consent to having their gender transitioned?
I think God
Or
said
was
it's
God
not good for Adam to be
it really, like, if Adam didn't consent to having their gender transitioned, then that would make God a fascist.
alone and parades the animals in front of him, and Adam's like, nope, I don't like this. Then God does surgery. Ross says, we were discussing in our Chavruta that I have been looking into loneliness in Judaism, and I was looking at this verse and noting that this violence of a sort, or at least separation, was needed in order for the earthling to not be alone.
Socialist events almost always have an ASL interpreter. It's part of disability justice. They think it makes the content more accessible.
Says, we talked about development of sex in the womb and afterwards.
Thank you. So you're going to go into your small groups to unpack these, to talk about what these texts mean for you in a minute. I think this text is really fascinating. I'm really fascinated by where it goes from. It's, the first part is the one quoted the most often. The idea that Adam was an androgynous, that's mind-blowing enough to have gone from Adam and Eve to, there's a man and a woman created out of his rib, which is the story I was raised with, at least, to the idea of the first human being a gender non-binary in some sense. But then we go to things that are even more kind of increasingly mind-blowing, to this idea of the du partsifim, of like a multifaceted being that is separated in some way. And then the last one of an unformed that stretches out across the world. The phrase there is a golem, that the unformed mass is a golem, which, if you know the story of the golem, is sort of a mass of clay that is then formed into a person. So this is before the golem is formed. This is just the kind of mass of clay in this story. I think the comment that this tells us something about God's gender, which was brought up right at the beginning, or God's sex, is very apt in terms of imagining the first being created in the image of the divine as the gender, and not just gender, but the question of singular or plural, but like form altogether, of being this kind of limitless and infinite.
God is also non-binary.
Being kind of uncapturable, beyond, way beyond binary, but even like stretching out across the entire world. And for me, it goes even beyond exploding the binary. I had a similar experience, I think, to some of you, where this text really exploded my mind, where I was already sort of like, so a heart opened by the androgynous.
So again, this is the second time in this class that they're making the argument that non-binary is our natural state. They're saying Adam was non-binary. They're also saying that Adam was created in the image of God, and therefore God is non-binary. Therefore, if God is non-binary and the first human was non-binary, then non-binary is our natural state. This is the argument being made.
And then I got to the golem and I was like, wow, this even pushes me to think further about my own gender, to imagine the first being in the divine image being so limitless and expansive. So we're going to take some time in our small groups, but I think a question for all of us is to about, you might want to spend some time in your small groups. We have different prompt questions. Which of these versions of the Adam speaks to you? You could spend some time in your small group with this. Which of them speaks to you? How does this change your whole idea of creation? Is there one of these stories that speaks to you in particular? How does this change your idea of being created in the image of God? And how might it change your entire idea of the divine to have these resources in our tradition, this very ancient text that so many other texts have been built upon and is so within the heart of our tradition as these images of what it might look like to be in the image of the divine? So let's take a little time in our groups together. It's 2:13, so let's be back together by 2:25. So we'll have 12 minutes together.
Okay. Are they just going off into their groups?
Welcome back. Is this everyone, Asher?
No, there's just a couple of people. They'll be back in 8 seconds.
Okay, I'll wait then.
We're all back.
Wonderful. Welcome back. I hope you have.
There is no universe in which non-binary means sterile. So that's how they do that.
Had a good discussion. I really appreciated my group. I wanted to just offer you as a resource in 2007, which I can't believe how long ago that is now. My Havruta, Rabbi Reuben Zalman, and I created a learning module on this midrash, this text, and all of the different a number of different interpretations on it, some of which we just learned and some of which there's more of, and it still exists online. It's like an online learning module. Could you just pop it into the chat, Asher? I just messed up when I tried to. It lives on Keshet now. So feel free to enjoy and explore that. There's lots of different interpretations of this there, as well as our translations of them from 2007. We are going to end now with Kaddish to Ramadan and say goodbye to each other.
Okay, we're through our second one. We're making good progress. We finished module 2. Now I have a very important update before we go to module 3. Module 3 is going to be, we're going all night here with our queer Jewish study in our radical yeshiva. Trans lineage. So that's going to be what we're going to be watching next. I just want to do a quick check on something. Oh, come on. And of course my thing is not working. Why isn't it working? Why isn't the thing I need to working? Well, okay, so here's, oh, good. Now it's taken over my entire screen for no good reason. Okay, that's exactly what I did not want to have happen, actually. That is completely unhelpful, YouTube. Completely unhelpful. Okay, my thing is not working. I just want to check something. So do you guys remember the Jewish troll from earlier, Nona? Do you guys remember her? Well, Nona, when she came in and caused problems in my chat, and then tried to say I was anti-Semitic, and then tried to get me to say that I hate the Jews when I don't hate the Jews at all, and we're just watching a Jewish class, and then I banned her out of the chat because I warned her several times and she was still being uppity and not listening. Guess what? Nona is still watching the stream, because I can tell who's watching the stream. Nona is still watching the stream right now. Do you guys remember Tom that we banned about 20 minutes ago? Tom, who came in and kept ignoring my specific instructions, kept asking questions that weren't relevant, was obviously just trying to be disruptive, and then I banned Tom for half an hour, and then Tom had all sorts of feelings, and he stomped out like a little fucking child. Tom's account is still watching the stream right now. So the two people that have been banned tonight for being disruptive when it was completely unnecessary are still watching the stream. And what that tells you is that these are accounts that have been created specifically to hate watch my streams, specifically to try to cause problems, specifically to try to find things that they can clip and put on the internet out of context, because they're just so convinced that they can get me canceled or demonetized for being anti-Semitic. But it's the joke's on them. We love the Jews. We're taking a Jewish class on gender right now. We love the Jews. We welcome the Jews on the channel. Everyone is welcome to be here. So we know you're watching. We know what game you're playing. And if you think you're proving any points about, Jewish behavior with your behavior tonight, I don't think you're proving the things that you're proving. Anyway, we're going to continue on with our third session in our trans, what is this class called? Transtextual. With our queer Jewish class, we're going into trans lineage. Hopefully we can bang out all of them. Now I'm starting to get a sense of how they teach those, so we're going to be able to get through these a little bit more quickly, because I'm starting to get a sense of, how they're actually teaching. And hopefully we get into some more spicy advanced stuff. All right, hang on. They're doing their prayer to bless the class. Okay.
And we'll come back together for a debrief that will last around 20 minutes. Then we'll go into our small groups, like we did last week, for about 20 minutes, and then we'll have a closing.
Didn't Tom say he was
for
leaving?
10 minutes, which will hopefully include some music and dancing.
Yes, he did, but he didn't.
Thank you. So before I set up our texts for today, I wanted to return to the question that came up last week. And I realized that the person who asked the question I wanted to return to, which is the difference between the phrase Isha and Nekeva. Corvin asked this question, and Corvin's not able to be here today, but hopefully they're watching this recording and will get the answer. But I wanted to return to it for all of us. So the question came up that I had set up the text by naming that there is not a clear distinction in these ancient texts between the concept of gender and sex the way that we have today. And then Corvin had asked the question, if that's true, how would you define the difference between the phrase Isha, which is usually translated as woman, and Nekeva, which is usually translated as female?
Hey, John, no, you were trying to debunk. Please don't do that again. Please take the critique from people in the chat who know what's going on, because Liquid Marble's been here longer than you, and he's seen a lot of shit, and he knows exactly what's going on. So no, there is no universe. So now I'm answering your question for the second fucking time, which is unacceptable. I should not have to answer a question more than once. I answered your question once already when you said queer people are always sterile. And I said there is no universe in which queer people are all sterile. You are confused. Queer is not the same as trans. Anyone can be queer. There is no correlation between sterility and being queer. Queer is a political affiliation. So now you're going to cut the shit, and if you get told to do something by like a senior member in my fucking chat who's been around here a lot longer than you, then I expect you to listen. Don't waste our time. We have a lot of things to cover.
Female, which very much implies a distinction between gender and sex. And I thought this was just such an important question that I wanted to sit with it for a while. And I got some consultation on it from Lainey and Becky, who run the Trans Halacha project here, as well as looking at this book, which I'll talk about a little more later on, but you should all be aware of. It's called Trans Talmud by my dear friend Max Strassfeld, and has a lot of great wisdom on questions like this. So kind of the answer that I want to offer you is that I want to kind of modify the statement from before of there not being a distinction between gender and sex, that I think that really important question.
Queer people literally have babies. Queer people raise their children to be non-binary, and you're going to argue that queers are all sterile? What a stupid argument.
And does highlight that there is sometimes a distinction, that Isha really does imply a social status that is more like a gender. However, when it comes to the tumtum and androgynous, the way that the tumtum and androgynous are defined uses characteristics that we would think of as gender, like social status or religious obligations or preferences, as well as things we would consider sex traits like body parts or voice. So when it comes to the tumtum and androgynous, there is not a clear distinction between gender and sex. However, the term Isha really is a gender as opposed to a sex. So then the kind of question gets raised for me, if Isha...
I'm gonna start promoting people in the chat to moderator. If you are like a person that's been around for a long time, if you don't want the wrench, let me know. But and I apologize if I miss anyone right away. It's not intentional, but I do want to start identifying people who like other people in the chat should listen to. And I apologize I haven't done this sooner.
Is a gender, if the category that we think of as woman is a gender, is Isha always a nekeva? Is the person the rabbis thought of as a woman, in other words, does who the rabbis think of as a woman always have a vagina, is kind of the question that gets raised for me from that. And that, I think, is a really interesting question. And I want to offer you this tshuva. A tshuva is a piece of writing that explores an interesting question. So this is a modern piece of writing by a Sfaradic called Chava de Cordova, who takes on this question really, because what she's writing about is, are trans women obligated under the traditional Jewish laws of nida, which are Jewish laws of menstruation? And on the surface, what she says is you would think the answer would be no, since trans women do not menstruate. However, if you look more closely at some of the sources on nida, on menstruation, it's a little more complicated. For example, when Maimonides is talking about the laws of nida, Maimonides says we count it based on there being a cycle, whether or not there's blood. And Hava talks about this by saying maybe Maimonides was just
Wait, what? Did they say a person can have a cycle whether or not there's blood to get around the fact that some women don't menstruate because some women are really men? Is that what was just said?
And on the surface, what she says is you would think the answer would be no, since trans women do not menstruate. However, if you look more closely at some of the sources on nida, on menstruation, it's a little more complicated. For example, when Maimonides is talking about the laws of nida, Maimonides says we count it based on there being a cycle, whether or not there's blood.
Wow.
And Hava talks about this by saying maybe...
Hey guys, everyone can have a period now, according to the Jews. Congratulations to all non-menstruating people. If you want the cramps and the misery that go, and the mess, quite frankly, the mess, the extra expense, the amount of pants that you have to change and have to throw away and replace that are perfectly good pants, except you wore them at the wrong fucking time. If you guys want, if any of you that can't menstruate would like those problems as well, please just let me know, okay?
Maimonides was just misinformed about women's bodies. Well, maybe that's true, although Maimonides was a doctor. So maybe Maimonides was aware of a bigger range of women's bodies or people who, bodies. We know that the Ilanit was a gender that does not menstruate, that does keep some form of nida, probably, or doesn't menstruate regularly. That menstruation is more complicated. So Hava takes this as an example of, some of these laws associated with women are not so clearly connected to the physical body, and therefore must apply to trans women. It's not clearly, this law is not clearly tied to the blood itself, but to cycles. And there's lots of women, like trans women, who don't physically bleed. I also, a text that I thought was really interesting in this conversation is one that we're actually going to study next week, which is there's a text where we learn that Sarah, as in Abraham and Sarah, the first mother and father of Judaism, that Sarah was Tumtum before she transitioned to become a Nekeva.
I want to watch that too.
But we would assume that Sarah was already an Isha. She is the wife of Abraham, and the term Isha very much applies to like women and wife, that she's already has the status of Isha, or however you want to translate that, before she transitions in some way and becomes a female. So I've never seen any commentary on this. This is just my commentary, but I feel like that text gives us some room to imagine that Isha is not completely, along with this Maimonides text and this passage from Hava, I think there's some room in there that Isha is not entirely always Nekeva. and this figure of the Ilanit, who we know is a gender that's a little more complicated, but often has the status of Isha. I feel like that was kind of complicated, but I did really want to respond to that question. So any thoughts or confusions about that, about all of that just now? Before I go on.
Go on. We're ready.
Lisa.
Yeah, so I'm looking again at the original like sheet that you gave us with the terms for gender diversity.
Yeah.
And I also just noticed that like Ish and Isha aren't on this list.
They literally covered that last
And
week.
is there a reason why they're not
literally
on
covered that
list?
last week?
Yeah, because they are kind of a different, they're a whole different kind of term. You know, those terms that I gave you.
Yeah, they
are...
literally already talked about this last week. We're fast forwarding over this. Sorry, you already covered this.
Obviously, but thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and generally people.
Wait, are we watching the right thing?
Category really, because it's the penis having body that has full access to the mitzvot.
We already watched
that's
this. What the
really...
fuck? Why did I click on the wrong one? Is that the wrong link? Did the link take us to a different thing? We watched that one. We watched that one. That was the one we already watched. Did that take us to the wrong link? Did they set this up wrong? We might have to miss this one. Yeah, it's the same. They linked it wrong on the website. All right, well, I guess we're moving on because that's not... Oh, that's fine. Okay, that's actually not that big of a deal. Let's get into the one where they say Sarah is non-binary and then transitioned. It was on their website that was the problem. That wasn't us that was the problem. That was their website. Okay, this looks different. Yeah, this is definitely different. Okay. I don't think we missed out on much there, honestly. Okay, they did their
Intro to
prayer.
class. Koach's going to take us through a little bit where we're going. We'll move into Chavrutah for about 25 minutes, which nice, spacious time. We'll do some debriefing. We'll go into small groups to talk about some resources related to the text that we're going to learn, and then we will close out our learning. And we'll turn it back over to you, Koach.
Thank you, Noah. As a reminder.
Oh, shit. You know what? I always forget about Power Chat. I always forget about it. I apologize. Let me pull up the Power Chat. Because the thing is, no one sends me stuff on Power Chat. So I appreciate it. I don't have it set up where it can go over the screen on this one, which I do want to do at some point. I just haven't figured out how to make it work with my system yet, but I definitely want to read your Power Chat because I appreciate it. Uh-oh. Fuck. I have to have an authenticator. Okay, I'm going to let this play and I'm going to get into Power Chat. Hang on. Play.
For access, as we are speaking together specifically in the big room, we'll just remind everyone to try to remember to say your name before you speak so that we'll know who's talking. And with that, can we put the access notes in the chat, Asher, please? There we go. All right. So last week, we spent our time.
Oh, hang on. I'm in the Power Chat. Yo! $100 Power Chat. Thank you for the $100 Power Chat. That's awesome. And actually, God, Xylocon, you sent for... Okay, this is my bad. People are actually sent... Now, not too many people have sent in Power Chats, okay? Not too many people have sent in Power Chats, so I didn't miss many, but let me thank a couple people. Let me thank Gayla sent in a Power Chat a couple days ago. Well, yeah, a couple days ago. She says, is this new? How does this work? Xylocon sent in a Power Chat. and said, I'll take things that make time fly for 1,000. That was for 420. And then the big $100 super chat from Kelterus. Hi, Carlin. Thanks for the content. I've been binging Holy Vacant after watching your opening. Love your work. And I've got you on Twitter. I'm going to make sure if I'm not following you, I'll definitely follow you. All you have to do is bribe me for that. No, I'm just kidding. Usually if you post good content, I'll end up following you too. But hey, thank you for letting me know. And I'm going to do a better job of I need to figure out, because here's the thing, like I do want to get Power Chat integrated with what I'm doing, but I don't know how to do it right now, and no one's been able to help me with that, but I really want to do it. So if anyone can help me, please help me. But I do have it up and running, and I'm going to do a better job of making sure I'm checking in on that. So hey, I really appreciate you using it and supporting what I do. And look at that. Look at that. Met our goal for the night. I get to update my banner. That was unexpected. I was expecting to log in and see like $5 or something and be like, thanks, bro. Which would still be cool. I don't poo-poo $5 super chats at all, but yes, Power Chat does definitely take less money away from YouTube. Yeah, it definitely does. Definitely does. Yeah, and Holy Vacant is my friend Siggy that I went on the road trip with, and I definitely recommend, if you like the opening music on the channel, go listen to his stuff. That I have the instrumentals. He has some of the instrumentals up, but he also has he collaborates with other people, and so you can listen to. He's just recently released an album. It's a very Catholic oriented album, but it's also really good, honestly, and I've listened to it quite a bit. It gets in your head and you can't get it out. But definitely check out Holy Vacant on Spotify. Shout out to Siggy, we love him. Even when he's being a dick, we still love him. Okay, he's not a dick. He's mostly nice, but even when he's not, we still love him. But we love him right now. So yeah, that's it. Anyway, well, see, I don't like rap either, but some of the songs that he has, I do actually like. So anyway. Yeah, I do want to do this at some point, but just not right yet. Okay, everyone refocus.
Studying about and discussing how Abraham and Sarah, the patriarch and matriarch of our tradition, were tumtum, and how they might have been.
Yeah, and we've got a member chat from Maria. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 4 months. Really loving the Socialism Saturday. Looking forward to catching the start on replay. I agree. See, everything is so nice now. I feel like we've gotten a system where we have the trolls under control, so they can't disrupt our shit anymore.
And a same gender loving couple, or intersex, or trans, or all of the above, which I like that option. Wanted to know if anybody has any meanderings or wonderings about what we discussed last week that is kind of still top of mind that you want to bring to the space before we go even further to discuss more tumtum or tumtumim.
Tumtumim.
You can put it in the chat, or you can raise your hand and we'll make sure you can have space to chat.
Why is there a black Jewish trans person? How did this happen? I mean, truly, like I was not expecting to see like a trans, non-binary black Jew.
Right. Looks
at
like
Yeshiva.
we feel pretty satisfied with what we learned last time.
Yeah, there's also a
feel
Jewish
complete.
cat. Yeah.
So we'll move on to what we're gonna do today. We're going to look at a text that is from the Tosefta, which is a text that was brought about, written, I should say probably it was an oral tradition and then became written, but was codified at the same time as the Mishnah, but it wasn't included in it. except for when it's brought in by the rabbis to supplement some text. And we're gonna this week be looking at the Tosefta on the Megillah. And the Megillah is a scroll. And oftentimes when we think of Megillah, we think of the story of Esther, right? The kind of quintessential time when we read the Megillah. But pretty much a lot of the writings are also Megillot, right? They were written on a scroll and made to read in that way. So today we're going to be reading about the Megillat Esther, so the quintessential one, and what the rabbis had to say about who is authorized and or commanded to read the Megillah, especially for the community. So that is, I don't want to give too much more because I want us to dive into the text, so that's what you can read for yourself and be able to kind of grasp what you can from the rabbis, what they're after. And so I'll invite you to read the translation of the text in English and then try your best at a outside translation. What is it trying to say in your own words? What are you understanding about this text, and what do you think is being taught in this text? And we're gonna invite you to see whether or not there are any words or phrases that feel especially meaningful to you. And you'll see the word all in this text. And one of the things we'll discuss is, who is this all that the rabbis are speaking about? And we'll have a good amount of time to be together in Chevruta. So I invite you to spend time trying to make some meaning of this text while you have time, so that when we get back together, we can have the juicy conversation we are used to engaging in.
I don't like the way they teach this because they go backwards.
All right,
They do the
just
group
wanted
and
to
then
check
they
in to
teach it.
see if we might be ready for Chevruta.
Okay, let me fast forward to get the text up. So what I wish they would do before they go into these initial small groups is actually like, let's read the text together and then let's go into the small group and talk about it. And then we can refer to the text when we come out of the small, it makes so much more sense. But no, have to do things the hard way.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone who would like to read our text out loud?
This is Joey speaking. I can read. How much should I just read the first paragraph?
Yeah, why don't you read the first paragraph? Thank you, Joey.
All are obligated for the reading of the scroll of Esther on Purim. Priests, Levites, converts, freed slaves, disqualified priests, mamzerim, a born saris, a saris by human action, those with damaged testicles, those lacking testicles.
What?
All of them are obligated.
What
and
does that even
all
mean?
of them have the power to fulfill the obligation of the community if they read the scroll of Esther to the community as a whole.
What does those with damaged testicles
for getting us
mean?
started, Joey.
Circumcised?
All right, so before we move on to the next part of the text, there's a whole bunch of things in a list, including a bunch of highly specific words. So I wonder if folks have questions or if there was specific stuff y'all were discussing with regard to anything in this first part of our text.
I mean, this is a good, maybe it's not really interesting. Do you think it's structured because of incompetent teaching, or is it structured so people just check out? Listen, man, like, I guess a rule, like I know about instructional design because I worked in higher education. I've set up classes on multiple occasions. I used to teach my own classes. I had to do my own instructional design. Like, I know about this stuff. I don't know how commonly it is for people to actually know about this stuff when they first set up classes and they start teaching. If people get training in that or what. But I guess I would say, like, never ascribe to malice what you can ascribe to stupidity. I think it's just incompetence, honestly.
Any questions about what any of these terms are or how people are being categorized? Abraham's saying interesting definition of all. Yeah, we're going to get into that.
I just want to read this again. All are obligated for the reading of the scroll of Esther on Purim, priests, Levites, converts, freed slaves, disqualified priests, mamzerim, a born seris, a seris by human action, those with damaged testicles, those lacking testicles, all are obligated, and all of them have power to fulfill the obligation of the community if they read the scroll of Esther to the community as a whole. Okay.
Just want to make sure that we're clear on this part of things and the different ways people are kind of being described before we move on.
This is Joey speaking again. In my Havruta, we were discussing mamzerim, and we had learned different things about what it meant. Like, I had learned that it actually did include children born to women out of wedlock.
Thanks, Joey. That's such an important thing to make sure we're clear on. So it often gets taught that way. I'm not totally sure where that comes from. Maybe Koach or someone else knows where the idea that a mamzeach is a child born out of wedlock comes from. But in fact, a mamzeach refers specifically to a child who is born from a relationship that is considered forbidden. So anything that falls into the category of galui arayot, and those are relationships that are generally forbidden based on familial proximity.
Incest.
So it has to do more with that than wedlock. It really has nothing at all to do with wedlock. So thank you for naming that. Good for us to get clear on that. Simcha and or Andrea, you have a hand raised.
Well, that's queering a relationship, isn't it?
Yeah, something we had discussed in our group and I had brought up was the line, those lacking testicles. Does that refer to transmasculine individuals, AMAB
That's a good question.
individuals that are intersex and therefore don't have it? That was something it made me think of.
What does that actually
Great,
refer
thank
to?
you. Such a good question. So I'm going to actually open that back up to the group based on the way that this text is written and based on the other people or groups of people, descriptions of folks that are being named in this part of our text. Do people have ideas about who might be referred to here in terms of those, when it says those lacking testicles? I'm going to take that as it's my turn to answer, which is all good. So in this first paragraph, generally the bodies being described are bodies of people born with penises. We can make of that what we wish. And the way that our text is understanding that, we're going to get into a bit, but generally speaking, this first paragraph as read, the way that it's worded, isn't necessarily meant to be speaking about, for example, trans masculine folks. That doesn't mean that we have to leave the reading that way, but in terms of how it's originally worded, it's specifically referring to people who are born with penises. Anything else about this before we go on in our text? All right. Is there a volunteer to read the next paragraph?
Hey, Noah, I think Corbin might have a question or something to say.
Thank you. I missed it. What's up, Corbin, please?
Thanks. This is Corbin. I was finding it interesting, and I'd love to later get into the Hebrew, the distinction from ceres versus lacking testicles, perhaps whether intentionally or born that way. I have seen ceres translated as meaning not having testicles, perhaps a eunuch. So that was just something that I found an interesting distinction to say all of them.
Yeah, thank you so much. I agree with you. It's an interesting distinction, and hopefully we'll have time to get back into it after we get through the rest of the text. So we'll put a sticky on that for a second. Anyone want to read the next part of the text?
I'll do it. I'll do it. A tum-tum and androgynos are obligated to read the scroll of Esther, but they do not have the power to fulfill the obligation for the community as the whole. The androgynos has the power to fulfill the obligation for their own kind, other androgynos, and does not have the power for one who is not of their own kind. A tum-tum does not have the power to fulfill the obligation to others, whether they are of their own kind or not of their own kind. Women, slaves, and minors are exempt. We're going to have to hear that again, but I thought I'd speed things up.
This is Razel. I can read.
Razel. That's an interesting name.
A tumtum and an androgynos are obligated to read the scroll of Esther, but they do not have the power to fulfill the obligation for the community as a whole. The androgynos has the power to fulfill the obligation for their own kind, another androgynos, and does not have the power for one who is not their own kind. A tumtum does not have the power to fulfill the obligation for others, whether they are of their own kind or not of their own kind. Women, slaves, and minors are exempt. Thus, they do not have the power to fulfill the obligation of the community.
And maybe we'll finish out our text and then we'll get into the discussion. Thank you, Asher. So this last part of our text, anyone want to read it?
I can read it.
Thanks.
Said Rabbi Yehuda, when I was a child, I read the Megillah in
Everyone pointed laugh. Point and laugh at this person. You have been reported to the ADL. Oy vey. Your I'm not anti-Semitic BS falls flat when you've literally praised neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes numerous times on your streams. James Lizzie will keep winning audience. Oh, wait. They kept going. You won't be laughing when you get demonetized. You literally couldn't find a publisher willing to publish your books, so you started your own company. Pathetic. Tell me this person has never published a book without telling me this person has never published a book. Anyway, that was a good interlude. Thank you for that. You're permanently banned. Goodbye. They're always stupid. They're always so stupid. That was fun.
In front of Rabbi Tarfon in Lod, and he praised me. Said Rabbi, when I was a child, I read the Megillah in front of Rabbi Yehuda and Usha, and there were elders there, and none of them said a word. They said to him, one cannot bring a proof from one, for example, such as Rabbi Yehuda, who permitted that very thing to be done. Nevertheless, from that time and onward, they became accustomed to permit minors to read the Megillah in public.
Thank you, Autumn. Okay. So, based on all of this, let's get into it. So, Abraham already put in the chat for us, who's the all here? If our text starts out saying all, who's actually being spoken about?
None of them want to participate. This is crazy. This is so painful. Why don't any of them want to discuss
ish? Okay, so right. So we saw in the first paragraph that starts off with all are obligated, or all are chayavin, everyone, yeah, all are obligated in reading the Megillah. And then it proceeds to list different categories, different experiences, different descriptions of people with penises, and then kind of gives caveats in the next. Simcha is saying kal v'chomer, which is like inductive reasoning. So if this applies, then this other thing applies. If children who aren't even obligated can read for prominent rabbis, shouldn't all be far more expensive? Right. Okay. So thank you, Simcha. I think that's part of what this last aspect of the text, what this last chunk is helping us uncover, is what we can learn from this example of minors being allowed to read, even though they are not technically obligated. Autumn is adding people who have transitioned from one identity to another later in life. Okay. So that might also be included in all. Do you want to say anything more about that? What you're thinking when you say, or like what you're thinking in terms of how transition might relate to someone being obligated or not?
Sure. Just it seems like it's not so. It doesn't necessarily, I guess, mean that it has to be related to sex of the individual. That it, like they're mentioning, like converts, someone who was not a Jew and then became a Jew, or a freed slave, someone who was a slave and then became not a slave. And a disqualified priest could just mean someone who like retired from the priesthood, so was a priest and then now it's not. So they're kind of going by the original identity for these folks, that it's like, are they still, are they this or are they that? Let's err on the side of what they, what we called them at the beginning, just in case, or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And thanks for bringing in the idea that we're not necessarily talking only about transition in the context of gender, right? So a priest, a Kohen, who might have previously been considered able to fulfill duties, who then, retires or becomes considered unfit for reasons of disability or other things. Other thoughts? Right. So far, this first part kind of gives us everything relative to, quote unquote, like to the zachar, right? So the quote unquote male, in the view of the Talmud, and like we've been talking about in previous sessions, that's kind of everything is being defined relative to that. So deviation from zacharness is what we're encountering in the first part of our text, and then kind of going further out from there. So we have on the one hand, all are obligated, and then we get a list of a bunch of people who are not able to fulfill the thing. So we're kind of holding this tension.
This Koach here. No, I was just remembering when I studied the text around who is obligated for the regalim, for the festivals, to like go and present themselves. And it starts out like this, again, like all are obligated, but then they start saying who those all are. So it seems to be like this is one of the things the rabbis do, is they start with the all, and then it's not a backtracking, I don't think, but it's just I think they're further defining what that all means from their worldview.
Yeah, thank you for that, Koach. I think that's a great way of saying it. So all, but then there's a whole bunch of asterisks that get added, so to speak. Avraham is saying in the chat, I wonder why they seem to consider the androgynous person closer to man than the tumtum. So that's, I think, a really helpful insight and moves us into the part of the text where it's into our next part of the text. So thoughts? Like, why would an androgynous potentially be seen as someone who can more readily fulfill the obligation of reading Megillah than Tumtum? Razel saying it came up in their group too, so it sounds like this was a hot topic for y'all today. I would love to hear what folks thought.
This is Rose, and was part of the discussion with Razel, and it reminded me specifically the difference between the androgynous and the tumtum reminded me of when we in this course were first introduced to them, and we studied the text that presented the androgynous as like extremely obligated, sort of erring on the side of we don't know this person's gender or anatomy, so we're going to err on the side of too much obligation, versus the tumtum sort of goes in the opposite direction almost, like we don't know this person's gender or anatomy, so we're going to err on the side of almost no obligation, and sort of with like exemption being the most common thing.
Yeah, nice. Thank you for reminding us of that. And I think we're seeing that applied very much here. So the androgynous, in the view of the rabbis, is closer to the zachar.
Why is this person sitting in the
sort
dark?
of like ideal normative man for halachic purposes. And the tumtum being seen even farther away, therefore is considered even less able to fulfill obligations. And I think it's important to say here too that when we talk about who's obligated, there's a really significant relationship between obligation and access. So if you're obligated in a mitzvah, halachically that gives you more access right away. The idea being that, okay, well, if you're obligated, then we have to figure out a way for you to do it. Whereas if one is not obligated, or if one is considered to be complicatedly obligated, if we can say it like that, like the androgynous or the tumtum, then issues of access also become more complicated because there's not this the same sort of pressing need to make sure that a person who is obligated fulfills that obligation. Yes, Abraham.
Hello, it's Abraham. Yeah, I feel like they view the androgynous as somehow partially male. Well, not somehow, but like as partially male and partially female. But they view the tum as maybe like a soft make, a doubt, like maybe a man, maybe a woman. So they so they don't want to allow someone who they think maybe might be a woman to do these things that they don't think women should be doing. And so they're like the partially man, partially woman person gets more obligation or more access to these mitzvot because they're viewed as kind of both, whereas the other person, the tum is viewed as like maybe one, maybe completely one, maybe completely the other. And they're very like anti someone that they view as maybe a woman to be doing the mitzvah for the community.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's right on and connects to what we're seeing in terms of this idea that, okay, if androgynous folks are considered closer to Zahar than not, then right. So there's this kind of like, okay, well, we're more likely to try to figure out how someone we're putting in that category would like can do the thing. But as we see even in the text, the rabbis are still hesitant in terms of restricting androgynous to reading only for other androgynous. So even though there's this idea of like, well, maybe you're kind of like a Zachar, maybe you're almost obligated and we're kind of okay with it, there's still this hesitation and restriction and kind of othering, even in the process of acknowledging some degree of obligation. Any other things coming up for folks or things that came up in Chavruta that you want to share before we look at some
really,
more
Robert? That's
modern
funny.
resources and spend a little bit of time in small groups?
I would like to talk about how Sarah was a tum.
Yeah, Autumn.
One thing that I really enjoyed about this text, I mean, there's the the hierarchical stuff and the kind of gender discrimination here potentially, but it also, I mean, in these cases, like in no situation are they just talking about like one androgynous or one of these identities, like talking about these folks in groups as if they're communities. And in fact, like just two examples, like it's like, so it's not that the tum and androgynous don't do this at all. They get to do it, but they do it together for one another. So it's like, oh, so while all the other masculine-ish folks do it over here, do it in their boring way over in the main hall, all the tum and androgynous go to another room and like, I'm just imagining like the tum and androgynous, like just kind of, having to be in the large one and like just rolling their eyes and tapping their toes and just being like, this is so straight, or something, or something like that. And then getting to go do their version. And then the other part that was really fun was in the last one where it's like there's the Rebbe and there's the elders in the room and there's the child. And just, I love this, that the elders were there and none of them said a word, which you could interpret that none of them said a word because they couldn't fulfill the obligation. And even the rabbi, so the rabbi was silent plus however many elders there. And so you can be like, okay, maybe this was a whole group of tum and androgynous who were like, hey, we've got to fulfill this thing. Someone get the kid in here so that we can get this over with. And so anyways, I'm just loving imagining these communities. And, I guess, number one, are these communities together all the time throughout the year, or is this like a special time of year where, the androgynos and Tumtum get to come together and see one another and dress up and do things? Anyways.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for all of that. I think it's this Megillah is really interesting in this way because it gives us so many examples to explore obligation, and truthfully, we could spend probably an entire Zman, if not a whole year and beyond, on the ins and outs of who's obligated in Megillah and what that tells us about gender Talmudically, what that tells us about so many other things.
Dan Crenshaw, that is extremely anti-Semitic, Dan Crenshaw. We are taking a class from a radical yeshiva about gender, and we're learning what the Jews believe in their own words based on their own books, and we're very interested in this class, and there's no anti-Semitism allowed here. I think that we should honor the Jews and what they bring to the table, and this is our way of honoring them. So this is not like, I think, why shouldn't we focus on the Jews? Why shouldn't we? What's wrong with the Jews? What, do you got a problem, Dan Crenshaw? Are you anti-Semitic? Come on. Don't disrupt our class, Dan Crenshaw. We're learning a lot in this class.
But we don't have quite that time today. I think the points you're bringing in, Autumn, are so important, and just the idea, right?
Hang on, Naruto with the off-topic super chat. Hey, sorry, off topic. I just wanted to say everyone in California stay safe. There are now videos surfacing of fire. Oh yeah, the fire tornadoes. Yeah, just in case things couldn't get worse in Los Angeles, now there are tornadoes made out of fire. Listen, man, it is really sad, and I gotta say, like, it actually did fill my heart with joy that James Woods' house got saved. Like, James Woods thought he had lost his house, and then he goes back and his house is still standing. All his neighbors' houses are burned down. And it was just like, that was actually really nice. But I mean, it is actually incredibly sad. Like, it's crazy what's like Los Angeles is fucked. Los Angeles is so fucked. But on the bright side, Gavin Newsom will never be president. Like, if we have to take, get some silver lining here, Gavin Newsom is now basically permanently disqualified from ever becoming president ever. Like, because you can't get past, you allowed the largest fire in United States history to engulf billions of dollars worth of property because you morons cut budgets and didn't fill water reservoirs. So, it is very sad. Thoughts and prayers to everyone in Los Angeles and all that stuff. But yeah, fire tornadoes. Dan Crenshaw, we would never talk about the Jews in a derogatory way. We only honor the Jews. There is no anti-Semitism allowed here. I will ban anyone engaging in anti-Semitic behavior from my chat.
Right, I think is exactly what we're moving towards, thinking about, okay, so does that mean right? Like, all right, so we don't get to be in the main room, like we make our own minyan. Koach was talking a little bit ago about the trans Hallel that happens for Rosh Chodesh and other times that we say Hallel. So this idea of what does it mean to take this kind of exclusion and make it our own? So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Koach. We'll look at some additional sources.
Thanks, Noah. Let's see, Abraham says this also reminded me of women's Megillah readings in left-wing modern Orthodox communities. Yeah, it's like one of the things we could think of as like this is pushing folks to the side, but we could also think about people who are there taking up their own space, right? Like you were talking about, Autumn, and that I so appreciate this view of like, hey, I get to do this on my own. I get to like dress how I want to dress. I get to be who I am in my fullness and get to do do the like do the obligation. I get to fulfill the obligation rather with my people. I love that. Okay, so there were some resources that we have that we wanted to share with you. One of them is a translation of Asher Yatzar for all genders that Rabbi Elliott wrote. And so I want to put that in the chat. There we
I thought
go.
we were going to have a discussion
And
about Sarah
then
being
also
a
the
tum-tum.
Trans Halacha Project, which has come through SFA,
Where was that discussion?
and see what it would be when we queer it.
What?
So we're gonna watch the video,
What?
and
What's this?
hopefully this will delight you, as it
Oh.
I know has delighted
I
me
hope
and
it will
other
delight
people.
all of us. What?
Blessed are you, awakener, life of all worlds, who remove sleep from my eyes and slumber from my eyelids.
Blessed are you, generous
It's
creatrix,
in the
who
back.
stretches forth
Hey,
the
Asher, I
earth
think it's
upon
the
the
video
waters.
stuck on this end.
No.
Oddly enough, it's stuck on me, so I don't know if it's me or,
It is you.
or
You just
if everyone is
you
seeing
just
that.
ruined it. You
Got it.
ruined the
It played up
video.
to that point.
Should we start it again?
It was playing after, like you could hear the words but not see the video.
Yeah. Do you guys catch
Okay,
that?
let me just
Creatrix?
restart.
Oh,
Let's just
it's
restart the video.
it's on
Let's just
my
watch
end.
it again.
Okay.
I think that's a great
All
idea.
right, great. Let's
Okay.
keep going.
Actually, I think I need to take it down so that then I can restart. Otherwise, it may not work. One moment.
I don't think that's how that works, but okay. As long as we get to watch it
Yeah,
again.
because I know the video has it has captioning, which is awesome.
No, that's not New Age. That is not New Age. That's not what New Age is. Sorry, it's just not what it is. I am fluent in the school of New Age. Come on.
Blessed are you, sacred flame, who shines your light upon everyone and everything.
Blessed are you, wings of gold, who crowns my people, all people, with splendor.
Did that person just purposefully cross their legs in a Susan Sarandon type way? Did we just see that? Did that? Rewind. Yo! Again.
Light upon everyone and everything.
Blessed are you, wings of gold, who crowns my people, all people, with splendor.
Blessed are you, holy fashion designer.
What?
Who delights in the way we dress ourselves as altars.
Blessed are you, nameless and infinite, who has made us in your image and reminds us that all bodies are sacred and holy.
Yep.
Boom, boom.
Yep.
Blessed are you, liberation worker, who moves us to stretch and expand towards freedom.
Blessed
Liberation
are
worker.
you, divine apple orchard, who delights in my delight and receives my pleasure as praise.
Blessed are you, the way, who meets me where
I am.
Blessed are you, holy breath, who fills me with this gift every day.
Blessed are you, abundance, for helping me remember I have everything I need.
Blessed are you, source of life, who I draw upon for strength, and who reminds me that rest is a sacred act.
Blessed are you, fabulous one, who loves me just as I am.
Blessed are you, weaver of being, who shaped the human being with wisdom, making for us all of the openings and vessels of the body. It is known that we are miracles, and that all bodies are miracles.
All the openings of the body.
Blessed are you, you of many names, for revealing infinite paths of healing.
Blessed are you,
you of many names,
for revealing
infinite paths of healing.
Well, that was interesting. Does anyone have thoughts about that? We're never watching those NYU videos again. Don't even bring those NYU videos up. Why would you wish that evil on us again? I can never put myself through that. Was an experience. Yeah, that was some woo. Yeah. Oy vey. Oy vey. I think that's probably the best reaction. Yeah. Yeah. No, we're not watching the penguin video. No. I do have NYU PTSD. That's true. That was queer. That was some queer. That was not woo. No. That wasn't woo. That was queer. Those are not the same thing at all in any way. John missed the NYU video and we were never the same. Bot Reagan and I were permanently traumatized. Now I've said this to you 3 times. Do you want me to say it a 4th time? I have said, actually, no, I've already said it 4 times. Do you want to go for a 5th? I promise you, if I had to say the same thing for a 5th fucking time within 5 minutes, that's not going to end well for you. You should have listened to me the first 4 times I said it. All right, let's continue. You know, we may not have gotten them for some reason. Like, I thought they were going to talk about Sarah being a non-binary that transitioned to female or something. And they didn't talk about that, but that crazy blessing video almost makes up for it.
I don't know how that made you feel, but I still
I
get
had all sorts of feelings.
goosebumps when I watch that. Just all the ways in which I feel so represented in that video. Oh, yeah, heart is full. Blessed is Mama Major. Indeed, I was so happy to see her in there, and I saw her actually about a month or so ago, and she's still kicking. So grateful for her. All right, I think we have a few minutes for our small groups. So we're gonna go into 2 groups today, and so we're ready for that. And
well, I feel gypped that they didn't talk about Sarah gender transitioning, but I guess we can move on. And actually, guys, we only have 2 more classes left. I know this is a long stream, but we're doing really good. And I'm really excited about this next class because they're going to teach us how to have sex with androgynous. Who's ready to learn how to have sex? I think that this is going to be great. They've even got an excerpt from the Trans Talmud. Maybe it wasn't an excerpt that said that. Oh, we can watch that video again? Hang on. Oh, shit. They have a link to that queer video. Okay, so I've got that link to that queer video for later. Okay. Everyone ready? We're doing it. We're learning how to have sex with androgynous. This will be especially for you groypers. You guys are not supposed to know how to have sex, so this will be good. Well, I don't actually think that's true, but okay. Anyway, pay attention. Hang on, we gotta get past their prayer.
White non-binary person with brown head and facial hair wearing blue glasses. I'm really glad to be back with you this week.
A queer interpreter today.
We're going to take a moment now to dedicate our learning.
We're not
Feel
dedicating
free
our
to-
learning. We're fast forwarding.
Back to you.
Thank you. So today is actually our last class on the Tumtum and Androgynous. Next week, we are going to have more of a siyum, which is sort of a celebration for ending a period of learning. And we'll do a special topic next week on
Drag queens.
The texts around clothing and gender euphoria. So we'll still be learning texts around gender nonconformity next week in the Talmud, but this is our last class getting to know the Tumtum and Androgynous. And we will also have a special guest next week, my Havruta Ruben Zellman, who I've learned a lot of these texts with. So this is also our last small group discussion to kind of get it, because we'll be busy next week to get to integrate a lot of our learning around the Tumtum and Androgynous, and we'll be taking time next week for goodbyes and appreciations. So today I want us to take some time to think about what the Tumtum and Androgynous mean to us as a whole, and what ways they feel relevant for our lives today, and in what ways they might not feel relevant. Some of the themes I wanted to point out from the texts we've learned so far is that many of the texts that we've studied start with the rabbis trying to fit the Tumtum and Androgynous into some kind of rigid gender categories. It might appear to be binary, like in the first text we learned from the Mishnah, or it might appear to be more kind of singular, that the only normative gender is really the Zahar, like the last text we learned on prayer, where the kol, the everyone, really primarily referred to the Zahar, the sort of penis owner, for want of a better translation.
The penis owner.
And then later that broadened out to include other people, but there wasn't so much a gender binary as a singular unitary gender in that text. But what a lot of our texts have done is they start by trying to fit the Tumtum and Androgynous into categories, and then discover they don't really fit, and end in a place with at least a minority opinion of gender expansion, gender infinitude, all gender or no gender. So we saw that really clearly in Rabbi Yossi's opinion of, after this whole text of talking about, is the androgynous like a man or is the androgynous like a woman, ending, for want of a better translation, ending with, actually the androgynous, he is a created being of her own. And we saw something similar in the commentary on Genesis, where there's all this conversation about Adam and different ways that the first human being could look like. And then it ends with this idea of what is the gender and sex and number of the first human being in the image of God, actually infinite and stretched out across the whole universe, and all gender and no gender. So a lot of these texts, there's this attempt to fit into category, But then when they hit the limit of trying to fit all genders into categories, the response is a recognition of the sort of infinitude of both creation's gender and God's gender. And that is a very different move than what we see today, where when something doesn't fit into the system we have today, which is a different system to begin with, but when a body or an identity doesn't fit, the move in the mainstream system is often to try to make it disappear. So we find this with most, acutely with intersex medical intervention that happens at birth, where there is like an actual medical intervention to try to make people disappear. And we also are seeing this right now in all of this legislation to try to make trans people disappear, which of course we're a fact. We are here, but there is all of this attempt to make us go away. We don't see that move in these texts. We see a grappling with us, a trying to fit us in, a trying to understand us, sometimes a lower status. But what we don't see is an attempt to erase us. And yet, what has happened with these texts through most of Jewish history is they've been buried in plain sight. So when I first started looking at these texts in the 90s, they were sitting right there in the Talmud, but nobody had heard of them outside of the world of Talmud study, which at that point was pretty much limited to Orthodox men, cisgender men of a certain economic standing who had time to study Talmud. There was very few other people who had ever encountered the Tumtum and Androgynous. There was no, queer or liberal conversation about it because these texts were just simply not talked about, even though these figures, I've just pulled out a couple references to them, but they appear over and over and over again in many, many conversations about all different aspects of ancient Jewish life. So what we see is this recognition of gender and sex and number. It's often mixed up, as we've seen in these texts, with like how many people are there, as a part of civil life, ritual life, ancestry, sex life, as we'll see today, inheritance, just a recognition over and over again, however you want to understand these figures, that gender and sex and plurality doesn't always fit, and yet it's been buried in plain sight. In a similar way, I would say that intersex surgeries are buried in plain sight. That information has always been there, and yet until quite recently, and still in many places, that information is just simply not talked about. So to name that this information is there for us to claim and to know and to have our history, because it's always been there for us, to know that this other world where we are not invisible is completely accessible and right there. So the text that we're going to study today is about sex with the androgynous. And in this text, the androgynous, like in a lot of the other texts we've learned, really just isn't just interesting in terms of the androgynous, but in terms of how it disrupts the way we think about sex and gender in Judaism altogether. And I want to give us a content warning that it is quite an explicit text. But before I go into that, I'm just going to pause and see some of the chats that have come in. I haven't had a chance to look at. Koach, is there anything from the chat to read out loud?
Let's see. There was Corvin and Timmy. I don't know which one of you put this in the chat, but was just a note that recent legislation includes banning intersex people from restrooms and raisins. Did I get that right? I've been pronouncing your name wrong, but I think Raisin. Okay. The asked where the legislation is happening, and it turns out it's in Kansas. That they're trying to ban intersex folks from going into the restrooms.
Wow.
Which is ridiculous. That's my commentary. That isn't what.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments before I move on to today's text? Great. So today's text is very explicit. It deals with very explicit sex positions.
Excellent.
As well as stoning.
What?
So
Wait,
I wanted to let people give people a context.
Various sex positions and stoning. You've all been warned. Okay? Does anyone need like the content warning? If you don't want to listen to this stuff, you don't have to.
Warning about that, and let you know if you wanted to opt out of that conversation, which is potentially triggering. Asher is going to create a breakout room option. So Asher, if you could create that now. And if anyone does take that option, Noah is available to join you to hang out in that breakout room while we
They've
study
created
this
a safe
text.
space.
And if you would rather just turn your volume off and hang out with us, but not engage with the text while we do this text, that's another option. And when we get to the end of studying this very explicit text, we will show a picture of a baby sloth and parent. And that will be an indicator, if you have your volume off, that we are moving on from that part of our learning.
Well, that's nice of them to.
So there
integrate
should be a
sloth
breakout
into the
room
presentation.
option now. Wonderful. So the text that we are going to study today is based on a verse from the Bible, from the Torah. And before we go into the text, I'm going to set it up for us. It's a little more complicated than other texts we've studied together. So I want to set it up for us first in terms of looking at the verse from the Torah. Asher, could you put that Torah verse from Leviticus up on the screen?
See, it's a good thing we're doing this later at night, because this is like a late night stream. That it's appropriate to talk about sex positions and stoning.
Do you have a PDF of it?
Yes, Noah made a PDF. Let me just share that.
Thank you.
Are we going to find out who we're allowed to stone?
Wonderful. Is it possible to get a little closer in for now on the Leviticus, so it's a little easier to read?
I can't tell on my screen what it's looking.
Stoning is when you bury someone in the ground, and if it's a man that's being stoned, I mean, this is what I'm thinking stoning is. I don't know, maybe it's getting high, I don't know. But like what came to mind for me is burying a person in the ground, and if it's a man, you bury them to the waist, if it's a woman, you bury them to the neck, and then everyone surrounds them in a circle and they throw stones at them until they die. That's what I'm thinking they mean by stoning, but I could be wrong. Hey, you're welcome, Kazmar. Thank you for being a member of the channel. I appreciate it. Yeah, reference The Lottery. The Lottery is a great short story. There have also been movies made off of it. It's a very dystopian tale.
Looking like as yours. Is this larger?
It's a little larger, but it could be a little larger still, at least for my eyes. I think that's good. Can people read it? Great. So this is the verse from Leviticus. There are two verses in Leviticus that are generally interpreted primarily by Christians as where the prohibition on homosexuality comes from. And this is one of them. So this is perhaps one of the most weaponized verses from the Torah used against queer people that we're going to be looking at today. And we'll see that in this context in the Talmud, it's understood very differently than a blanket ban on homosexuality. But this is the verse. And with a zahar, and you'll see why I leave it as zahar as opposed to male, but that's usually translated as male. And with a zahar, you in masculine form, so you man, should not lie in the lying places of a woman. It is an abhorrence.
Okay.
So for Christians, this is understood as a blanket ban on homosexuality, but Jewish interpreters are much more specific by the word. So I'm curious, now that we have learned a few different Jewish commentaries that look at a verse of Torah and find problems and ask questions about it, what kinds of questions do you think Jewish commentators might ask about this verse? What kind of problems do you see that might have interested our sages about this verse? What might have been curious for them? What kind of questions do you ask, and what kind of questions do you think the rabbis might have asked? Any ideas? What seems weird or, hard to understand or oddly phrased about this verse? Rose.
The first thing that jumps out at me is should not lie in the lying place. Feels a little vague. And so I think maybe the rabbis of the Talmud would have gotten more specific about that.
Yeah, what are the lying places of a woman? That's very unclear what that could possibly mean. So I think that absolutely that is question number one, is what are the lying places of a woman? Great. Other questions? Was there one in the chat?
There was. Somi says, it sounds like sometimes sodomy is okay.
Wait.
Maybe I am misunderstanding.
Wait. Are they going to make the argument? I cannot believe what I'm about to say is going to leave my mouth. And I could be totally wrong. Are they about to make the argument that when they say that you as a man should not lie in the lying places of a woman, are they trying to say that you shouldn't, if you're two dudes and you're gonna fuck, you shouldn't do it in like the missionary position? You should do it like bent over or something like. Is that what they're saying? They said this was about sexual position. Is it okay to fuck a man if it's in one sexual position, but it's not okay to fuck a man if it's in a different sexual position? I think that might be what they're about to say.
Great. Other questions? Was there one in the chat?
There was. Somi says, it sounds like sometimes sodomy is okay. Maybe I am misunderstanding.
Yeah. So what is it that this is prohibiting? Is it saying not to have anal sex, just to use the most neutral language we can use here?
Yeah, that's neutral for sure.
Or
I would have just said fucking.
We know that this verse is often interpreted as a ban on anal sex, but that's certainly not what it's saying explicitly here. So what is it actually prohibiting?
What is it prohibiting, indeed?
Abraham says it's weird, the verb, then noun.
I can explain, like the tishkav, mishkave, it's like, it seems repetitive. It's first tishka, which is a verb, and then mishkave, which is the noun. So it's a weird repetition.
What does it mean?
Yeah, all of the wording is quite weird. Yeah. Thank you. And then there's another comment. Could you read?
Yes. Adam says it does not seem to be forbidding lesbian relationships.
Right. It doesn't say anything about how women should what women should do. Absolutely. Whatever it so that and then another comment actually before I say.
Yeah. Adam continues, it also does not seem to be forbidding queer ace relationships.
What does that mean?
Absolutely.
Ace?
It doesn't say anything about that.
Whatever
it's forbidding, which at this point is pretty unclear, definitely only has to do with a specific sex act from a zahar. And so this also raises the question of who counts as a zahar is going to be a question that if I were one of the rabbis, I would be asking. Any other questions that this
I am dying to know what this
brings
means.
up for you?
Yeah, this is Corbin.
Oh.
For me, it raises, is this about as a zahar, which is the subject perspective, the default, the dominant class of person, don't go to these vulnerable places of people who are othered and marginalized. I'm wondering if that's a possibility.
Great. Yeah. As a zahar, don't transgress women's space. That is a really interesting reading to hold on to for what the text we're going to look at next week. The Talmud we're going to look at this week doesn't go there, but the Talmud that we look at next week explicitly reads the text. It does.
Will you just tell us what this means?
Reading a text that we wouldn't usually read that way.
This is awful.
A question for me in this is, why plural? What are the lying places of women? It's interesting that it's in the plural. There's another comment from the chat.
Sylvie says it's very binary. Not only is lesbian activity not mentioned, neither is various combos of tumtumim or androgynous.
Right. Well, the Torah in general doesn't usually get into the tumtum or androgynous, which are gender categories of the Mishnah and Talmud, which are later than the Torah, although the Saris does exist in the Torah. But yes, so that is something to keep in mind when we look at how it's interpreted by the rabbis, that it does, the rabbi, that on the surface of this text, it seems to have to do with the Zahar and the Isha. Which is also noticeable because we had a conversation at the beginning of this class about how Zahar is a different kind of term than Isha. How we usually find Zahar and Nekeva together and Isha together. So it's noticeable in this text that we have Zahar, which is male, and usually translated as male in some way, with Isha, which is usually translated as women in some way. So there's sort of a mix of different types of terms here, which also, if I were reading this through the lens of the kind of things that bother the rabbis, it raises again, who are women in this text and who is the Isha in this text and who is the Zahar in this text, because it's not at all clear. So these are some of the questions that the rabbis have going into this.
Okay, can you give us the answer now, please?
So like in the very first text that we looked at from Genesis about the first human being, the earthling, the Adam, there are core, confusing, ambiguous things about this verse, about who is the gender that they're talking about, the sex. Again, they wouldn't really make that clear distinction, but using our language, there's questions about the sort of embodiment and the social status of the gender and sex of these characters and the number, like why lying places. So there are those core questions about this text that the rabbis have going into this.
Okay,
that
so what are the
we
answers?
are trying to answer in the Talmud that we're going to look at today.
It's not
So
fair.
another core piece of background that I want to give you before you look at the text is to know that they are going to be speaking about that the punishment for illicit sex, for anal sex that they're discussing in this is stoning. And that feels pretty extreme when we
I'm
read
kidding,
that
I'm kidding,
to hear
I'm kidding.
stoning
Disavow
as
myself.
a punishment
I'm kidding.
for sex.
I'm really
But
kidding.
I want to give us the
I'm really kidding, trust
context
me.
that unlike American capital punishment, the Jewish traditional capital punishment system rarely, if ever, was used. So some of the other things that are theoretically the punishment is stoning is being a rebellious child, breaking Shabbat, idolatry, blasphemy, like swearing. These are all things that carry the punishment of stoning. However, there's a well-known Mishnah that says if a court hands out capital punishment once every 70 years, we know that that court is being too harsh. And then another opinion in that same Mishnah says, if a court ever hands out capital punishment, there's something wrong with the culture. And we also know that Jewish legal power was extremely limited until the 20th century. So in the 20th century, there's tons of Jewish capital punishment in terms of executions of Palestinians without trial. Before the 20th century, it's highly doubtful that there was, in fact, ever Jewish capital punishment. Even though it is talked about, it is more of a theoretical possibility. So to have that context that when they're talking about stoning, it may be more of a metaphoric possibility. And in order to enact a punishment like stoning, you needed to have two actual eyewitnesses. So we're talking about sex here. You would need to have two actual eyewitnesses, and these witnesses need to fulfill certain categories as well. So just not to completely say it's not still challenging to hear about this punishment and not to apologize for the text, but just to give some context for what the full implication of what is meant when we're talking about stoning.
There were a few questions if there's time for them. But
yeah, please, a couple.
Yeah, what is
good.
the answer?
Yeah.
What was the? That's the question.
Someone
What the
says
fuck
maybe
is the
this is
answer?
a ridiculous question, but is stoning always meant to be death implied, or is it sometimes to hurt but not kill?
If you get hit in the head with a rock, what do you think is going to
Abraham
happen?
Stoning is a capital punishment in this context.
Okay. Rachel says, who is the court?
The court is the Sanhedrin, which was a Jewish legal body, which did not exist in the time that the text is being written. So it is a theoretical possibility in this argument, which is true for a lot of the Talmud. So in a lot of the Talmud, they're talking about legal possibilities that they did not actually have the capacity to enact. They're talking about if we had legal power, but they don't actually have legal power.
I think, let's see, Adam is asking for a text question. I would love to get the verse number of those two Mishnayot on capital punishment, if anyone has that handy. And Lisa asks, do we have a sense of what punishments actually look like in this era?
Oh, great. Thank you, Noah, for that, for the Mishnah on that. It's the same Mishnah that those two different opinions are offered in. Stoning, by the way, we think of stoning as throwing a bunch of stones, but the rabbi's idea of stoning was actually that you lay down and they rolled one huge boulder over you. That's what they're talking. That's what stoning is in this context. That's their image of stoning.
Wow.
So again, in terms of what they
That does
actually
not
look like, they're
sound
very
like a
theoretical
very
because they're not actually happening.
good idea.
So they probably never actually
Right.
happen.
Well, no, I know. But given that, like, I'm wondering, like, what did, like,
What
if there
happened?
were penalties, like, what kinds of penalties, or like, would there have been? Do we have any idea of like what in a practical sense?
What did it
Yeah.
actually forbid?
Well, one thing that did happen was harem, was that people were outcast from communities, which would have been, have a lot of consequence. So I don't have a sense how common that was, but I do know that it happened. Like Spinoza, for example, was cast out from the community. And that is something that happened, was that people would be cast out from Jewish communities.
I think lashes off probably happened. So, like, I don't know. It feels like they had like less requirements for that, and it's set up like something's people got lashes for. So I wouldn't be surprised if like they actually did that because there was less restrictions on doing it.
Noah or Koach, do you have any? Do you know of other punishments besides harem that actually were enacted? I don't. Again, Jews until the 20th century very seldom had actual legal power. So most of Jewish tradition has not enacted punishment. I think that the extent of Jewish power has usually been outcasting, because we usually have not had legal power, and have usually, primarily lived under the civil power of wherever we've lived. So, and have been explicitly anti-nationalist, pacifist communities, and have talked about a lot of these questions much more theoretically.
They've been anti-nationalist communities? Really? What the fuck is Israel then?
Than literally. And it's really only in the 20th century, with the rise of the modern state of Israel, that
Bing.
Jews have had military and things like that. And of course, the modern state of Israel does not in any way follow Torah law, needless to say, except for certain cases of marriage and stuff that are run by the Rabbanut. But in terms of other issues, most things are not run by Torah law. It's mostly a secular Jewish supremacist laws. Okay, so let's get into the Talmud. Enough
yes, let's get into the fucking Talmud,
of capital
finally.
punishment. Let's get into the sex.
Please.
So let's go into Havruta. It's 1:37 now. I want to give us at least 20 minutes with it. So let's take 20 minutes and be back.
They're going to do their groups, and they're going to come back, and they're going to read the text.
1:57.
No! Why is the sloth coming up? Just explain to us what the rule is. I want to know how people are allowed to fuck. This is not fair. Maybe he told them all the secret behind closed doors. Yeah. They didn't put it in the recording. They're just waiting for people to come back from their groups now. We're all excited. We don't even get the answer that we want. Okay, why are they putting everyone back in a group? What the fuck's going on?
No one took us up on that. Is that right? I'm not surprised. I wanted to give the option, but
just for the interpreters, is there any room where anyone has requested ASL right now?
No. Just tell us the answers.
I think you can have a break. I don't think anyone needs interpretation in small.
Yes, I thought so. Because I was like, oh,
Completely
Simcha's not
unfair.
here. So, all right.
Yeah.
The safe sloth, yeah.
Hey, Ross and Sam, you good?
Hey, welcome back. Tell us who we can fuck.
Welcome back. I hope you had fun with this text. One of many examples of Jewish holy texts that really go there in terms of being very explicit about sex. So let's try to unpack it to start with and understand what it's actually saying.
Let's read the text.
So, Asher, could you put it on the screen for us?
Please. This is the worst edging that has ever happened, ever. Okay. We're ready. Tell us what the rule is.
Great. I'll read it for us to save time. If you could just move it down a little.
Yeah, everyone's already lost their heart on at this point, dude.
Rabbi Eliezer said, in the case where a man penetrates an androgynous, that man is liable for his actions to be punished with stoning on his account, as if he had sex with a Zahar. In what case is this statement said? It's as if he penetrated him through his Zahrut, in other words, anally. But if he penetrated him through his Nakvut, his femaleness, i.e. vaginally, he is exempt.
Okay, so what this is saying is, if you have an androgynous, that's a non-binary. If you fuck the non-binary anally, you will be stoned. If you fuck the non-binary vaginally, then it's okay. But remember, this is not a woman. This is a androgynous. So it's still technically not straight sex, but they're saying this hole is okay and this hole is forbidden.
Okay, let's unpack that part to start. So what is Rabbi Eliezer saying, if you were to paraphrase this? What is Rabbi Eliezer, what does Rabbi Eliezer understand
vagina, yes.
Leviticus 18:22 prohibiting?
Anal sex. It's prohibiting anal sex.
You're saying the cis man who has sex with the androgynous, or the Zachar who has sex with the androgynous, is liable if he has sex with them anally, but not if he penetrates them vaginally.
Yes, correct.
Right. And in this reading of it, does the verse apply to anyone else?
Oh no.
I think, yeah.
My understanding is no. For Rabbi Eliezer, that this Rabbi Eliezer's understanding is that this verse is simply about the androgynous, is about the Zahar having sex with the androgynous. Let's look at the next passage and see what we think about it.
Wait. Is he about to say that anal sex is okay if it's between two men, but it's not okay if it's... Okay, is this the rational... Okay, play this out with me. I want to see if I'm right. Is the rationalization that if you are sleeping with a man, you don't have any other hole other than anal, and therefore it's okay? But if you're sleeping with an androgynous, then you have options, and you need to choose the good option over the bad option. Am I just making this up, or is this where this is going? They are trying to fucking rationalize this in some way.
Did
I don't
anyone?
get that because it says with the Zachar, as if he had sex with the Zachar, so it's implying that that's also forbidden, whereas the other passage seems to be a disagreement with Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer seems to be saying both are punishable, but the next statement, I agree with you, the next statement limits it, but this statement, he seems to be limiting it for the sex with the androgynous to just anally, but it does seem like saying as he does say as if he had sex with the Zachar, so that implies both of them are forbidden.
Sorry, who's speaking? I lost you.
This is the Avraham, sorry. So I was saying that as if he had sex with the Zachar part implies that that's also forbidden. Whereas the next statement seems to contradict this.
Yeah, so for Rabbi Elazar, definitely sex with the Zachar is still prohibited, but it seems unclear whether he's reading that verse to prohibit it or not. I'm not sure. You may be right. So me.
In my group, a question came up about actually the first text and how it would potentially be like Rabbi Eliezer misinterpreting of the possibility that it was talking about anybody with a penis at the beginning rather than somebody who's like a binary male, man, whatever. I don't know if you
Say more about that.
Like if you could scroll up, like the word specifically used, and with a zachar. So it's not actually saying like which category this person is. It's saying which genitalia they have.
Right.
And how that could mean that Rabbi Eliezer is actually misinterpreting everything and extrapolating too far.
Well, certainly in the second, it's certainly interpreted in the second passage, a Zahar is not necessarily a male. In the first passage, it's unclear whether a Zahar, well, actually in this passage as well, because a Zahar in this passage, as if he had sex with a Zahar. So in this passage, the androgynous is treated like a Zahar, even though he is not male. So the androgynous becomes Zahar like becomes like a Zahar, even though he is not male, even because he is penis owning. So there is definitely the potential for a Zahar to not be male in Rabbi Eliezer's understanding, as well as in the next passage, because the androgynous has the potential to be a Zahar in this passage as well. Let's look at
the androgynous is not a male, but the Zahar is not. I'm so confused. The Zahar is can have a penis, but is not male. I don't know. Let's just keep going.
Look at the next one in terms of getting the difference between the two. Rabbi Eliezer spoke based on the teaching of this Tana, an earlier and more authoritative teacher. As it is taught, Rabbi Simai says, with regard to an androgynous, one is liable to stoning on their account for penetration at two places.
Oh.
What is the reasoning of Rabbi Simai? Rava said, Bar Hamdori explained it to me based on the verse, and with a Zahar you shall not lie in the lying places of women. What Zahar has two lying places? You must say that this is referring to an androgynous. So what is this argument and how is it different from the last one? Anyone want to take a stab at this?
This is what happens at Jewish school?
This is Corbin. Maybe it's that for a Zachar, you shall not lie in the lying places of women. It's definitely about the plurality.
Women have more than one hole.
Yes. So for this one, it is limiting it that this verse, Leviticus 18:22, only applies to the androgynous, because we're answering what kind of Zahar has two lying places. It's trying to answer the question of, don't lie with a man in the lying places of women. What man has two lying places? How do we understand this phrase, lying places of women? What kind of man has two orifices? Basically, that's how it's understanding the lying places of women. What kind of man has both a vagina and an anus that you could penetrate? To be very explicit about it. The only kind of Zahar, the only kind of penis owner that has two orifices in their understanding, who has both a penis and a vagina in their understanding, is an androgynous. So in their understanding, in Bar Hamdori's understanding, Leviticus 18:22 could only refer to the androgynous, which is different than what Rabbi Eliezer is saying. Rabbi Eliezer, it is keeping Leviticus 18:22 to refer to other penis owners as well as
They
the
are
androgynous.
saying that. They are saying that. They're saying that it's okay. I think this is where they're going. Correct me if I'm wrong. They're saying that because this passage only applies to androgynous, that it doesn't apply to other penis holders. Therefore, it's totally fine to fuck the other penis holder as long as you're not fucking the androgynous in either of the lying places.
Other Zahars, but Bar Hamdori keeps it limited to just the androgynous to solve the plural problem of the androgynous. Both of them include the androgynous in it. There's another key difference between the two. What is the other key difference between the two? Does anyone else see the key difference between the two?
The other opinion says that for vaginally and anal sex, the person is liable.
Mm-hmm.
Although we did notice that it only makes the person penetrating liable, not the person being penetrated.
Absolutely, which seems to be one of the key issues here. Penetration is the key issue, which kind of goes with a lot of the laws around of masculinity in ancient Greece and Rome, and that period, that the real issue is penetration. And yes, so that is the real question here. So in the first one, the only issue is anal penetration. So it's narrowly limited to that act. It is, don't anally penetrate either the androgynous or a man.
Oh, thank God.
A Zahar, a penis owner.
Okay.
So the Zahar in this context seems like it could be
no anal.
Any kind of non-binary figure that has a penis, whether they're a man or not, should not anally penetrate either an androgynous or a man.
Okay.
And in the second interpretation, it is any kind of penis owner should not have any kind of sex with an androgynous. But both of
So in one interpretation, it's totally okay to fuck an androgynous as long as you're doing it in the vagina, but it is not okay to do it if you are doing it in the butt.
Them have pretty departed. Both of them make the text. Both of them deal with the challenge of the gender and sex and number by bringing in the androgynous, and make it not purely about anal sex and not purely about sex between men.
No butt
And
stuff.
both of them challenge what it means to be a zachar and what it means to think about the idea of compulsory heterosexuality in Judaism, because both of them bring in this idea of sex with the androgynous and bring it in and make both of those ideas a lot more complicated. So I want to bring in some interpretations by
More interpretation.
Dr. Max Strassfeld, who has this book, which is really helpful. Hopefully some of you have seen it, called Trans Talmud. That is really one of the first books to take on these figures. And some of his interpretations of this text, he has a whole chapter on these little texts right here. So Asher, if you could put up on the screen Max's text, do you have them? Let me get a little closer in there.
Could you let us know what page that's on? Because I'm reading from the book.
Oh, great. Yes.
Thank you.
It is page 100. And then the next one is on 103. So there's a lot of lineage of the argument. So Rabbi Eliezer's statement is based on an earlier statement of Rav. So if you look in the book, it'll refer to Rav, and I've put Rabbi Eliezer in there just to make it clearer. But I do recommend reading the whole chapter and tracing all the arguments, because this is part of a longer sugya. But this in and of itself, for the time we have, I think is really interesting. So there are a number of ways in which to interpret Rabbi Eliezer's statement. One could understand it as arguing that genitalia do not make the man. In other words, the androgen, which I refer to as the androgynous, is male regardless of their dual genitalia. To penetrate an androgen vaginally is therefore still to penetrate a man. Perhaps this means that genitalia do not compromise the primary criterion for determining sex. At the same time, it is also possible to understand.
Wait. Hang on. Sorry, I need to go back. Start again, please.
Make it clearer. But I do recommend reading the whole chapter and tracing all the arguments, because this is part of a longer sugya. But this in and of itself, for the time we have, I think is really interesting. So there are a number of ways in which to interpret Rabbi Eliezer's statement. One could understand it as arguing that genitalia do not make the man. In other words, the androgen, which I refer to as the androgynous, is male regardless of their dual genitalia. To penetrate an androgen vaginally is therefore still to penetrate a man. Perhaps this means that genitalia do not compromise the primary criterion for determining sex. At the same time, it is also possible to understand Rav as arguing that the presence of the vulva is not as significant as the presence of a penis. This reading suggests that masculinity is flexible enough to accommodate a variety of forms of genitalia, but it cannot incorporate penetration of any kind. So
this reading suggests that masculinity is flexible enough to accommodate a variety of forms of genitalia. That's funny, right? Am I just going delirious from watching too much Jewish school? I think that's funny.
I think that the part of this that is really interesting is noticing this idea that genitalia do not necessarily make the man. That in all of these, for us looking at this from a trans lens, there is raised the possibility of a Zahar who has a vagina. That both of these readings, in fact, all of these readings, solve the problem of what does it mean to have lying places of a woman by raising the possibility of the androgynous as a Zahar with lying places of a woman. And that in and of
wait. Since they're talking about Leviticus, then is this like a reinterpretation of like, this is, I mean, because like Leviticus is Leviticus. It's the same thing, right, with Judaism and Christianity. So are they basically like are they saying that the Bible says that it would be okay to fuck a non-binary person?
itself is like a pretty radical idea. Zahar is always understood in some way. You're right. It is. I'm sorry. Rendering this complicated argument into English and tracing it. This is Rav. This is the Tana that Bar Hamdori is based on. I'm sorry for having rendered this incorrectly. In putting the square brackets in, I meant to put in Bar Hamdori, not Rav. I apologize for trying to render into English a very complicated and synthesize into 20 minutes a very complicated sugya, also while recovering from a virus. So Avraham, you are correct. This is Bar Hamdori, not Rabbi Eliezer's statement. And I'm trying to shortcut us to the part of it that really feels the most exciting for me, because we don't have time to fully unpack all of it, which is this idea of what this text really raises for us.
This is from Leviticus. They're talking about Leviticus.
What I want you to take home with you is that we have a Zahar, which is translated in the Torah and translated almost everywhere as male. We know that it's a penis owner. And in this context, we have the idea of a male who is not a man.
An androgynous.
And that in and of itself is pretty exciting for me.
I bet it is.
And then if you could go to the next quote from Max, I also want to leave us with that before we go to our small groups. Bar Hamdori interprets the plural lyings of a woman to refer to the manifold penetrability of the androgynous. In other words, Bar Hamdori argues that sex with an androgynous is like sex with a woman. Only the androgynous is a man who can be penetrated through multiple orifices.
Oh.
Therefore, this plural phrase, lyings of a woman, must mean that both orifices of the androgynous are forbidden. The language of Bar Hamdori's interpretation of Leviticus is striking. According to him, the odd plural phrasings of Leviticus, lyings of a woman, can refer only to an androgynous. No other man, he argues, has plural lyings.
This is what we said earlier. This is the fucking interpretation. This is what we said earlier. They're literally saying that this isn't about gay sex. This is about men having sex with an androgynous. And so you're not allowed to do that, boys. You cannot fuck the androgynous in the ass. You can't fuck the androgynous in the vagina. We're going to stone you if you do. That's not allowed. But because this passage only applies to an androgynous, then fucking a full-blood, like, blown man, That's totally cool, bro, because this passage only applies to an They're fucking rationalizing gay sex. Oh my god. Does everyone understand this? They're saying that because of the odd wording of that passage in Leviticus, they're saying the passage in Leviticus only refers to a man fucking an androgynous. It does not refer to a man fucking another man. And therefore, it's totally wrong to fuck an androgynous, but it's perfectly fine to bend over a man and fuck him in the ass. I have that right. Yeah, like 4 hours later. They found the queer Jews found the loophole for gay sex. They found it. You know, on some level you have to admire the persistence. And by the way, the person that created this little rationalization, who wrote this trans Talmud book, is a professor of religious studies at the University of Arizona. Thank you, Robert, for that fun fact. Wow. Okay, everyone listen. Everyone listen. They're going to say, I'm going to play it one more time. We got there. It took us like an hour and a half, but we got there, okay?
Want to leave us with that before we go to our small groups. Bar Hamdori interprets the plural lyings of a woman to refer to the manifold penetrability of the androgynous. In other words, Bar Hamdori argues that sex with an androgynous is like sex with a woman, only the androgynous is a man who can be penetrated through multiple orifices. Therefore, this plural phrase, lyings of a woman, must mean that both orifices of the androgynous are forbidden. The language of Bar Hamdori's interpretation of Leviticus is striking. According to him, the odd plural phrasings of Leviticus, lyings of a woman, can refer only to an androgynous. No other man, he argues, has plural lyings. In that interpretation, the androgynous becomes like a man through being multiply penetrable like a woman. At the same time, the androgynous also becomes the pureless object of the verse. In other words, for Bar Hamdori, this verse, which we usually think of as a blanket ban on homosexuality, perhaps the most weaponized verse used against queer people, is narrowed to be only about the androgynous.
See?
The grammatical oddities of
There
Leviticus
it is. There it
18:20.
is. They just said it. This doesn't have to do with gay sex. This has to do with a man having sex with an androgynous. But it definitely doesn't ban gay sex.
2, the way in which it veers between sex and gender and the strange plural present a riddle to be deciphered. Bar Hamdori suggests that the answer to the riddle lies in the body of the androgynous, who similarly confounds the grammatical boundaries of sex, gender, and number. So just to leave us with that, we don't have time to fully unpack this unbelievably complicated sugya, but to leave again with this idea of lack of invisibility, of that this verse in the Torah, which presents us with all these questions of sex, gender, and number, and as opposed to effacing that or finding a simple answer to this,
And by the way, if you're a man and you want to fuck an androgynous, you just go back to the other interpretation, because remember, there was a different interpretation that said, bro, you can't fuck the androgynous in the ass, but you can fuck the androgynous in the vagina. So they actually had two different interpretations where if you really want to have sex with an androgynous, all you have to do is say, you know what, I want that other interpretation. That's what I want. And then just in the proper hole, and it's acceptable. Man, Jews think of everything.
The vast majority of European tradition has done with this verse in terms of looking at the easiest way of reading this verse and making it a prohibition against anal sex between men. The Talmud instead goes a very different route and gets into a way of looking at it that makes sex between queer sex legible, the possibility of maleness while having a vagina possible, that makes visible the potential for not having a prohibition between anal sex between men, raises the image of people having sex with the androgynous, and all sorts of sex with the androgynous, which, living in a world where as trans and intersex people were often painted as not desirable, that in and of itself is noticeable. And also just leaves the riddle. As so many of these texts do, it leaves the possibility of complexity. It leaves the riddle of the androgynous's body within the mystery of sex itself. And within desire, it leaves us there. So I'm going to leave us there. I realize that in many ways, I didn't get to fully unpack this text for us. I bit off a lot in this session for being able to translate into English, and I wish we had more time with it, but hopefully this is a taste of the fact that we have in our texts, as trans and gender nonconforming and intersex people, amongst other things, a male who's not a man. Just that. Let's just have that for a moment. And let's take a little time at least to integrate this in our small groups. So let's go into small groups for 7 minutes.
Wow, that was something else. Okay, guys, we're cooking. We only have one more, and now we're going to learn how to cross-dress. If you've hung in this long, congratulations. This is probably our longest Socialism Saturday ever. We've committed to this. Also, I'm a bit worried that if they find out that we did this stream tonight, they'll take down these recordings. So I just want to knock it all out. We're almost there. Our last and final recording. What not to wear, cross-dressing, and drag. All right? Everyone mount the like button if you haven't already. If you feel like you should send me in a super chat for explaining how you can totally fuck a man but not an androgynous, feel free to do so at your leisure. Last one. Cross-dressing, how we can be the best drag queen we can be. Or king, as it were. No singing. No singing. No prayers. No nothing. Let's get right into the drag. We're on a schedule here.
This was that Reuben is the person who coined the wonderful term Talmud fairy. So fairies are, we owe that wonderful term to Reuben. So thank you for that.
Talmud fairy.
So lots of Svara history. And we actually taught this class, I believe, on cross-dressing in one of the first Svara spin-off Beit Midrashes at JFridge in 2007. Is that right?
No idea. It's on their website.
That sounds right, except I think it was 2005. But yeah, it's a very long time ago. It seems.
Yeah, it's lost in
I'm gonna run to the little socialist room, guys. I'll be right back. Tell me if I missed anything.
The mists of time. But anyway, so wonderful to get to go back to these texts in a different world in so many different ways.
Thank you all for having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you for being here. So we are switching topics today after the learning we've done over the past weeks on the Tumtum and Androgynous to the verse from Deuteronomy and all of the commentary on it that on the surface seems to be a ban on cross-dressing, whatever that means, and is often interpreted as the idea that the Bible prohibits drag. When you hear kind of Christian fundamentalist perspective that the Bible says you shouldn't do drag, it comes from this verse. Together with last week's verse that we looked at from Leviticus, which talks about Zachar should not lie in the lying places of a woman. These are two out of the three, together with this another verse that talks about who knows what it talks about, but that is interpreted has a ban on homosexuality. These are 2 out of the 3 most weaponized verses in the Bible against queer, trans, intersex, gender nonconforming people. And as we saw last week, when you start scratching the surface of how it's understood Jewishly, it's a lot more complicated than what you might think. Cross-dressing as a concept doesn't exactly make sense.
We found this in a stream we did yesterday where we were watching a presentation about how most rabbis, or like 50% of rabbis, will be queer now, because apparently like 50% of all the people in like rabbi school are queer. And so that means that like if you have a new rabbi, like there's like a 50-50 chance they're going to be queer. And the rabbi that was giving this presentation talking about all the new queer rabbis told us about this school website. And then we went on to the school website. This is a radical Jewish yeshiva that prioritizes queer, like they say queer on their homepage and all that stuff. And then we found their online classes, and that's how we found this. And it's all public, and we're allowed to take this class. It's all public. I didn't even have to sign up for anything and fill out a form. They just posted it publicly on their website. So, you know, free content.
As soon as you get into a trans universe. So we're going to look at this verse today and try and think about what it makes sense for us in our worldview, in terms of what it might have to say about fashion in general, how we present ourselves to create gender euphoria and gender joy, and also what it was that from the rabbi's worldview this verse was talking about, because for some reason, seeing this verse as simply a prohibition on...
Hang on. Breaking news. James Lindsay's trying to paint me as a Holocaust denier. James is so pissed off that I'm talking to his stepdaughter. James always does this during Socialism Saturday. Like literally, like clockwork, every single fucking week during Socialism Saturday, James has some sort of hissy fit about me on his timeline. So, Poetry Painter tweeted something about me and James retweeted it. Hang on. Because they're all pissed off at me. But oh, that's actually funny. So here it is. Poetry Painter took this screenshot where this woman said, my grandmother spent 5 years in a German concentration camp and she was arrested and tortured by the Gestapo, and my grandpa escaped from a train from Auschwitz, and my other grandma witnessed Soviets slamming babies against the wall one by one by Soviets. Give me a break. Evil is evil. Someone was replying to me because I basically said, Hitler's not a communist, bro. Because everyone's tweeting that Hitler was a communist. And I'm like, nah, you can say a lot of things about Hitler. Hitler was not a perfect person, but Hitler wasn't a communist. And so then this person responded to me. She's like, I had all my grandparents in the Holocaust or in the Gulag. And I'm sorry. I just don't believe that's true. I don't believe it. I'm not saying the Holocaust didn't happen. I'm not saying that the Gulags didn't exist. I'm saying that I don't believe this one person on Twitter who all of a sudden for virtue points out of nowhere is like, I know better than you because my grandparents were in the Holocaust. Oh, and we... Hi, Jill. We know it's you, Jill. Watching us, obsessed with me until the end, Jill. So, Jill. I'm not suggesting the Holocaust didn't happen. Of course, no less than 7 million Jews died in the Holocaust. Even we might even up the ante. At least 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. It absolutely happened exactly the way the history books taught. What I was saying, which you're too fucking retarded to figure out, is that I don't believe this person had grandparents in the Holocaust. That's what's actually being said. You know, James is talking a lot about curating truth, Jill. James is talking about should we refer to her as Jill the Hutt? I mean, I don't know, because she's certainly around the size of Jabba the Hutt. That's why she doesn't leave her house. She's a 500-pound shut-in. That's why she's always This is a 5+ hour stream watching Jewish school, Jill. Narcissist. That's literally you, Jill, seething and coping about me every fucking day. But you know what, Jill? You know what? Your little trick backfired. A, no one cares what James has to say. B, this makes me look fucking based. Now, back to Jewish school. Back to, look at this. You only have 80 views. And no, I don't, Jill. Provably, I don't. Provably, you say, Jill, you got to, girl. If you're going to obsessively stalk me, at least try to make this believable. At least try to get a different script. Because you say the same fucking thing with every fucking account. Over 1,000 people have watched this stream tonight, Jill, on one fucking platform. So no, there's not just 80 views. While you and James are reeing on Twitter, and James is completely destroying any credibility that he ever had, we've been actually teaching people what's going on. And Jill, I don't care. I don't care if my streams 1 to 2 years ago were getting 15,000 views, which, by the way, isn't even actually true, Jill. You're curating truth again there, aren't you? You're just making stuff up because you're a fat fucking shut-in with nothing to do but obsessing about me all day, every day. That's not even true, Jill. Not even true at all. So you think you can get me with that? Nope. Now, goodbye, bitch. We've got Talmud to study. These fucking people, man. All right, back to Talmud.
Crossdressing didn't make sense in their worldview either. So that also makes us wonder what was going on in the rabbi's worldview, because for many other hundreds of years in between, it was easy for people to read this verse and understand it this way. But it didn't make sense to the rabbis, and it doesn't make sense to us. We, as I mentioned, Ruben and I created a whole guide to reading this verse with all of the texts that we're going to study today, as well as some more. So Asher, if you want to pop that guide into the chat, that would be great. And that's a resource for you to have and to use. We are going to go in a minute into studying the text itself. So Asher, if you could put...
Did anyone ever figure out why that like Jewish place had that bloody mattress in a tunnel? Did anyone ever like solve that mystery?
Put the verse from Deuteronomy up on the screen. Where it says text 1, Deuteronomy 22:5. There should be a PDF of it. Thank you. So this is the verse from Deuteronomy that everything we're learning today is based on. And here is this is actually our translation, Ruben, from a long time ago, and the most literal translation we could do. A woman an isha, should not put on the apparel of a gever, which is a word for man we haven't looked at so much, but is usually translated as man. Nor should a man wear the clothing of a woman. For whoever does these things, it is a toava, which most literally translates as completely off-limits behavior to the eternal your God. So this verse is a little different than other verses we've looked at in that there isn't anything on the surface that's weird about it. There's no really problematic grammar. There's no plural problems. So what does this verse seem to say if we're just reading the verse? Could anyone, not interpreting it, just reading it in the most straightforward way, what does this verse seem to say? Anyone want to paraphrase it? What
it seems to be saying that there's kind of things that are called kli gaver that a woman shouldn't wear, and certain things that are called simlat isha that a man shouldn't wear.
Mm-hmm. Right. And
I don't know.
how
Well, see,
are
Jade,
those
thank you.
things
Appreciate
described?
it.
It's completely off limits to God to wear those things. So it's a strong shouldn't wear. So that definitely seems to be, and feel free to jump in, Ruben, if you have any thoughts on this. So the surface reading of this verse very much seems to be there's clothing of a man that whatever that a woman shouldn't wear, and articles or vessels of apparel of a woman that a man shouldn't wear. That very much seems to be what the Torah is saying, and there's not really weird grammar like a lot of the other verses. That seems to be what the Torah is saying, and that's certainly how the majority of strict interpretation.
I just want to point something out. That fat fucking bitch, the one that has created at least 4 accounts to come into my chat during this stream, she has literally sat here for over 5 hours just on the whim that I might say something that she can clip out of context to make me look anti-Semitic. Like, really think about that. Really think about how desperate and pathetic your life must be if you are a 500-pound plus shut-in, that you have nothing else to do but seethe and cope about me all day, every day, that you literally spent your Saturday evening watching a stream you don't want to watch, that you're not smart enough to understand and follow, purely because you think I'm going to say something that makes it look like I'm anti-Semitic when I don't care if people are Jewish. And then claiming that I'm the one that has a personality disorder. No. We're holding a class. We're minding our own business. It's the fucking psycho stalkers that have the problem.
Of the text in Christian tradition as understand it, just there's men, there's women, don't wear each other's clothes. This is not how Jewish tradition has interpreted this text. What questions do you think Jewish tradition, our commentators might have about this text? Avraham was already hinting to a few of them. What kind of questions might we have about this text? What are raised for you? What is left mysterious here? Because it does seem to be a pretty straightforward text, but what is left questionable? What's a woman and what's a man? Great question.
Yeah.
We've already learned that that's not always clear. And from the last text, that was completely thrown up in the air. What else?
What's a kli gaver and what's a simlat isha?
Exactly. What are men's and women's clothing? Right? If, I'm, a dress is very clearly women's clothing in the 21st century, right? But if we go back just 100 years, or if we go to Morocco, a dress is men's clothing, right? So the idea of what is men's and women's clothing is not at all a simple question. That changes as soon as you move geography or time, or fashion can even change month by month. So what is men's clothing and what is women's clothing? And what are these categories? I hear in what you're saying, Avraham, by using the Hebrew, that the category around apparel isn't so clear either. What counts as apparel? Is it just clothing? Is it jewelry? Is it all sorts of different accessories? What are we talking about here? Any other questions that you could imagine the rabbis might have?
I want to say it really is almost like a man shouldn't wear women's stuff. Like it's really quite unclear what stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that phrase of is Kli Gever, Kli.
Wait. So here's the interpretation. Here's the rationalization for why they can be drag queens, I think. The passage said that man shouldn't wear woman's stuff, but what if this stuff was specifically created for men to wear? Like, what if people specifically created drag queen outfits that were designed for men? Because then they're not wearing women's stuff, they're wearing stuff that was designed for men. This is like, man. Jewish school is basically the art of interpreting everything in the way that is most beneficial to you and what you want at any given time, and interpreting it in a way where you find loopholes and you can squeak in and out of things. Like, we're not wearing dresses for women. These dresses were made for men.
Is also refers to like pots and pans, right? So we don't know in this context at all.
Sometimes knives, drinking vessels, all kinds of things.
Yeah. So what kind of stuff are we talking about here? What other question might they have? Lisa, did you want to jump in? Corvin.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it could be read as if you buy clothes, they're your gender, but if they belonged to someone of a different gender, they're that gender.
Mm-hmm.
So you should not put on clothes that have belonged to someone of another gender before you. That's my question.
Great. So is the issue clothing that in some way doesn't belong to you? Is the issue the ownership, or, and I hear in that question, why should we not do this? Right? Is the issue about just the wearing of clothes, or is there a bigger or a different issue underlying the issue of wearing clothes? Because I hear in that question, if you're wearing someone else's clothes, maybe there's a bigger issue like stealing or deceiving, or something else underlying why you would be wearing someone else's clothes. Am I capturing your comment, Corbin?
Yeah, I would just add something about in/purity as another question coming up for me.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. So are there other issues involved here? Great. And was there a comment in the chat there?
Yes. So Abraham says, I think in this same parsha, simlat is used in terms of returning lost objects.
Yeah, I think in the same parsha they say, like, so shall you do for your neighbor's donkey and your neighbor's garment, and they use the same word simlato. So maybe that's one way you could say, like, it is about not borrowing other people's garments, maybe without them knowing, or something like that, or like or taking, or something like taking someone else's garment. I don't know why it matters whether you take someone of the same gender. Like, the confusing thing about that is, like, why does it matter whether you shouldn't take anyone's garment, not just someone of the opposite gender?
Imagine that. Linda's channel is now deleted. It's almost as though Jill is just obsessively creating account after account after account after account so that she can come and act foolish in my chat, and then she deletes it as soon as the account gets banned, and then she creates another account. Yeah, you know who does that? Stalkers.
Like, without asking.
It's very true that this, in the context, there's this like very lengthy conversation. The part of Torah this comes from, there's this long conversation about returning of lost objects and like ethical considerations in terms of how we care for each other, and how we are most considerate in interpersonal relationships. So that context does really matter in terms of how to how to sort of live in community is the Torah context that it comes from, and the returning of lost objects being like an example of how we live well with each other in that is really gone into in great depth of how to like be with each other in a way that is as unharmful as possible would be a way I understand it. Would you agree with that, Ruben, in terms of the context?
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's the big picture.
Yo! Dragon Balls! For streaming over 5 hours, much deserved. And Jill tried to struggle session Lady Maga yesterday. I saw that. And his response to James Lindsay, Lady Maga supports Nick and the Groypers on some things, and it triggered the shut-in with the low IQ. Lady Maga is really, I have to say, I'm just like, I'm really happy that Lady Maga is kind of coming out of the shell and talking about what he actually believes, which the Groypers have been surprised. Listen, man, the Groypers might not like the drag queen stuff, but I think the Groypers are secretly impressed. They may not admit it. Actually, some of them have been admitting it. I'm not gonna say who, but I'll say like some of them have like they're like, damn, like Lady Maga's fucking with you guys, like she's loading you guys, like whatever. So you know what? Good for Lady Maga. Yeah, Lady Maga's a dude, of course. Drag queen. But not like the leftist drag queens. It's just like he's a gay guy that likes to dress up and he's theatrical and he likes to dance. That's it. And he's a really nice guy too. Really nice guy that has had a lot of shitty things come his way, and he deserved better, honestly. Anyway.
I think. Yeah.
Great.
I actually had a conversation yesterday because, as many of you know, if you work in a synagogue, people show up with all kinds of fascinating Jewish objects, sometimes with advance notice and sometimes not so much. And we came into it. So yesterday, we discovered we had come into the possession of a tallis that we found out, and on the atara around the neck, it said, "Blessed are you who has made me a woman." And we just had learned that the tallis was created for a trans woman, and long story how we ended up with it. And my colleague looked at me and was like, "We can only pass this on to another trans woman." I'm like, "Yes, that's correct." Right.
Yeah.
And it was crystal clear to all of us that it is an object of apparel, but that it has kavanah of its own. It was made for a reason and for a person, and that remains to be honored. So like that is real stuff, even though it's very hard to put one's finger on.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. I love that.
It's stunning and brave and
So
beautiful.
I want to make sure we have ample time for the
Amazing.
text because
my
there's a lot
God.
of text here. So I've given you a lot of text to look at in Havruta, but they are not hard to decode. So keep in mind when you go to the
They're going to their groups.
Havruta,
Let's go back to the text.
that
Here we go. Fast forward. We're finishing this tonight.
Okay, so this is the Babylonian Talmud, Nazir 59a. A woman should not put on the apparel of a man. So this is our original verse, Deuteronomy 22:5. What does the Torah mean by this verse? You might think that it simply means that a man may not wear a woman's garment and a woman may not wear a man's garment. But behold, it has already been said by previous commentators in reference to this verse that it is completely off limits. In other words, to'avah. But there is no to'avah here. It is not completely off limits behavior. Therefore, the verse must mean that a man may not wear women's clothes in order to sit amongst women, and a woman must not wear men's clothes to sit amongst men.
Oh, here we go.
So anyone want to take a stab at paraphrasing what the Talmud is saying here? What is the Talmud concerned with? How does the Talmud understand this verse? I saw a hand up and then I lost it. Rose.
Yeah, so we in our chavruta talked about how it's less about the act of wearing the clothing of the quote unquote opposite
Here it
gender,
is.
that act itself, and more about how you interact with other people in the spaces that you're in, because, you know, rigid gender rules were pretty.
It's not that men can't dress up as women, it's that they can't pretend to be women in women's spaces.
Essential to like the building blocks of Jewish life at this point. So yeah, it was interesting to us that it's less about the clothing act itself and more about interacting with others and entering gender segregated spaces while
There it
wearing that
is.
clothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So okay, so basically they're saying if you dress up in women's clothing as a man, you can't go in the women's bathroom, but that doesn't mean you can't be a drag queen. You just can't go in the bathroom pretending to be a woman.
Anyone else? Any other thoughts on this?
We talked about the mechitza and like how this actually somehow makes things feel worse, at least for me, because I sometimes go to I'm Orthodox, so I go to Orthodox synagogues sometimes, and I'll sit on the men's side, which the rabbis know, and are okay with that, but this seems like it's directly about that act, like even more than the wearing of the clothing. Seems like they're forbidding that specific, like they're saying that's what it's about. Why, like me doing that is why the whole prohibition exists in the first place. So it almost feels worse for me.
Yeah, absolutely. There's this sort of danger aspect that there's definitely a reinforcing segregation, that there's a binary aspect to this text. Absolutely. Koa?
Somi says one of several of these readings that just sounds like bathroom bills.
Yeah, there's definitely a similar argument here that one, although in terms of where it goes, which we'll see, maybe not, but in terms of the initial argument here is don't wear the clothing of another gender in order to transgress a gender segregated space in order to cause harm, which does on the surface is quite similar to a bathroom bill, although the social world that it's coming out of is quite different in terms of what it's responding to and what it's reacting to. I want to point out that the construction of the text itself is quite remarkable in that it says, the argument says, you might think, I just want to unpack it a little, you might think by surface reading it that it simply means a woman shouldn't wear man's clothes. But, and then it doesn't say, you might expect it to say, it says right in the Torah, this is a to'ava, off-limits behavior, but it doesn't say that. It says another part of the Talmud says, another commentator says that this verse is talking about off-limits behavior. And that couldn't possibly be cross-dressing.
Why?
So, and then no evidence is given as to why they eliminate the possibility that the Torah is simply talking about cross-dressing. So there is something in their social world that makes it clear to them that the problem in Deuteronomy couldn't just be that it couldn't be a to'ava to simply wear the clothing of another gender.
Of course not.
They eliminate that as a possibility.
Of course not. For
because
a little
they
bit
know
more,
this
Heather,
verse
welcome.
refers to a to'ava, and that's the most obvious and easiest way to read this verse, but they eliminate that possibility right away, that the Torah is prohibiting cross-dressing for its own sake.
Yeah, like this is one of those where sometimes they're like, no, it can't be that. That's too dumb. And it's kind of what's going on here. Um, and oh yeah, this is all extremely fascinating. But yes, I forgot what I was going to say. Carry on.
Extreme.
No, that I mean, that's
Sorry. Bathroom bills. I just want to, I wonder whether this is really applicable to that scenario. It sounds like it has the veneer of it, but when I think about why is a trans person, like the crux of it is if I'm going into the men's bathroom, it sure isn't to be in the company of men because men's bathrooms are disgusting. The only reason I'm going in there is to pee. So I wonder if that's a different way to think about it.
I think your point is really excellent, Ruben, because I think what the Talmud is talking about is what bathroom bills are claiming is really happening, but not what is really happening. If you know what I mean, the Talmud is concerned about actual harm, is saying we're not concerned with people just cross-dressing to go do things that aren't harmful. So they're not concerned with the peeing, right? They eliminate that as a concern.
Oh, never mind.
So
They
to
can go
speak.
in the bathroom. Okay. Wait,
my puns.
Wait, so now he's saying the Talmudic interpretation of cross-dressing is it's totally okay to cross-dress as long as you're not going to hurt anyone?
Here, right? So they
All
say
right.
just wearing clothes and going about your business, that's not a problem. The problem is being deceptive in order to cause harm. So they absolutely eliminate the possibility that just going to the bathroom could be an issue.
Wait. I just have to acknowledge this. I have an imperial stout that is conditioned with caramelized bananas and vanilla beans at a Hong Kong brewery. That sounds delightful, Dragon Balls. That sounds just fabulous. I hope you enjoy that.
Is the issue is going to transgress space to do something deceitful, and it's unclear what is meant. It's left open what the actual concern of sitting amongst women is, or men sitting amongst women, women sitting amongst men, and then the later texts try to unpack like why is that, what is the actual toava. It's not given in this text. The later texts are going to try to figure out what is it that happens when you transgress each other's space that we're actually concerned about, because the Talmud itself doesn't give the actual problem. So there was a couple comments here.
Yeah, I think there was just some, affirmation about connecting to the bathroom bill. And Lisa then says, they also don't make it clear what city means and where. I think we just alluded to. And Ross says, maybe it is a way of not endangering oneself also. In addition to not gaining access to spaces, one should not supposedly have.
Yes, they are. Yes. These are the guy with the they them with the blue glasses, rabbi. This is Jewish school. We're in a yeshiva right now. This is on their website. So yes, qualified rabbis. Heather, you've missed a lot tonight, girl. We've gone on a journey tonight at Jewish school, and we're almost done.
Yeah. I think let's hold that idea of not endangering self, because I think that is really, and remembering that the context of this verse is not causing harm, and like where does harm to self fit in, and all of this I think is a really important question, particularly when we're going to try to interpret this for a modern context, interpret these texts for a modern context. So thank you for that. So the next verse, if you could scroll down to the next verse by Rashi, and just for time I'm reading these for us because we have a short period of time. So this is Rashi on the original verse. Rashi says, a woman should not put on the apparel of a man. So that's our verse. And now Rashi is trying to fill in the holes and explain why this is the problem, because we've already eliminated that the issue is drag or cross-dressing or clothing itself, that she will resemble a man and go out amongst men for the purpose of adultery.
For the purpose of adultery.
Nor should a man wear the clothing of a woman in order to sit amongst the women. As we learned in the Babylonian Talmud, Nazir 59a, our last text, it is completely off-limits behavior. Therefore, the Torah is forbidding garments that lead to such off-limits behavior. So for Rashi...
So again, it's totally okay to be a drag queen. Just don't get dressed up in women's clothing if you want to go commit adultery. Or if you're a woman, don't get dressed up in men's clothing if you want to go commit adultery.
What does the verse from Deuteronomy prohibit, actually? How does Rashi understand our original verse?
I mean, like, can we just talk about the fact, though, that seemingly they could have just made a rule against committing adultery, and that would have also covered adultery committed when you're wearing clothing of the opposite sex? Like, do they really have to enumerate? Guys, no adultery, but you definitely can't commit adultery if you're dressing up in the clothes of the opposite sex. That's like extra off limits, even though adultery is already off limits.
Anyone get there? Go ahead. Yeah.
This is Joey speaking. Rashi is saying that doing it for the purpose of adultery, which is far more serious to him than cross-dressing, is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
See.
And
like I said it in my Hebruta, if you were just doing it at home with your legally wedded spouse, that would have been totally fine. Because you're not trying to...
If you cross-dress at home with your wife, that's cool, bro. You're not committing adultery. No one's getting hurt.
break any other religious laws.
How many Jews are how many Jewish men are cross-dressing at home with their wife? Is my question. But it's totally cool, bro. That's fine.
The action.
Absolutely. That seems to be how Rashi is reading it after the Talmud, that both the Talmud and Talmud says there's no problem with what you wear is not a problem. It's why you're wearing what you're wearing. Talmud says it's order to transgress space, but doesn't say what it is you're doing when you transgress space that's a problem. And Rashi fills in the hole and says, well, the why you would be transgressing space is to commit adultery. That's the problem. That's what Deuteronomy is about, is wearing clothes of another gender to sneak into someone else's space to commit adultery. That's the problem. Mm-hmm.
I was finding, oh, my camera's on. I was finding it really interesting that like this one, and also I think it was the last one, sound really super out of touch, because like if you are trying to hook up with assumedly...
They all have androgynous names because this is a queer yeshiva. So of course they're all queer.
Straight men by dressing like a man, like it's not really gonna go that well for you. Like what are you... Like it just feels really out of touch and like, buddy, like that's not how it works kind of thing. I don't know.
It only makes sense if there was a lot of yeshiva bachers in that time getting down and people in same-sex spaces having sex with each other.
Lisa.
Thing that we discussed in our group was like maybe they're imagining that like a woman dresses like a man to sneak into the Beit Midrash, so then she and the guy can like disappear to like
wait. Wasn't there a whole movie about this? Didn't Barbara Streisand dress up as a boy to go to Jewish school, and then she met a Jewish boy while she was dressed up as a boy? Am I making this up? Was there a... Yentl. I knew it. Oh no.
Study Torah.
Yeah. I think that's what they're imagining personally. But you know, it does raise a lot of questions about the social world they're in. Ruben,
but
sorry,
but
go
again,
ahead.
but again, it also they also still are only being very specific about like women's.
And now I have Fiddler on the Roof stuck in my head, which I actually do enjoy. Fiddler on the Roof, I have to say. If I was a rich man, da 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 da.
Behavior like a woman dressing like a man, and what specifically that will happen to what she will do. And with the men's behavior, it's still like, but the men shouldn't sit among women. Like it's still like very much, there's much more concern with like a woman dressing as a man.
Yeah. Yeah. Ruben, did you want to add anything to this text? So let's leave this for now. I'll say more about it when we come to the end of all of them, but just for time, let's go on to the Rambam, unless there was something in the chat to read from. Was there a chat we needed?
No.
It was my snark asking what the movie about that very thing was. So
Yentl.
we're having our lentil fun.
Great. So let's go on to the Rambam. So this is Maimonides. So we're moving through time in terms of later and later commentators now. This commandment also forbids us to follow the custom of the heretics in regard to women wearing the clothing of men or their adornment. As God said in the Torah, a woman should not put on the apparel of a man. Any woman who adorns herself in a way that is publicly known to be men's accessories in the city where she lives becomes liable to whipping. So whipping is a lesser kind of punishment to stoning that we looked at last week that applies to
they'll be whipped. Really?
Things, punishments of not Torah commandments, but rabbinic commandments. So this is kind of a lesser punishment. Here, let's go down and read the next Rambam too, and we'll talk about them both together. This commandment also forbids men to adorn themselves with women's accessories. As God said in the Torah, nor should a man wear the clothing of a woman. Any man who adorns himself in a way that is publicly known to be women's accessories in the place where he lives becomes liable to whipping. You must know that this act, women adorning themselves with men's accessories and men adorning themselves with women's accessories, is sometimes done for the sake of arousing desire. This is common amongst alien nations and sometimes for the purpose of idol worship, as is described in books devoted to this topic. It is also common to stipulate in the making of certain talismans that if the maker is a man, he should not wear women's apparel and adorn himself with gold, pearls, and things like that. If you could keep going. If the maker is a woman, she should not wear armor and weapons. This is well known to people who are experts on this topic. So we don't need to get into all these details, but what is, for Maimonides, what is the problem here? What is Maimonides concerned about?
Obviously, it's not the cross-dressing.
So he's concerned about, on the one hand, us, like Jewish people, acting too much like other nations who are idolatrous. And so like we don't want to resemble their behaviors. And because there is like sort of heretical magic that is involved with cross-dressing, but also trans people are too sexy.
I love that interpretation. Yeah.
Sexy.
So,
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, basically
That's it.
the issue
Cheers.
is idolatry, that it's well known that there, I mean, and again, we get a glimpse into this social world, right? So it's well known that there are people who wear these wonderful outfits in order to do these idolatrous things. That's the issue. There's another really key piece that Maimonides introduces. Did anyone pick up on the other piece that Maimonides brings into the conversation?
There's a few chats here. Muna says, sounds like the auto genophilia argument, essentially.
Autogynephilia.
That it's arousing to wear each other's clothes. Yeah.
And then Somi says, who are these experts and what are these books Rambam is talking about? And also, how truly out of touch is this, especially when the only gendered clothing is something that only people of a specific class and status can have them? It is so strange and sounds like he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wow.
And Abraham says the profession of idol worship expert fascinated me.
Mm-hmm. So this is, a 12th century Egyptian context. So it's hard to know exactly what the social context is, but it's referring to some social context where it seems like some fabulous queer things are happening with clothing that Maimonides seems to be familiar with. I don't fully know exactly what Maimonides is talking about. Ruben, did you want to add anything to this text?
Oh, not at this moment.
So there's a really important piece that Maimonides adds to this, which is this idea of in the city, any person who adorns himself in a way that's publicly known. So this introduces the idea that we asked ourselves at the beginning, which is what is men's clothes and what is women's clothes? So as some of us are picking up on, we have no idea what Maimonides is talking about because this is a 12th century Egyptian context when Maimonides is talking about, pearls and this, it's well known that there's these like idolatrous rituals, blah, blah. We don't know the fashions of the era that Maimonides is talking about. We don't know what gendered clothing is. We could go to, I have had the experience at times in my life. In this moment, I'm less gender ambiguous just because of facial hair is more universally recognized. But if I shave, I can have the experience of going state to state. And in some states in the US being called he and some being called she, based on what people's gender expectations are based on the way I dress and present myself. Just different fashions. So we don't know, we certainly can't go know what Maimonides thinks gender rules are for 12th century Egypt.
God.
What are Kleegever
and so now the rationalization is, guys, expectations for gender were just ambiguous in ancient Egypt, and therefore, does any of this stuff really apply to us?
Isha changes moment by moment.
Hey,
and that
Brooklyn,
is something that
I was thinking about you
Maimonides
the other
is
day.
speaking
Good to see
here,
you.
Is that the idea of not transgressing binary clothing rules doesn't really make sense because fashion is constantly changing. And there's something, and even though Maimonides is still trying to maintain some kind of binary system, by acknowledging that, it's opening the door to, well, we can just make our own rules then, right? If it all has to do with the rules of the city in which you live, well, then in the context of this Zoom room, we make our own rules and you can wear whatever you want. By introducing the concept that everything has to do with local fashion, Maimonides is cracking open the door to everything has to do with us. We decide what the rules are, and that there's no such thing as absolutely gendered clothing, which it should be obvious, but it clearly isn't to people who point to the Bible and say, look, it says right in the Bible, men can't wear women's clothes, as if you could possibly point to a text thousands of years ago and say there's some kind of absolute standard of clothing when this is something that changes by the minute.
There were no gender standards.
Just because our time is so tight, I'm going to just kind of lead us to the next chat. Ruben, do you want to jump in?
Can we wrap this up, please?
Okay.
It's almost midnight.
This piece of local fashion is picked up on in the next one, which is a woman. This is legal codes, which come a little later, which try to kind of summarize. This is from the Shulchan Aruch, which try to summarize all these commentary and turn it into something actionable we can use. So this is what is summarized from this whole conversation, which is a woman should not wear garments that are especially for a man according to the minhag hamakom, so the local fashion. And a woman should not cut her hair as a man does. A man should not wear the garments of a woman. So again, this is everything comes down to local fashion.
Every time.
I want to sort of summarize where we've been to point out to all these texts eliminate the idea that there could be an essential problem with just wearing the clothes of another gender and try to find another problem. So for the Talmud, it's something about transgressing space. We don't know exactly why. For Rashi, it's adultery. For Rambam, it's idolatry. And for all of them,
it's always something else.
The way we know there's
Not
a
about
problem is
cross-dressing.
dictated by local fashion.
It's all about something else.
What idolatry and adultery and transgressing space all have in common is that there's something deceptive going on. So adultery is not polyamory, and idolatry in this construction is not polytheism. It's about in these commentators and analysis, these are things that are betrayals. These are ways of being deceptive to your true self in order to cause harm. So in playing with this verse in all these years, sort of what Ruben and I came to is that really what this verse is saying, if we were to paraphrase it for our context, it is what it is actually teaching us is you should not dress in a way that is deceptive for your true self in order to cause harm.
Oh my God.
That causing harm.
Hang on.
Is
you should not dress in a way that is deceptive to your true self. So it's not even about what your gender is anymore. It's not even about gender norms. Don't dress in a way that is deceptive to who you believe you are internally. And definitely don't harm anyone if you choose to do that. Wow.
Applies to ourselves too. So we know as trans and gender non-conforming people that dressing in a way that doesn't feel authentic can cause, a huge amount of harm.
Oh my God.
To ourselves in terms of depression and
dressing in a way that isn't authentic to who you are, that causes harm. And so just because you were born a woman doesn't mean that you shouldn't wear men's clothing. If you truly feel like a man and you feel like that's authentic to who you are, then it would actually be harmful if you didn't wear men's clothing. Holy shit, we have gone full Jewish. This is actually a great way to end the night. This is great.
Applies to ourselves too.
Man.
So we know as trans and gender non-conforming people that dressing in a way that doesn't feel authentic can cause, a huge amount of harm to ourselves in terms of depression and addiction and all of the things that happen when we don't dress in a way that feels authentic to ourselves. And that seems, and particularly when we look at the Torah context as well, if we don't, that the concern that this verse falls between is causing harm. So dressing in a way that feels inauthentic or that is in some way deceitful, in some way to betray others or to betray the self in order to cause harm is the central question. And in order to be inauthentic.
Of course it is.
This is made even clearer when we get to the later commentators on it. So the Shulchan Aruch is a legal commentator, and there is on the Shulchan Aruch, there is a gloss on it, which is a European commentator on it. So we read in the Shulchan Aruch that it is permitted for a man to dress as a woman on Purim. And why is this?
Because you're dressing up in costume.
And the commentary on the Shulchan Aruch adds, so too the practice of dressing up in mass on Purim. A man wearing the attire of a woman and a woman wearing the accessories of a man. There is no prohibition of this, since what they are intending is merely joy.
What they're
And
intending
furthermore,
is joy.
the prohibition
Holy
of wearing
shit.
adornments
Holy
is
shit.
derabanan,
If what you're intending is joy, you can wear whatever you want.
a rabbinic prohibition, and is therefore of a lesser level of concern. So this is really key to me. At the end of the day, this is our latest commentary on this. We can wear whatever we want on Purim because it's about joy.
Yeah.
And what it strikes me is
Yep,
that
there
in
it
our
is.
reading, the issue is
There
about
it
causing
is.
harm, including to ourselves.
Yep.
And if what we are wearing brings us joy, we can wear whatever we want, especially because in this reading, it's not a Torah issue, even though if you look at the verse, the Torah clearly says not to, but it's never been read as a Torah prohibition. So the idea that, yes, I saw the comment says only on Purim, but the reason for Purim is because it causes joy. So we can extrapolate from that and
As
say,
long as it causes
anytime
joy,
wearing
it's
what we
okay.
want causes joy, we don't have a problem. That's for our reading. That's what.
Hey, Brooklyn, you missed the part. And I'll give you the website this is on. I'll put it in the chat. Brooklyn, you missed the part where they were talking about how Leviticus doesn't actually prohibit sex between men. It only prohibits sex between men and androgynos. But if you're a man fucking a man, that's totally fine. But men are not allowed to fuck androgynos, and they say that that's what Leviticus actually forbid because androgynos isn't man. And so it was just a misinterpretation. I swear to God.
I'm doing. I'm not necessarily saying that's what Moses Isserlis would do, but as a later commentator than Moses Isserlis, I'm taking Moses Isserlis and saying if he says that we can do this for joy, we can do it for joy. And what I want to offer us as we kind of come to the end, and I'm sorry for rushing through the end of the text here, is that often a lot is made of the concept of gender dysphoria. Sometimes it's even a gatekeeping concept. You don't get access to gender affirming healthcare unless you report gender dysphoria. And I talk to people all the time who feel like they're not trans enough or non-binary enough if they don't experience gender dysphoria. And some of us experience gender dysphoria. Some of us don't. Sometimes transphobia creates an experience of dysphoria. I personally have not experienced gender dysphoria, but I do experience gender euphoria. And I want to offer the idea that what this text is telling us, what all these texts are.
The queer rabbi just said, I don't experience gender dysphoria. We know, bro, you're not trans, you're queer. Queer isn't about being trans. You don't experience gender dysphoria. You made up this gender shit in your own head because you adhere to a far left political ideology that rejects the gender binary. We know.
Telling us is that if something brings us joy, that is reason enough to wear whatever the fuck we want, right?
Yeah.
So that gender euphoria in general is enough.
So true. Yeah.
To guide a trans experience. If something brings you joy, then that's enough reason to be trans. We don't need to look for a problem. That following joy is reason enough, and that the idea of joy and euphoria is actually much more central to a trans experience than the experience of dysphoria. And that these texts seem to glimpse that even if it's not a literal, that is where these texts end, is with joy, and that there seems to be, and they from the beginning rule out an idea that there's anything completely off limits about clothing for clothing's sake.
As long as you experience joy,
I'm
you
going
can
to
do whatever
pause
the
there
fuck you
because
want.
I feel like that was a lot, and I want to leave room if Ruben, if you want to jump in, because
No, I think that's enough. I would like to end the evening by showing Brooklyn this lovely video that we watched earlier. I think this is a perfect way to end our evening. For anyone who may have missed this wonderful queer Jewish blessing video from earlier. Is everyone ready? Brooklyn, you're going to love this. Hang on. Let's just watch it one more time. Just for fun.
Blessed are you, awakener, life of all worlds, who remove sleep from my eyes and slumber from my eyelids.
Blessed are you, generous creatrix, who stretches forth the earth upon the waters.
Blessed are you, sacred flame, who shines your light upon everyone and everything.
Blessed are you, wings of gold, who crowns my people, all people, with splendor.
Blessed are you, holy fashion designer, who delights in the way we dress ourselves as altars.
Blessed are you, nameless and infinite, who has made us in your image and reminds us that all bodies are sacred and holy. Boom, boom.
Blessed are you, liberation worker, who moves us to stretch and expand towards freedom.
Blessed are you, divine apple orchard, who delights in my delight and receives my pleasure as praise.
Blessed are you, the way, who meets me where I am.
Blessed are you, holy breath, who fills me with this gift every day.
Blessed are you, abundance, for helping me remember I have everything I need.
Blessed are you, source of life, who I draw upon for strength, and who reminds me that rest is a sacred act.
Blessed are you, fabulous one, who loves me just as I am.
Blessed are you, weaver of being, who shaped the human being with wisdom, making for us all of the openings and vessels of the body. It is known that we are miracles, and that all bodies are miracles.
Blessed are you, you of many names, for revealing infinite paths of healing.
Blessed are you,
you of many names,
for revealing
infinite paths of healing.
I missed the pits on that one, the last one, the first time. And blessed are all of you. Blessed are all of you who hang on. Blessed are all of you who have sat through a 6-hour Socialism Saturday to go to Jewish school. We all blessed to everyone who made it to the end of Jewish school. Of queer, not just Jewish school, queer Jewish school. Now on Sundays, I take the day off from streaming. However, we will be doing a very special movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow. We'll be honoring our movie night queen, the one, the only, Jennifer. And we'll be watching the original Dune at 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord tomorrow. If you are a supporter on my Substack, Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, you will get an email newsletter that will invite you to the Discord at some point tomorrow. You can also be a member of my locals community if you would like to support there, and you are all welcome to the Discord where we do our movie nights every Sunday and Monday night. MacB does movie nights on Monday. He does cult classic movies, which is pretty great. But I really want to honor everyone who made it until the very end. Brooklyn, you're gonna love this. Just get some snacks and some alcohol, maybe some weed, and just let it wash over you. Brooklyn, I miss you. Brooklyn, we gotta catch up. I miss you. We haven't talked in a while. We gotta catch up sometime. Anyway, guys, that is all I have for tonight. I am taking my leave. I think I have done my work. I will be back on Monday, and we will do it all over again. I appreciate all of you, and looking forward to seeing some of you in movie night tomorrow. Take care, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.